The words of the reckless pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise bring healing. Proverbs 12:18. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the NWA Podcast presented by Post Wrestling. And those are some words that have been rattling around in my head all week as we look at some of the things that are going on in America right now. And before we get to the fun, before we get to the fireworks factory, I figured I'd be remiss if I didn't say something off the top. So anybody that's followed me in my broadcasting and podcasting career knows how much import I put on the value of words. Words are a very powerful thing. It's more than just rhetoric. It's more than just empty talk. And so when we look at what's gone down in this country this past week, it brings me back to a simpler time. It brings me back to my grade school days when they had this thing called the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. And for anybody that didn't grow up in America, roll with it. That was just the way that we were able to kind of memorize those things. So the 3 R's were reading, writing, and arithmetic. When it comes to the power of words, though, I think there are 3 other R's that we all should kind of adhere to, especially after this past week. Number 1, words are real. Words have real impact. Words have real consequences. Number 2, words cause ripples. You ever go to a pond and throw a rock or some other object into a lake and you'll see ripples go out from that object? Same thing with our words. Our words have ripple effects, some that we can see, some that we don't see, some that we will never know the effect of the impact that our words had on somebody. As somebody who has spent the better part of the last 25 years of his life behind a microphone in various places, it's something that I always keep in the back of my mind. Are the words I'm saying, are they helping or are they hurting? Are they piercing like a sword or are they healing? And to the best of my ability, I try to make sure that my words are healing or at least not harming. So words are real. Words have a ripple effect. And finally, words are reciprocated. The energy that you put out into the universe through your words is going to be reciprocated unto you. You know, as the Bible says, you shall reap what you sow. And so one of the things that we try to do here at the NWA Podcast, and we try to do at the Nefarious Media Network, is to have a good time, of course. Have some fun with us, man. Whether we're talking sports or politics or something as silly as pro wrestling, man. We try to have fun with it. But we also want to be mindful. We also want to be mindful of our words and the effect and the impact they can have. And we want to be intentional with those words, man, because as I said, they're real. They have ripples, and the words, the power of those words is reciprocal, and it comes back to you. So hopefully we have a great show tonight, man. We have a lot of fun with the audience and with everybody that's tuning in. But we're just going to keep that in the back of our mind as we kick it off for another month. With that being said, hit the music, Ray.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's space for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. What's going on, everybody? We are here for the September edition of the world's fastest pro wrestling show. And I am so glad to be able to spend another month with y'all, man, because this is something that we love doing each and every month here on Post Wrestling. I, of course, am the Godfather, Nate Milton. Over 10 years in the game, and guess what? Ain't a damn thing changed. I'm still your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster, and I am joined by the advocates. First up, we got my right-hand man, because when you're outgunned, when you're outmanned, when you're outnumbered and outplanned, you got to have a right-hand man, and I got one of the best in the game. Some people call this brother the angry intellectual. Some people call this brother Mimosa Kris. Some people even call him Moderna Kris. But, of course, he is the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California. He is also the mastermind behind the trade that brought Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers. He is, of course, my brother, my friend, and my tag team partner here every month on Post Wrestling. Y'all give it up for the professor, Kris Ealy, a.k.a. Chris from L.A. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Man, what's up? Chilling, y'all. It's just been a crazy beginning of my fall. Ready for some of the summerness to die down a little bit. Summer is my favorite season, but it's just with the hot weather. We got a heat wave going on in Los Angeles right now, and all the heat from the streets, and heat in the wrestling business, and heat in politics, and all that. I'm ready to kind of chill. And at least if I have to get this bad news and stuff, the weather will be, cocoa drinking weather or something.
Okay. I can see you out there, Chris, with one of those old school professor jackets with the patches on the elbows, drinking a cup of cocoa, man.
Right? Yeah. I'm probably doing a whole lot of that this fall and winter.
All right, we're gonna be looking forward to that, brother. But you mentioned it is hot out in Cali, and somebody else who's out there in Cali who may be hot on these streets. I don't know the brother's activities when he's not on the Nefarious Media Network, but he is one half of the tag team that comprises Ring Theory on Nefarious Media, which you can catch every month. And I believe their next episode is going to be this Friday, so stay tuned for that. He is, ladies and gentlemen, the leader of the Mid-Card Mafia. He is the only rightful holder of the Shula Fala, and he is now, Chris. We may talk in the show about how people can come together in rough times. He is now a friend of the Kenny Omega stands out there after a bit of a rough patch. But y'all give it up for one of the newest members of the Nefarious Media team and a valued member of the NWA Podcast. Y'all give it up for upper mid-card, Jay Lacey.
What up? What is going on, you guys? The Shula Fala has grown. The collection is growing thanks to all the mid-card marauders out there. Thank you so much. Getting some love out here. So, yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you guys. And, I'm looking forward to the conversation this episode.
I'm glad you're here, Jay. But now that we have truly committed to this bit, you don't know what you're signing up for, my friend. Because by the time we hit the December episode of the NWA Podcast, I need like 8 pairs of shoes around your neck in that Shula Fala, brother.
Careful what you wish for.
But speaking of being careful what you wish for, this next brother coming to the stage wished that we could get more YouTube subscribers. He wished that we could get more Patreon subscribers because we are on the drive for 500. And one of the caveats, if we make it to that, he has to perform a little something we like to call Ray SMR, where he's going to whisper all of his hot wrestling and sports takes in a very calm and soothing voice and a nice tone. But ladies and gentlemen, we ain't got to that point yet, but it's coming, Ray Williams. It's coming. You can see the light coming down on the horizon. The train is coming down the tracks, so get ready, brother. But y'all give it up for one of the top producers in the podcast game. He is Wei Ting's cousin. He is also the Caitlin Clark of production. By the way, get well soon, Caitlin Clark. We're going to miss you in the playoffs, but we're going to catch you next season, sis. But so many people call this brother Caitlin Dark because of that skill. Y'all give it up for the king of calcium himself. Ray, can't you go 1 month without mentioning that, brother? No, I can't, Ray, because when a joke is funny to me, I tend to run it into the ground. You should know that by now, but it's all love. Y'all give it up for the super producer himself, Two-Way Ray Williams.
What's going on, good people? Always a pleasure, and I know it's all in jest, so I feel comfortable enough. I don't even think I told you guys this before, but I feel like I've always had kind of like an inferior complex when people make fun of me, but I know that you guys all do it in love, and so it's all good, brother. It's all good. And by the way,
it's all love.
Preview. That's the preview.
Look, a little preview of Ray SMR right there, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. But again, Ray, yes, it is all in love. And then, you have finally, kind of assumed the true mantle of a producer, man. The true mantle of a producer is not just to create this good content and steer the ship from behind the scenes, but the true mantle of a great producer, you're going to take these jokes, Ray. You going to get these jokes, dog.
It's all good. I'll go ahead and take it for the team if it means we could get our numbers up. So
yes, so we've got a big show. We got a lot to talk about. Obviously, the biggest news in the wrestling world right now is the location of an upcoming WrestleMania. So we got a lot to talk about. We've got two big shows to do, patented previews for, and we're obviously going to get into what I alluded to at the start of the show in terms of what happened this past week in America. We're going to get to that at the very end of tonight's show. So if that's what you're most interested in, keep it locked, but we'll get there in about 4.5 hours, maybe. Real quick, before we get to the wrestling, y'all, before we get to the graps, Ray did mention, man, and I think I mentioned it before, Ray, and I'm going to mention it again right now. We are on that drive for 500 YouTube subscribers, which gets us halfway to monetization. 500 Patreon subscribers, which would go a long way towards helping us do some things, man, at the network. Bringing in some help for Ray and Jay in terms of production, having a full-time person on the staff to be able to do that, to bring new people on for content, to really show some love to the Patreon. And if you don't know, the Patreon now has new pricing tiers. It used to be $5, man. That was the price point we kept pushing on y'all. Mm-hmm. But now we got a $3 tier because we know it's hard out here for a pimp when they're trying to get the money for the rent, Jay Lacey. And you might not have that $5 every month. You might not have $5 on it, like the Loonies once said, to show love to Nefarious. But we know you got $3. So we got the $3 level. We got the tried and true $5 level. We got the $9.99 level. And then we got the what you got on my 40 homie level, which currently only has one participant. If you want to throw $40 our way a month, we're not asking you to do that, but if you want to do that, that'd be a lovely gesture. But again, we are trying to do some big things here with the network. As Kris always says, man, this is kind of our level up year. Started in January, and we're trying to bring that truthful, thoughtful, turned up commentary into this space, particularly in a world that sorely needs some fun content, but also some thoughtful and truthful content. That's what we do with the Nefarious Media Network. We're going to change the game by any means necessary, even if those means may be nefarious. And if you want to help us out tonight on the NWA Podcast, there is one way to cut the line. There is one way to jump to the front of the queue, and that is by smashing that super chat button that gets you to the front of the line in all of these conversations that we're going to have this evening. And, we definitely appreciate the support and the love from all the postmarks out there. But Ray Williams, let's go from a subject that we love, that collaboration, that interaction that we have with the audience, and maybe go to a subject that some folks are going to hate. Because we had some big news concerning WrestleMania this past week, brother.
Indeed. So if you guys weren't already aware, we're having WrestleMania, or not WrestleMania, but I'll go ahead and go with WrestleMania next year, WrestleMania 42. in Las Vegas. We're also having the Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia next year. But to celebrate the 300th year anniversary of Saudi Arabia as a country, WrestleMania will be taking place. WrestleMania 43 will be taking place in Saudi Arabia come 2027. And this announcement was made, I believe, on Thursday. It was made official on Thursday with Paul Levesque and with Turki Al-Sheikh, who is the sports minister of Saudi Arabia.
All right. So I know I've got a bunch of thoughts on this, Ray, and I may have shared some of that with y'all in private in the Nefarious group chat. But Kris, I need you to bat lead off on this one, brother. What was your reaction to this news? And do you think this is a smart strategy by TKO and the WWE?
Well, so my reaction to the news was I really didn't care that much. I think I was at work when I heard the news, and it came up on my iPhone. Could have been my Android, but I think it was the iPhone, and popped up and said,
"This brother living large. He got
and it said,
phones."
Yeah, and it said that WrestleMania, the next next year is not the one in Vegas, but the year after was going to be in Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, if you will. And I just really didn't care because I kind of expect this kind of nonsense from WWE. What surprised me the most was the online backlash and the way people reacted at that press conference, and just it did not go over well at all. I don't think this is a good strategy for TKO. I think they kind of have this strategy, and Nick kind of said as much. You know, they're trying to just put WWE in every single thing, infiltrate people's homes with it, have as many hours of WWE content as they can, make as much money for the company as they can, be lucrative, and all that. And I do think, and this is a lesson I was taught a long time ago, there's got to be some things that you will say no to, you know, like as far as money is like, there's got to be a couple things in your life that money cannot buy, you know, like it's like, you know, stuff with family, obviously, but even in business, you know, when it comes to business. And I learned this from one of my professors at the Chicago school, is just you got to have strong moral principles, right? It was bad enough that they were doing business with Saudi Arabia, but the counter argument to that is our country is really not in great position to talk. That doesn't mean you should be doing business with Saudi Arabia. It's just pointing out the obvious. There's a lot of corruption in this country. There were 77 million motherfuckers that thought it was a good idea to vote for this Donald Trump idiot again. And I'm just watching people that voted for him on the news and crying because they're losing their chicken farms and they're losing their, you know, union job, and you know, he's deporting motherfuckers. And what did you think was gonna happen? It's like this is what we live in. And Triple H has shown that he's a part of that corrupt regime. You know, he's doing whatever, bringing back the old shit from the 50s, the health and fitness thing, with convicted sex offender LT Lawrence Taylor, and It all bleeds over into this mindset, this thought process of we are just going to do what we want when we want. We're going to put profits over the feelings of our customer base and dare you to say anything about it. We're going to have, if we do have a press conference, it's going to be a manufactured press conference. We're going to be bold and reckless and show Triple H on television with convicted sex offender Lawrence Taylor and a civilly adjudicated, civilly liable sexual assaultist, 44 times convicted felon Donald Trump. We're just going to do this and expect our audience not to react. So much to the point now where now that the audience is reacting, we're just going to like block out the crowd noise and all that. So I do think WWE is not going to learn a lesson until it cuts into their profit margins. That's just the nature of that beast. And especially with Triple H at the helm, Triple H and Nick Khan, those guys, I think it's safe to say with how long has it been now? 2 years, almost 2 years of the Nick Khan regime and Ari Emanuel and all them. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that they are a bottom line business, that they do not care about optics or even being subtle about optics. This is just what we have to get used to, and it's unfortunate. And on this show today, we're going to dissect it and talk about it. Where we'll talk about the political implications of it, the business implications of it, the social implications of it, and talk about it from every angle. But yeah, this is just the new reality until people demand it stop being the reality.
Jay Lacey, my mom always told me growing up, man, all money ain't good money. And so that's kind of how I feel about this situation. But what was your reaction when you first heard this news that WrestleMania 43 was headed to Saudi?
I mean, very similar to what Kris was saying. We all saw it coming. I mean, when they signed that 10-year deal, you kind of figured that WrestleMania was going to be factored into, going over there at some point, so wasn't surprising at all. I think we're that'll be year 5 or 6 going into that 2027, something like that. So yeah, it was bound to happen, and they laid the groundwork, introducing 2026 Royal Rumble going over that way. So again, they're prepping the audience for that. So again, we are desensitized to that actually happening. I was kind of surprised again listening to the press conference, the backlash, the public backlash. I was taken aback a little bit. I wasn't expecting that, but in a good way. So again, I think that's good for the people of Saudi Arabia, but as far as optics and politicizing this, the one thing I can say about Vince McMahon is he knew how to read a room and he knew how to read his audience. And I think that with this regime, that TKO and squeezing the lemon and get every drop of juice out of it, as a business major, I'm a business major. Got my master's degree in business, global economics, and at some point you're either going to price out your audience, which is in the United States, they're going to price them out, and we're already starting to see that, or B, you're going to completely turn them off to where it's like, you know what, I'm not going to watch this. And fortunately, we do have an alternative or alternatives of entertainment that we can point our attention and put our dollars to. So people are going to start voting with their dollars. I think the backlash is, the groundwork has already been laid. So we'll see what happens. But to answer your question, was not surprised at all.
I tried to tell you, Ray. Jay Lacey's not a businessman. He's a businessman. Let him handle his business. Damn. Ray, obviously, I got a lot of thoughts about this, which I'll share here in a second. But what did you think when you saw this news and when you saw that press conference, brother?
Well, similar to everyone else, not really shocked by it. Similar to Jay Lacey, I am encouraged by the fan reaction. And I'm also encouraged that people aren't forgetting. And I think we should continue to make known. And I think that's always been the goal of the government or not government, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is to present the kingdom as one thing while doing another thing behind closed doors. And so I think with journalists like Kareem Zidane, who's appeared several times on this network with John Pollock and with Brandon Thurston, continuing to put out there just the atrocities and just the discrimination that this government still continues to participate in, regardless of the money that they're trying to throw around to sports wash or to sanitize its and clean up its image, continuing to remind folks that, hey, remember 2018, Jamal Khashoggi, remember women still don't have full rights in that country. Remember, they still are really strict against people in the LGBTQ community. So like people in that ilk of Kareem's ilk and journalists who are continuing to beat that drum as far as still letting people know that Saudi Arabia, do not let them fool you. But I think, like you mentioned, Chris, it's always going to be about business. And from some of the reports and rumors that I'm hearing, WWE is going to make more money with this one WrestleMania being in Saudi Arabia than they've made off of every single WrestleMania that they've put on combined. So we all know what the goal is, no matter what Triple H wants to tell you as far as, oh, well, we're going out there because the fans are so rabid. Well, you know where else the fans are rabid at? France, Italy, like UK,
Atlanta.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, that's such a platitude.
Yeah, New Orleans.
Yeah.
So Minnesota, right?
Yeah, anywhere but Minnesota. Look, I would say anywhere but Minnesota, but I guess Saudi Arabia is anywhere but Minnesota, so I retract that statement, right?
But I think that people should still continue to make it known about this government and to not fall for the banana in the tailpipe. But Saudi Arabia is continuing to get all of these name brand sports. As you guys mentioned, we are going to get into the big boxing event that happened over this past weekend. And again, one conspicuous presence was being felt with one Turki Al-Sheikh in attendance as well during this TKO Boxing promoted event. So I think that they're doing their best to try to sanitize the government and to make it look as though, hey, we're all for the people and we're here and we're allowing this. We're allowing Live Golf to come down here. We're allowing all these boxing events to come down here. We're allowing the UFC. And now we're going to have, no pun intended, our crown jewel with WrestleMania being held here. So while on one hand, I can understand why TKO went ahead and took the bait. Of course, always going to be a business decision with them, especially with the higher ups now that WWE has been purchased. But I think it's up to journalists and it's up to the talking heads like us to still be responsible and let people know that, hey, you still don't have to support this, and make it realize that it's okay if you don't support it.
Yeah, I think.
And one thing to jump in real quick.
Go ahead, Jay.
to correct what I was saying, 2027 the year is the year that the deal with the WWE and Saudi Arabia expires. So it's actually the last year that they'll be hosting WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia. So
Okay.
Well, that's if they don't renew the deal.
Yeah, but
Which they will. Which they
Very true.
will.
there's a chance they will really renew. But it's also, if there is fan backlash, if fans respond with their dollars or lack thereof, they have no choice but to listen.
To play devil's advocate though, Chris, I don't think it's so much the fans as the sponsors.
The sponsor.
We saw an example of this when they wanted to have the Fabulous Moolah Battle Royal. And they didn't change the name because of any pressure from the fans. They didn't change the name because of any moral obligation. They changed it because Snickers was like, nah, son, that don't work for me, brother.
Right.
Like, never mind. We'll change that. So I think, yes, I was a bit encouraged by some of the fan reaction, but I think it's gonna not be this one event because they already got the bag for that WrestleMania. It don't matter if don't nobody show up, Chris. They already got the bag. But it's what happens after that WrestleMania. And so I think when you talk about this, and Ray, I saw a comment in the chat from a guy Evil Evan, if you could bring that up while I'm talking. I think two things can be true at once. Is there some value to the people of Saudi Arabia from WWE and these other sports going there? I think there is from a cultural, societal standpoint. But also, they are still in the process of committing terrible acts towards people in the LGBT community.
Right.
They are so far behind the curve with the way that the women are treated. And let's not forget, you brought up that name again, Jamal Khashoggi, and the way that they handle things with the press. So it's yes, this could be a good thing for some people in, the people of Saudi Arabia. But let's not forget the trash government of Saudi Arabia. And so, Evil Evan, when you say, do you really see fans boycotting the Saudi Mania? Again, to what I was saying with Chris, that's going to be hard to quantify.
Right.
Because in terms of actually going to Mania, it doesn't matter if any of us go to Mania or not, because they already got that bag. The question is, will they see a dip in viewership? And to that, I don't think there will be, because WWE has, and then this is the reason why I hate this. And I'll go ahead and state it. I hate this. It was one thing for you to run these events in Saudi Arabia. I get it. Make the bag, whatever. It's another thing to throw Royal Rumble on this slate of shows in Saudi Arabia. I didn't particularly agree with that, but okay, I get it. It's a step too far, in my opinion, to put WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, because that is your biggest show. That is the culmination of all of your storylines. That is the place where some of your biggest performers debut and they have their biggest matches. And now you have made this a moral conundrum for folks. And spoiler alert, life is a moral conundrum, ladies and gentlemen. These mics I'm talking on may not have been made in the most humane conditions. The computer I'm looking at you through, technically I'm not looking at none of y'all. I can't see. Look, I'm like Dr. Dre on Ring the Bells. I know you bobbing your head because I can see you, but you can't see me. Even though I think it's the other way around. You can see me, but I can't see you. It's weird, man. That's how this works. That's how this medium works, ladies and gentlemen. But we all, from day to day, have to make these moral questions. Am I going to Starbucks despite some of the things in Starbucks past? Am I going to Target despite some of the stuff that Target does? And so when it comes to the WWE, we always have to make these moral kind of decisions when it comes to this company, especially given who has been in charge of this company over the years. But I feel like, Chris, this is a step too damn far. When you're hey, if you want to watch WrestleMania, you got to watch it here. You got to all your stars go to Saudi. And it's nah, man, that's too much, man. It's all money ain't good money. And this feels like, again, I don't know what the backlash will be from the fans when it ultimately comes to the point where the rubber meets the road. But I can tell you, Chris, and I can tell you, and this hurts me, right? This hurts me because we talk about these things on the NWA podcast. We talk about these things on Nefarious Media. But I'm telling you and Jay and Ray right now, when that Mania happens in Saudi Arabia, I won't be watching. Y'all just gave me a weekend off because I won't be watching that, because that is a choice I'm making. That is a stand that I'm making. Obviously, if I'm watching all the rest of this WWE stuff, what's the difference between that and watching WrestleMania, Nate? You may be saying, you may be asking. And it's just hey, man, this just don't feel right. And sometimes in life, when things just don't feel right, you got to take yourself out of that situation. So, yeah, I won't be watching no damn wrestle. Look, to me, it's WrestleMania 41, WrestleMania 42, and then WrestleMania 44. I don't know what happened to them other WrestleManias. It's like that old Bill Cosby movie, Leonard Part 6. We don't know what happened to the first 5 Leonards. We just watching this terrible Leonard Part 6 movie. So I don't know what's going to happen to WrestleMania 43, and I may never know because I ain't going to watch that thing.
Right, yeah. This is a faceted, multi-layered kind of thing. But as far as boycotts are concerned, here's the thing. That Target boycott that's going on at the moment is destroying Target. It is Target is not in good shape. I don't know if you can find the numbers or anything, Ray, but they have lost money every month since Pastor Jamal announced Jamal Bryant, yeah. Ever since he announced that Target fast. And they have tried every kind of way to put a Band-Aid on the situation, and people aren't falling for it. I don't think WWE should ever get to the point where they're so cocky that they think fans are just gonna continue to put up whatever bullshit you tried to force feed them. But at the same time, and the thing is too, they're not really all that transparent at the moment anyway. I do not know what their next Netflix viewers are at the moment. I look it up and I don't really see any consensus accurate reporting on that. So maybe we could have Thurston on and he'll know it a little bit better, but they're not putting it on Netflix, aren't releasing those numbers. So, ticket sales were up. I think they've kind of stabilized. But they are going to have to be better. I don't think they can just continue to do shit like this and there just be no kind of financial backlash at all. I think they have kind of they've just become so money driven. And even now, because I used to when fans were like, hey, they're putting ads on the ring mat. I didn't give a fuck. I still don't really give a fuck. But at the end of the day, now that I've had some hindsight to think about it, I do see why Vince kind of was like that with the ring mat, because it does say hey, we're still gonna keep certain things in this sport sacred. Triple H is not doing a better job as far as diversity than Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon had diversity. That was never his problem. It was just how the talent was utilized. Ron Killings, they gave him maybe a week or so to.
That's all they gave him was a week.
Yeah, they gave him a week, and then he's right back to being goofy, having goofy segments with Brock Lesnar's ass and getting
literally.
It's these kind of things that kind of for me make WWE not an enjoyable product to watch anymore. And hopefully they will. I don't want WWE to not exist. I want them to exist, but I also want them to exist as ethically as they can, or as just have some kind of ethical standards, and getting on television with Donald Trump, and being seen on camera with sex offenders, rapists like Lawrence Taylor, because that's what he is just, to me, it's just I don't know, man. It's really testing the limits of what people are willing to digest, what they think is palatable. Because I do think people are at their wits' end with this shit. And at that press conference showed me that. I didn't even know that too. If we were doing this show a month ago and we heard that WrestleMania was going to be in Saudi Arabia, I'd have been like, yeah, these motherfuckers don't care. They'll be fine. And, that's not that's not the case, man. There is and that kind of stuff. It always starts with a snip in the straight jacket material, right? It's just a snip in the canvas. It's tough at first, but you just do one thing and it's easier to rip apart. And that's the line WWE is towing.
And I think when you look at that reaction, Chris, when you look at that reaction, Jay, when you look at that reaction, Ray, it's twofold. I think part of it is the smaller subset of people who actually have a moral objection to this. I think the larger part, though, and maybe the part they need to be worried about, is people that's like, hey, dog, I was planning to go to WrestleMania, and I ain't going to no damn Saudi.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have gone to Minnesota of all places, but not no damn Saudi. And
wait, were they expecting to sell tickets to like people on the Western Hemisphere to go to Saudi Arabia?
That's the thing. You may get a few, but you're not going to get like the people coming from England, the people coming from Europe.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the majority of the people in America. And so I think, Chris, it's a selfish reaction, but it's a poignant reaction because they're like, hey, you are taking this thing away from us. This is more than just wrestling. This is a whole week of events that you were taking from us that I could have gone to if it were in California or Minnesota or Nevada or God forbid Atlanta, where it should always be. And now it's in this place that I'm not going to, A, because of travel and expense, but B, I don't know as an American what the vibes are like over there.
Yeah, and the thing is, you won't know what they're going to be like everything in Saudi changes from like day to day. It's not like it's like this consistent thing. It's like it's easy to make a guess as to how things will be in 2027 in Saudi Arabia, but it's not something you could call. It's much easier to say, well, shit, I can't even fucking say that. Because America is just as corrupt at the moment. But like, let's say Toronto to be safe. It's much easier to have a WrestleMania in Toronto, and Toronto is still going to be the same T-dot intact and not like kind of, turned into a police state the way Saudi Arabia could turn into, because and then you don't know what controversial thing they'll do next. That's another thing,
Right.
And these companies that are getting in business with Saudi Arabia, I do think they're being a little bit more mindful than WWE. I think they're not just looking at the dollar signs, right? They're looking at the optics of how much they want to be advertised with them and just kind of like flaunt it in people's faces. And Triple H and Tony Khan and Ari Emanuel, those motherfuckers are just Ari Emanuel. I don't even think he cares. I don't even think all he cares about with WWE is are they bringing him money? That's it. I don't think he cares what Nick Khan or Triple H do. As far as Nick Khan and Triple H, I really do. I do think Triple H wants WWE to be more MAGA friendly and draw in more MAGA fans. Why he would want to do that, I got no idea. But it's just the little things, and I've been writing about this for the last 6 months or so. They're doing little things to kind of show you that we want MAGA in, showing Trump on television, Triple H competing or doing his little health and fitness for young people thing, Triple H being on camera with Lawrence Taylor, being in these like situations where it's just bad optics and they don't really seem to care.
No, they don't. And then to me, Jay, it is like quite a conundrum that they've put themselves in, right? Because they chasing this bag and they securing this bag, but at what cost? It's Avengers. I always go to Avengers as some of my examples. It's that line from the end of Infinity War, Jay. Like, you won, but what did it cost you? Everything, man. Cost me my dignity, cost me my reputation, cost me some of my fan base, but we got the bag though. And so I feel like, again, part of that reaction that we saw was, some of it was like based out of moral objection, but a lot of it is like, yo, you're taking away my feel good in a time in this country when a lot of people need a feel good and something to look forward to. And WrestleMania week for a lot of people is something that they look forward to every year. Like, hey, I'm putting aside my hard-earned money. I'm taking this time off of work to go to this city, wherever it is, even if it's godforsaken Minneapolis, to spend for a week. We're going to get letters from Minneapolis, y'all.
You're getting letters from Minneapolis.
Hey, we a team. We all getting these letters. It's not just me. I want the culture feeling. Okay. we all getting them letters, Crody. But it's just like, I think you will reach a tipping point, but I don't think it's going to happen before WrestleMania. I don't think that's going to happen, Jay.
Well, you talk about like not having like people having this kind of escape where they can turn off their brain and just have some kind of entertainment, right? So I see it as an opportunity for all these other independents, that piggyback off of WrestleMania weekend. So yeah, you're probably not going to go out to Saudi Arabia and have your GCW events or any other independent promotional type of event, but you can start your own thing here in Minneapolis. See how that comes around? This is the opportunity for them to be like, hey, this is an alternative. Like the running joke we had around here, you like WWE, but you'll love, fill in the blank. So this is an opportunity to fill that gap for those fans that feel like, you like yourself, Nate, like, no, I'm not going to, watch this, WrestleMania. I'm going to sit this one out. It's a great opportunity for someone or some companies to get together and fill that void. I mean, think of it like an AEW. Like, hey, they got kind of programming against us. This is a perfect opportunity, perfect storm for them to do something very similar and fly the AEW flag. So I see an opportunity where other people see, well, we're missing out on something.
And that's exactly where I was going to go with it, Jay, is that especially when you look at Tony Khan, and especially, and I know the brother isn't here, so hopefully he'll be able to join us. But when Downtown Brown was talking about when he went to All Out or All In rather this past year, and he was just talking about the affordability, and he was also just talking about how great of an atmosphere it was to be in I believe it was in Arlington during that time. And so, and just like how everything was kind of revolving within that particular weekend. I know usually now they're going to go back to Wembley, but I think having a good, like a double or nothing or like one of your tentpole events, and then having things revolve around that, then you can have like ROH do like a super card of honor. Then you can have GCW and bring the collective down there and Ashe Wrestling and all those folks. So I think you're likely to see that a little bit more with Tony Khan, who's still a huge fan of the business. And so you're likely to see that with him. I mean, he just did a residency for like 3 weeks at the ECW arena. And it didn't matter how small it was, but he wanted to harken back to those ECW days because he's a true fan. So I think you are going to see AEW try to capitalize off that and try to bring the wrestling world within the States back together, and it's ironic too, of course. And I think in the comments, in the comments, somebody was calling Triple H MAGA H. I mean, it's ironic that it's ironic that it's America first until we need to get that
until we get that Saudi money, dog.
Exactly.
America, what? But on that point, though, because Kris, I can kind of see it if Triple H is indeed trying to kind of lean more into the MAGA portion of his audience. It's kind of evocative of back in the day when the famous line that's always attributed to Michael Jordan, "Hey, man, Republicans buy sneakers too." The difference between this and that, though, is, anybody can buy these Air Jordans, but like they're not interacting with the other person buying the Air Jordans. When you go to a wrestling show, if you've got a large influx of this kind of MAGA element, this buffoonery, if you will, like you're conflicting with your existing audience. And wrestling fans, we ain't the most progressive, but we've shown you time after time after time, whether it's a Terry Bollea coming out, whether it's showing Donald Trump on the video screen, whether it's Nick Hogan getting booed at the stadium. Like, they have shown you that, hey, like, we may not be dyed in the wool, bleeding heart Democrats, but it's a certain level of this MAGA stuff that we don't want involved in our escapism.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you just have to kind of look at the obvious. It's not even a thing where you got to look at a bunch of fucking metrics. It's not
postonomics.
It's like, what do people like? It's like mainstream fans are the ones that buy stuff, right?
Right.
UFC, I'd even posit, that Paramount deal was big for them, but they're nowhere near where they were before Dana started doing all this MAGA bullshit, man. Now their fans are like mostly incels, I mean, Dana's managed to make it.
That's no way to talk about Ray Williams, Kris.
Not
I
well.
felt that was a shot. I felt that was
Ray is a part of the journalistic community now. but the people that like nobody has asked me, and this is anecdotal, so take it for what it is, but nobody's asked me in the last couple years, hey, do you want to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and watch this UFC event? Like, no one cares, it seems like. It was in every event that they had back in the day, it seemed like everybody cared. Again, Dana White has found a way to keep UFC profitable, but I don't think they're going to ever become mainstream with this, I love you so much Trump attitude, They're just not going to do it. Now that Trump has like a quarter of his fans turning on him because of these Epstein files, it's not a good optic look. Like, the Duck Dynasty people were popular with the Duck Dynasty crowd. They were like I couldn't tell you, I couldn't pick out one of those fucking duck whistleblowing rednecks in a lineup,
Damn, the disrespect for Uncle Silas. I don't even know if that's his name.
Yeah. You put 20 of those motherfuckers.
I think one of them James Storm. I think I picked James Storm out the group.
I couldn't tell you anything about that. But those people are not the ones that are buying stuff, man. The people that are buying stuff are the people, the everyday people,
Right.
Those are the people that you want to main. And most people, contrary to what MAGA will have you believe, most people want everybody to be treated decently. It's the problem with the politics of it all is there's not enough people that think voting matters. But that's not the same as we love you, Donald Trump. Like, and this is the one thing that I always give George W. Bush, and I don't give him a lot. When he won in in 2000, and it was by nefarious means, but he won. The Supreme Court gifted him the White House, and he won more legitimately in 2004. He understood that he was not popular. He wasn't trying to pretend that he was. So there were a couple of bones he did throw at Democrats, right? He, when the Clinton Library opened up in Arkansas, he was, front and center there, talking about how awesome Bill Clinton was. That was what George W. Bush was doing. With the No Child Left Behind Act, a lot of Democrats didn't like it, but he knew the optics of having Ted Kennedy standing next to him promoting it was important. And the stuff he did with Medicare was revolutionary. And the stuff he did with AIDS in Africa saved about 25 million lives. It did a lot. So as much as I don't like Bush, there were things he did that was good, that tried to show the human side of him, in spite of the warmongering and all that shit. Donald Trump, what these Republicans do, what these MAGAs do, is they lie to themselves and say, oh, we won, we beat Joe Biden by a landslide and the election was rigged, and they're unpopular. They are not popular. They barely beat Kamala Harris, and they say, and instead of accepting the win that they won, they have to tell the lie that, no, we actually beat Harris by 20 million votes if you count the legal residents. Out of touch with reality, out of touch with the idea that at least half the country hates you, and probably more than half the country hates you, but the people that voted for you are your sycophants, and that's it. And that's how WWE and TKO need to be approaching this thing. They need to understand that Donald Trump is not popular. Trumpism is not popular. Half the country did not vote for that motherfucker. A quarter of the country voted for him at most, and the other 90 million people didn't vote. The other 75 million voted for Kamala Harris, and then 90 million motherfuckers didn't vote. So this is the optic you need to be looking at this through, not through the optic of let's be friendly with Donald Trump and MAGA and do all this bullshit with the Saudis and nobody's gonna care. Because Target found out real fast that that's not the case, and they're still trying to figure out a way, because now they're in a conundrum because they don't want to go and put back the DEI program. Right. But at the same time, they know that they need to show blacks and Mexicans and people that are boycotting them. The teachers union now that's boycotting them. They need to show them that we still are inclusive. So now they're just they're just spinning themselves in circles. They need to just bring back a DEI and say, we don't give a fuck and call it a day. Right. This is going to go like the Montgomery bus boycott. These motherfuckers are going to have to be hitting the power. And Target's not even the first one that's going to be hit with this. And to bridge it back into wrestling in a second, Target's only the first boycott that Pastor Jamal Bryant was is doing, because he said, we're boycotting Target first, teach those motherfuckers a lesson, then we will go at Walmart, then we will go at Amazon, then we will go at, and look, I'm doing whatever the fucking culture tells me to goddamn do as far as these boycotts. I'm not, if they say, yo, no more Amazon shit, I won't buy any more Amazon stuff, and I'll wait to release my book. I'll talk to the agent to find a publisher, and we'll release it when it's cool to buy Amazon stuff again, but I'm not playing these kind of games when it comes to culture and humanity, and I'm not playing them with WWE too. If Pastor Bryant says, yo, we're boycotting WWE, I promise you, like, there will be black fans that will do that, you know. You think there wouldn't be because there's a lot of black sycophantic fans online, but I could promise you even the sycophants would be like, okay, William Barber said it and Pastor Bright, so we're not doing it. So WWE really does need to tread lightly. That's the long version of me saying that.
Yeah, real quick. I did want to get back to those stats, Kris. So I believe since January 24th, which is when it was announced that they will be cutting the programs, I believe they lost $12 billion in value. On the 24th of January, their stock price was $137.40 per share. It has now decreased down. I believe last week it was at a 5-year low of $90.10. And I believe I got that information from Roland Martins.
Oh, this is Target?
Yeah.
This is Target.
I mean, so don't ever think you're in a position. Don't ever think you're in a position to not get boycotted against. You know, that's the whole point. And I remember arguing with a black conservative, and this heifer was like, "Oh yeah, y'all gonna still go to Target," and I was like, I don't think you understand the organization behind this because you're talking to your white MAGA buddies. But if you talk to any brother off the street, any sister off the street, any Mexican off the street, they're going to tell you we're not going to Target. We don't have to go to Target. There's other places we could go to.
Plenty of options.
Yeah. So it's like just like with WWE, I don't have to watch WWE. I can watch other shows, you know. Like if the wrestling industry decided to act a fool altogether, I could stop watching wrestling, you know. But we do this show to keep these people honest and to make sure that our voice is heard in this space, you know. And that's kind of why we do these shows, not necessarily because I love WWE at the moment, because I don't, you know. I think I there are things on the show that I do like. I mean, we'll probably get into some of that stuff today, but it's not. You don't want to ever overstate your importance, right? Like with what we're doing here at Post Wrestling and the Nefarious Media Network, Nate, we're not acting like people don't have choices in what they listen to, you know. And that's the one wrong thing. Even with my Substack, I understand people can just opt not to read my Substack. So the goal is to release quality content to people and to not do things that troll them. And WWE that's just not where they're at.
Yeah, no. And Kris brought up W a little while ago, Ray, and you know there's an old saying in Texas, in Tennessee too.
Oh yeah.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me. You can't get fooled again, Jay Lacey. and Dana White and TKO were at it again this past weekend. Ray Williams. We'll talk about this real quick before we move on to some positive news in the combat sports arena. But Dana White was at it again, hyping one of the biggest boxing fights in recent memory, as we saw Canelo Alvarez take on Terence Bud Crawford on Saturday night on Netflix. Big time fight, but also, as you mentioned, Ray, there were some conspicuous folks, not only ringside, but also at the press conference, brother.
Indeed. As we mentioned before with the press conference for WWE announcing that they were going to Saudi Arabia, again, Turki Al-Sheikh was in attendance, front and center. And wouldn't you know it, Turki Al-Sheikh was at the right hand of Dana White during the lead up with the press conferences and the weigh-ins.
Mama, there goes that man again.
Yes, yeah, indeed. And so we did have, and it's a shame because you do have with Canelo, he's inarguably the face of boxing for right now. And with Terence Bud Crawford, you have arguably the number one pound for pound best fighter in the world right now. And it's a shame that has to be overshadowed by, again, the business dealings with everybody involved behind the scenes. But yes, we did have Turki Al-Sheikh in attendance at the fight at the I believe he was at the right side of Dana White, and surprisingly to the left side. And you mentioned it while we were off air. There was some surprises that we saw. For one hand, I didn't know that Mario Lopez was a boxing commentator.
Hold on, AC Slater out here calling the fights.
Yeah,
doesn't look a day over the college years, but his brother's still out here. And then, as we were getting into the main event, I see not only Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh next to one another, but on the other side of Turki Al-Sheikh is Jason Statham for some reason. I guess the transporter is hot in Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but the brother was right there, front and center, and for some reason, I think there was a monitor screen in front of Turki and Dana because they were looking down like at an angle the entire fight, while Jason was just looking right at the ring. So he was the main one invested in the actual fight in that entire front row where the hard camera was. So yeah, it was pretty interesting to see. And of course, we had our usual Logan Paul appearance. Boo. So yeah, I guess the stars were out. We had Mike Tyson make an appearance.
Yeah, Mike was there,
and so yeah, the stars were out. But yeah, I wouldn't say it was a very celebratory event to be a part of. I was just trying to watch the fight.
Yeah, it was a good fight. Like I didn't catch the fight live because I had moral objections to this, but at the same time, I really wanted to watch this fight, and I had money riding on the fight. And like hey, I always bet on Bud is what I say. Bud Crawford, one of the most underrated fighters of his era, and he did the damn thing. He won. And what some would consider an upset, I wouldn't consider an upset.
Yeah,
because Canelo was great, but to me, Bud is the most skilled fighter of his era. We saw that when he went up against Errol Spence, another dude that I thought was a talented fighter, and Bud beat the brakes off of Spence. So yeah, like I whooping feet of Terence Crawford. I'm whooping feet. That's what he should have said when they interviewed him after the fight. He's Terence Thornton. I'm Terence Crawford. I'm whooping feet. What is it? The braids? Pushing P? Why don't you push a T? Oh man, that Kendrick era, that Kendrick Drake beef era was so amazing and wonderful and ridiculous at the same time. But Jay, did you catch any of the fight? And did you have any thoughts about TKO continuing this relationship with Saudi, and also Dana White? Just as bad as Triple H is with PR, I think Dana White may be worse just because Dana White embraces the role of the villain. And a reporter was trying to ask him about the Muhammad Ali Act for fighters, and Dana just kept shouting him down. Like, why don't you talk to me at an appropriate time? I'm like, brother, this is a press conference. Yeah. Is there not a more appropriate time to ask a question than at a damn press conference?
Because they hate the media, yeah.
He wasn't prepped on that question, but that's beside the point. Yeah, so last night's fight, I'm not a big boxing fan. I do like mixed martial arts a lot better because of my ADD. But I thought, the boxing that Crawford was displaying was a masterclass, and I've seen Canelo fight several times before. He just looks slower. He cannot keep up with Crawford. And I enjoyed it, but the fight that I was fighting sleep. I mean, you guys, I'm on the West Coast. And that fight came on super late, and I'm just like fighting my eyelids not to fall asleep and drift off. But that was, again, it was pretty entertaining for what it was. And at the end of the fight, they had everybody and their mama in the ring. The first thing that came across my mind, the amount of ugly belts that were in that ring at the same time gave Money Monet vibes all day. I was like, what in the world is going on? This kid's holding belts. His entourage is holding belts. I'm like, yo, boxing, y'all got to do better. I mean, with all these different payouts, those belts are atrocious. As I like to say, those belts are basura.
Yeah, and I think, Ray, you forgot one lovely couple that was ringside that didn't look out of place at all at this event. And that, of course, is our man Paul on these streets.
I thought you were going to go with Macaulay Culkin and Brenda Song.
Paul and Steph was in the building. Yes. Triple H and Steph look so awkward. Because here's the thing about Triple H that I think people forget. Dude is not a sports fan. Dude is a wrestling fan. Like, I think there was something with the NFL a few years back and somebody asked Triple H something. I don't really keep up with it. Like, he was at some Patriots game, and it's like Triple H is not a sports fan. He is a pro wrestling fan, and so he does look awkward in some of these events. But he
has done like a few boxing events. Like, remember, I believe back when he was doing I believe he had a program with Brock Lesnar with the broken arm, and he was coming out with Mayweather with the little bionic arm.
Yeah, but that was Mayweather coming into his world, Ray.
Right. No, Money Mayweather came out. He came out with Money Mayweather for a fight.
And he still looked awkward.
Yeah. Part of the entourage.
He still looked awkward.
Yeah. He did not look like he belonged there, knew what to do. It was one of the wackest entourages I've ever seen.
Mayweather was like, "What's wrong, Paul? I'm not enjoying the show, kids."
Yeah.
Was it the same one where Lil Wayne was rapping him out to the ring too?
With who?
When Lil Wayne was rapping
I think it was him, and then Justin Bieber was a part of the entourage.
Yeah, that was weird. Weird.
It was
that's crazy.
Very random collection of people. Yes.
Right,
a random assortment of people. But let's talk about some happy things, man. I'm tired of talking about this foolishness, this tuckery, if you will, Ray, with all this Saudi news, man. Because there was one bright spot that happened over the past few weeks in the world of pro wrestling. And Chris, when things are dark in this world, sometimes you just need to light it up, brother. See back, ladies and gentlemen. AJ Bleepin Lee is back in the WWE, and I couldn't be happier, man. I was so happy to see our good sis back on the big stage with her man, company man Punk in the building. And then they got a good feud going on right now with your man Seth freaking Rollins and Big Time Bex, part of the White Vision, if you will. What were your thoughts? Let's start with Jay. What were your thoughts about AJ's return, and are you digging this program so far?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was really happy to see her get the reception that she got. I mean, that was like CM Punk level reaction, like the AEW one with minus the people crying, I think I was happy for her. To be honest, I forgot what her theme song sounded like, but I was like, "Oh, that's what her theme song was." Okay, dope. And seeing her skip out to the ring and basically not age at all. I mean, dude. I mean, the Thez press, the second Thez press that she got on Becky, to me looked like she was floating, and you could just see the gleefulness in her. Whooping Becky, right? So I thought the return has been great. Even the follow-up on Raw, I was able to catch that as well too. So I like what they're doing in terms of having the mixed tag match. There's a lot of story to be told with that. So yeah, I'm digging it, and I'm excited that number one, she has a cultural impact, and I don't think it's because she's attached or married to CM Punk. I think she has that. She had that before because she was one of my favorite, wrestlers. Period. Before she ended up retiring, so I like what the story that she's bringing. She's just great. She's just great. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah, and this is no shade to Nikki Bella, Ray, even though it's gonna sound like shade to Nikki Bella. But as opposed to the Nikki Bella return, which was cool for what it was, like we didn't see Nikki Bella pop up from time to time. And so it's kind of like, it's okay, like her and Stephanie Vakwe teaming up, that's cool, whatever. But seeing AJ come back, right? Like this last remnant from the Divas era that we never get to see. Everybody's been like, yo, is AJ coming back? Yo, is AJ Lee coming back? Like, and we don't never get no AJ Lee. And finally, we got some AJ Lee, Ray. And as Jay said, like, hasn't lost a step, still looks great. That theme song, like, it feels so weird to hear that theme song when we're like in the world of like it doesn't fit with the other theme songs. It's like this feels from a bygone era when people were happy and had hope. We gonna light it up, Ray Williams. But yeah, I was so pleased to see AJ back, man. And then her and Becky from this past Monday was cool. Just the way that she's in character, but she's also talking about like, hey, like this is what I went through, and going to therapy and stuff, and got a therapy chant.
Yeah,
right? Therapy chant going.
And that's the thing that they're not even like connected. It's like you get a therapy chant at your fucking show.
Mm-hmm.
And you're still and you're over here trying to make nice with Trump and LT.
Yes, like those two things are not congruous. And this would have been a great time, Ray, if we had that BetterHelp sponsorship you're supposed to be getting us to pivot and be like, and you know what else is great about therapy? BetterHelp. Because with BetterHelp, they work with your schedule. So whether you want to light it up or whether you're a night owl, BetterHelp is the way to go. Use the promo code AJ Lee for 5% off your first month at BetterHelp and tell them the advocate sent you. Woo! Just that theoretical money, Ray, the hypothetical money out there, Ray. I'm gonna need you to get on this, Ray. But what did you think about the good sis AJ Lee returning to the WWE, man?
Well, I'm still working on that Diana Taurasi interview, but as soon as I got that locked in the chamber, we'll go ahead for that BetterHelp.
Yeah, I'll take a blue chew at this point, Ray. Hey, fellas, you want to light it up in the bedroom?
But first off, Def Rebel could only dream of coming up with a theme song.
Oh, boy, thank you.
But before I get into my thoughts, we got some people in the chat that want to share with us, and they are providing the money. All right. So we got T. Anthony, frequent contributor. He says someone on Twitter was paraphrasing that it took AJ longer to come back to WWE than Punk. That is why you don't miss, or you, I guess, don't. I think he means don't piss off a woman on her wedding day.
Is that true? Because she left after Punk also. So, because Punk left after the Royal Rumble in 2013, and AJ stuck around for a few months afterwards. So,
I don't know. I mean,
but Punk's been back for a little minute now, though.
Yeah.
You know how that speculation goes, brother Chris.
But I'm just curious.
Yeah. As far as my thoughts, I'm happy to see her back. I've been seeing a lot of content creators and their reactions, and I'm just like, I think y'all overdoing it. Like she was good, and she was a great like character, and I really enjoyed her.
What are you doing, Ray Williams? What are you doing, brother?
No, please understand. I ain't gonna be one of those. Oh, she overrated and all that stuff. I ain't saying that. I'm saying she good, but I just didn't get why people were crying. Oh Lord. I didn't get that part of it.
Come on, Ray. You know Kelly came back. You be the first one crying, brother.
No, brother. I'm still waiting for Caitlyn, brother. I'm still waiting. But then I started to realize like these content creators nowadays, they were in their teens when AJ initially left. And so they were fans back then, and they were probably like maybe 13, 14. Like AJ Lee is around my age. So I was like an adult. And so I appreciated her for her wrestling style and everything. But you got these folks, even with a Roxanne Perez, who was like a kid when AJ Lee initially left. Like these people idolized her back then, and then they looked up to her. Whereas I saw her as kind of not like a peer, but I saw her as like I appreciated her work as a worker, but she wasn't as much as like an idol or a role model for me. So I totally get why they were having those reactions, and I totally understand it on that particular in that particular aspect. So I am glad that she's back. I am glad that she was able to work through everything. I know like in the time that she had off, she came out with her book Crazy is My Superpower. She was able to get some things done. She talked candidly about her struggles with mental health as well, including an unaliving attempt that she thought about but didn't go through with. So I wish her the best, and I'm glad that she's back. And if this is what she wants, then I'm so happy that she's back and that, you know, she gets to spend it with her man, with her husband. And I'm glad just seeing his eyes, seeing her hop down the ramp. Like it just you just know that they care about each other a lot. So yeah, I'm glad to see her back in that aspect. But man, like how many times we gonna keep alluding to somebody coming back in Chicago? Like what's next? Is Jordan gonna come back next year? What, like we can't keep doing this, like alluding to people coming back in Chicago for some reason. So I mean maybe that the last we got the last vestiges of somebody returning after a long hiatus within Chicago. I don't know, but who knows? Maybe Ace Steel might come back after he bit somebody. I don't know.
You never know who might show up, right? Kris, Kris is our esteemed professor, man. This brother is very analytical, very logical. He can find a way to take joy out of even the happiest moments by bringing logic and ration into the statement. But Kris, were even you happy to see this woman AJ Lee back on the screen, brother?
Yeah, I was happy to see her back. Now, and I'll be honest too. I was not upset when she left. She wasn't doing anything interesting on TV at the time. Her last little run really got on my fucking nerves. I gotta be honest. Like making out with Dolph Ziggler.
The Dolph Ziggler run.
Then she was just kissing Daniel Bryan and just probably caught some mono from all that fucking kissing. And the shit with Vicky Guerrero was just obnoxious. She was all skipping for no goddamn reason. I love with her and Daniel Bryan.
Kris just sitting there watching the TV like, what is you frolicking for? Ain't nothing to frolic about right now.
That's how I remember it. And then this stuff with I didn't like when Slick came back to marry her and Daniel Bryan. I thought that was cool. And then it just went to a weird ass ending where she just skipped the fucking way. What the hell am I watching? It was not compelling television. But this isn't about compelling television back then. It's about compelling television back right now. And when she left and she put out the book and you kind of knew what she was going through, putting things in perspective, and all that. And I always thought she was a quality talent. I never disliked her. I never hated her. I just hated that stupid stuff from the 2010s. It just wasn't for me. But and I'm also glad they're calling her AJ Lee, because they were just calling her AJ for a while. I'm guessing that's because AJ Styles is there now. And I used to always joke if AJ Styles went to WWE while AJ Lee was there, they call him some other goofy ass name. Fortunately, he got in 2017, and AJ was long gone now. So now we can have AJ have her last name and AJ Styles keep his name. But that's neither here nor there. And again, she got a therapy chant from a WWE arena, you know.
Yes.
And I don't think that WWE chant their chants could get on your nerves. Even AEW, those chants could kind of be a little grating. But I do think that was a supportive measure. You know, I don't think it was like an arbitrary chant. I think it was them recognizing that she said she had these issues, these mental health issues, and she got on the other side of them. And I also want to mention this, and I CM Punk had some really feathered kind of hair, like 1970s-ish. I don't know if that was because AJ's back or not. I like the slick back look a little bit better. That's just me. That feathered hair, it was different. Yeah,
you of all people should know, Chris. When you get a good woman in your life, she could change everything about you, even your appearance.
Right.
Fellas, when I first met Chris had a Jerry curl, man. I thought of like easy eat, bro.
Yeah.
You can activate on the couch, brother.
Yeah, I'm guessing the feathered hair is just kind of just another, because he does experiment with these looks, and I do appreciate that about him. But yeah, man, it was really great seeing her, seeing the segment do so well, and seeing the amount of YouTube views it got. And I think it's always interesting when you just take one wrestler and add them to the roster and all the matchup possibilities that come with bringing that one wrestler there, you know. And I think AJ is no different. 38 isn't what 38 was, you know, 20 years ago.
No.
So she'll be fine. She could easily get a good 5 to 10 years out of this if she wanted to. Depending on
the woman just came back, Chris. Let her ease into it, brother.
Yeah, I'm just saying the long term.
Till you're 50.
Because the thing is like when people are like her age, they try to age you out of stuff, you know. But that's just not how wrestling works,
especially when it comes to women.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, these people are made to go. Look at Shelton Benjamin, you know, he's 50. He's probably more athletic than most of the guys I know. So yeah, so I'm real happy to see her back. And I hope they put her in good storylines. I hope she's not one of those wrestlers that you're happy to see her back initially, and then after a few months of television, you're like, okay, do I still need to watch an AJ Lee segment?
Right.
I hope I don't see that. So
yeah, and I think one thing about AJ, like during her prime, that can't be understated is how effective she was as a heel at her size.
Yes.
Right.
Because that's not an easy thing to do for somebody of that stature, and she was able to pull it off through her acting ability and through the connection that she had with the audience. And shout out to T. Anthony. I see you in the comments. Like, Ray, your third mythical Chicago return. It's Colt Cabana.
Not in no WWE. Not in Colt had anything. The workers' rights, brother. I don't know about
who knows?
that.
He may show up at WrestlePalooza, brother. Everybody's coming to WrestlePalooza.
Yeah. There was an episode of Married with Children where Al Bundy was attending an event called WrestlePalooza. I remember it. Just wanted to bring that up.
Ooh, maybe we'll get Jefferson Darcy at WrestlePalooza on these streets.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about some WrestlePalooza. The first major event from the WWE with this new partnership with ESPN. If y'all go to check out the Nefarious Media Network on the parlay a few weeks ago, I went on a rant, if you will, about how dumb I think the name is when WrestleFest was right there. But yeah, dumb name aside, we got a card to talk about, fellas. And whenever we have a card to talk about, it's time to do one of our patented prediction segments. So, Ray Williams, are we ready to give some predictions for the folks?
Indeed. So we'll go ahead. As always, we'll put the disclaimer out there. I am only putting out the matches as I see them appear on the website. That does not mean that it is the official order of the card. So we're going to go ahead.
Second disclaimer, Ray, these picks that we're going to give you, these predictions, are for entertainment purposes only. If you choose to bet off of what we say, and I hate to talk to the audience like this. I'm not going to say you're dumb. I'm going to say you are displaying the characteristics of a dumb person if you're out here betting on this wrestling, man. Don't do that. If you want to throw away some money, throw it to us here at Nefarious, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network, because as you all know, we on the drive for 500. So help us out with that rather than betting on wrestling. Don't be like Gerard Brown, who is not here tonight, not here yet, should I say, who would have lost money if he was betting on Bronson Reed to beat Roman Reigns. Don't be like that, brother. I'm glad he's not here right now, because Chris would have been in him on that one.
I respect the boldness of that, but we can't be having predictions like that, man.
You gotta take big swings. That's my dude, though. Yeah. That's my tag team partner, right there.
Chris, you may hit a home run, you may strike out.
Yeah. But Roman Reigns is not somebody WWE is just he's not that person. If he's on the card, he's winning unless otherwise, and he's definitely not losing to a newbie.
Well, even when he loses, he wins.
yeah, exactly, man. That's just the dude at the moment, right?
Oh, hold on. The lights are going out, guys.
Here comes a new
Uh-oh.
Oh, who's running out?
new challenger.
Shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, say his name and he appears. He's uptown. He's midtown. He's downtown. He may even be in your town, but right now he is here to help us with this prediction segment and take some more big swings. Y'all give it up for the other half of the Ring Theory crew, Gerard Downtown Brown. What's good, brother?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. How you doing, brother? How you doing?
I'm a tired brother, man. The cost of free living is when the fire alarm goes off, you go to work. So
yeah,
just like
what's the old saying? Freedom isn't free, brother.
Hey, it ain't free.
Yeah.
But you know what? The Lions, we back. So I just got. Hey, you know what? We 1-1. So I'll take it. We starting slow, but we getting there. Detroit Lions, one pride, baby, one pride. But we on what we talking about? We predicting
about to get into our WrestlePalooza picks.
Okay. All right.
But real quick, Gerard, because I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you this. Before we get to the WrestlePalooza picks, we opened the show talking about WrestleMania in Saudi. So any thoughts on that announcement? And your man Paul out here making these deals.
I am saddened by the news of WrestleMania. It's because to me, it's like, okay, if I was ever going to travel, I'm not traveling. I'm sorry, I'm not going to Saudi. I'm just not. But that tells me now that year, if Tony wanted to do another Wembley, hey, you might fully have my money for that international trip if I want to go somewhere. Tony, so like, great move if that's going to be the case, because now fans can diversify their money, diversify your bonds. But you can go try something else, try a different show, try a different vacation, go to Africa, explore the motherland, if you will. But for me, I'm not excited by the Saudi WrestleMania, but I feel like it was just inevitable at this point, and the Thanos of it all, I guess, if you will. But
yeah,
what I also saw that, and I'm trying not to tread any points of like what anybody else has talked about. So has anybody talked about the wrestling side of like the implications of this, because like I definitely foresee a women's main event one of those nights of this upcoming WrestleMania in Las Vegas for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious to see the influx of fans that might actually go to this year's Las Vegas WrestleMania, considering the fact that now that's going to be it for you. Like, if you don't go there, you now got to skip a year. And I don't think WWE, I'm sure whatever they got bag-wise is going to cover whatever they're losing that North American audience.
Yeah.
And I mean, because they probably said, hey, this is what we're making at WrestleMania. If we bring it to you, we're going to lose that. We are a publicly traded company. We have to hit these numbers. How are you going to help us keep there's the bag. Okay, well, never mind. Here we go. Whatever else we get on the back end is a bonus. Cool. I guess we got the bag. Let's go. They missed a year with COVID with the live fans. So like, okay, they'll miss another year and then they'll come back with another star to audience. And then that's their way of trying to then get the audience to come back more. I could easily see that down the line. I could see them holding off on Sammy. I think there was like a big buzz about Sammy being one of the winners of the Rumble this year and possibly going towards Mania to kind of wrap up his storyline with Seth that they kicked off. But hey, you need to do something for you, Sammy. Well, I could easily see Sammy main eventing that Saudi WrestleMania instead.
Yeah,
so
I agree with that.
Now you hold him off, and now maybe you do get a. I'm spitballing. I don't know. Maybe a CM Punk, and I hope not Seth Rollins at WrestleMania 42, and then Rhea and Bianca. By God, if you can, and those are your two main events. Maybe you throw a Roman in there. I don't know where he lands, but I definitely see Sammy now possibly main eventing that Saudi Mania. And if Punk didn't get a main event next year, if Stone Cold's going to come back, it's probably going to be because of that. Because everybody keeps coming. They broke Shawn. Broke Shawn. Think about it. They broke Shawn. I don't know if they'll break Shawn again. I don't know if they'll break Taker again.
I think Shawn mentioned. Well, I was going to say real quick. Shawn mentioned that was the biggest regret is him coming back, and he says he is not coming back again.
Yeah, I do think Shawn Michaels does have things he will say no to, like we were talking about earlier. I don't think he's wrestling at WrestleMania anytime soon, and Undertaker too, because Undertaker absolutely hates that Saudi match with Goldberg.
Yeah.
And he doesn't hate it because of Goldberg. He just hates just the way that match was structured and just probably the vibes of it and all that, man.
Okay, well let's play this game. I have a question for you, and keep it out. No, keep it out with everybody on the screen. I want everybody here for this. Let's say the bag is it is asked that Shawn wrestles. Shawn says, no, I don't want to wrestle. What if now that means there's a strong push from the company to say yes, please, because like we're being asked, and he says no, and so now that NXT job is now no longer there if he does not do this dance. And it's not just about that bag; it's also about keeping your standing in this company and moving forward, because we are all soldiers and we are marching from the look of it. So at what point does your no not matter anymore because of your legend status?
Shawn Michaels is one of those guys that if they pulled that shit with, he could easily get a podcast deal with like Podcast One or something like that.
Right.
Nefarious Media Network.
It'd be a six-figure. We can't give him six figures, but
we just gonna give him raise money, man. Give him raise money.
Yeah, but he could find a Shawn Michaels, especially Shawn Michaels. I don't think he would be that hurting for that. I think he'd be insulted if they came at him with that kind of shit. Because at the end of the day, I still think he has an ego. For another talent, that's a different question. But I don't think it would service them well if they tried to do that to Shawn Michaels. Fuck, he'll go to AEW and be a commentator. You know? like that's not something I think you want to play games with.
Okay. Well, let me wrap with this point. I don't like the fact that this is I know, Nate, you don't watch a lot of the Saudi shows. I know a lot of people don't watch a lot of Saudi shows. Just out of protest, out of their own respect, out of their own fact that there's a lot of human rights violations going on over there. And so for that sheer fact, though there are people having a good experience, and there are the people of Saudi who get to have that experience at WrestleMania, and that's a blessing for them.
Yeah, it is.
It's at the end of the day, a lot of people are this is a choice that didn't need to be made, and it's only being made for money and because of money. And it saddens me because it's impacting a lot of people around that choice too. So that's my kindness, what I could say it is.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's every decision is going to have good and bad attached to it. You know, it's not like you were just saying. The fans out there are going to appreciate the WWE being out there, and you know they've taken to it nicely. But yeah, man, it's one of those things, and I don't even really fault fans for watching that stuff. If that you have to do you have to make the best decision for yourself. As for CM Punk is the only one that I really kind of, because he talks so much shit about Saudi, and then ended up selling out
company man Punk
and going, you know, and then not just selling out, but apologizing and shit. Like, come on, dude. Like, if you apologize to the Miz backstage, because Miz didn't deserve that, but do that. But you know, the government of that place is what it is. You know,
right?
He didn't crack on the fans; he cracked on the government there, man.
Right.
I mean, and people will tell me our government is not much better, and that's true too. Shit, we aren't, you know, and we are like free falling into authoritarianism. But the definition of a sellout is doing something that you say you are against doing for the bag. That's really all a sellout is. It's not that deep. But if you're a wrestler that never said that kind of shit, like if Daniel Bryan went to Saudi Arabia, I'd be like, yeah, he's a sellout, you know?
Right.
There have been people that said that they weren't going to do it. Kevin Owens, he qualified his statement. He said, I'm not going to this place if they do not let my friend go there.
Right.
Then when they start letting his friend wrestle there, it's changed, you know. But he didn't. That's not selling out, you know.
Right.
And that's the thing with all this Saudi shit.
Right. Well, I will say this: if Sean doesn't end up going over there, I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking for Yokozuna or Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, yeah, that's Yokozuna.
Is Ultimate Warrior available? No, the brother's passed away.
But you know who might show up? Because I wouldn't put it past him. We brought up his name a couple times tonight. If he's still around, the old man.
Oh,
it would not shock me if Vince showed up at that show.
Yeah. I wouldn't surprise me like either.
Turkey literally said when I met him, he's like my father. I was like, what? Like, it's a white man you don't know, sir. He's like your father? What are you talking about?
And if you're going to pick a white man to be your surrogate father, pick Mr. Drummond from Different Strokes. Don't pick Vince McMahon. But on that note, Ray Williams, the world don't move to the beat of just one drum. What might be right for you may be WrestlePalooza to some. Now, I had to get us back there somehow. Because it's time. for our WrestlePalooza predictions. Again, for entertainment purposes only, don't bet on these predictions that we about to give you, especially Downtown Browns. Sorry, brother.
What?
Like, what did he say book me for?
I'm just sitting here. I'm just behaving. What have I done wrong? I am just chilling in the chair. I swing, okay?
Hey, you gotta
People
take
come to
big
see
swings,
people
brother.
hit home runs. I gotta swing, okay? Look.
He either gonna hit a home run or he's gonna be like Bugs Bunny and corkscrew himself into the ground. Either way, we swinging.
And it's entertaining. Come on.
Yes.
Indeed. All right, so let's go ahead and get on to those aforementioned WrestlePalooza predictions. By the way, WrestlePalooza in no way counter programming against anything else, which we will get into a little bit later after this. But yes, 5 announced matches for WrestlePalooza with their debut on ESPN. So we're going to go ahead and start with the man who Gerard had so much faith in. We're going to start with the Bronze. Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker versus the reunited, and it feels so good, Usos.
Oh, it's the Bronze. Come on, y'all.
Yeah.
Come on. It's gonna be I know the Usos are supposed to be this big, great reunion, but that kind of happened last year prior to War Games. It's cool that we brought it back again, but it doesn't. We need to build some folks in this match, and also there's this lingering factor. You know, Jey Uso kind of pissed off LA Knight, and so LA Knight definitely coming to get his get back. So he's going to interrupt this match. On the Uso side, I'm going with the Bronze. Come on now. Because eventually that Roman Reigns match has to happen with Braun Breaker. I'm going to keep talking about it because it's going to happen. And he's going to put Roman's shoulders on the mat. And that's just going to be one of his big achieving crown moments. So just put a bookmark in it, folks.
All right. There you go, Gerard. Not giving up on the Browns just yet. How about you, Jay? What do you say? Will it be your namesake and his twin, or will it be the enforcers of the White Vision?
Why you gotta put it that way? You had to put it that way. Dang.
I mean, especially given this past week, we had a lot of enforcers of White Vision.
I was gonna say, Ray, this might not be the week for White Vision. Might not be that week, brother.
A little too soon. My heart wants to go with the Usos, but my wrestling mind is going with the Bronze for that very reason that Gerard just said. I think that LA Knight has to get his get back. There's going to be some dysfunction between the Usos because Jimmy did allude that Jay is showing characteristics of Roman, and I don't think that comment's gonna sit too well with him. So I think that's gonna add some friction. There's gonna be some miscommunication, and at the end of the match, I think the Bronze are going over. So that's my my prediction. So book it.
All right. I'll go next. Really simple. I agree with the Ring Theory crew. I think the Usos are going down one way or another. Like Gerard mentioned, it could lead to LA Knight trying to get back, or it could lead to Seth getting involved or Paul Heyman getting involved. But I believe the Browns got to catch a W somewhere. It's like these last two pay-per-views, they haven't been on the winning ends, either in tag team or in singles action. So I think they're going to have to get a dub somewhere, and I think it starts here at WrestlePalooza. So I'm going with the Vision getting a victory. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, man. If Vince was booking, I could actually see the Usos winning. But Triple H, I think he's gonna go with the obvious for this one. It's gonna be the Reed break.
The Reed break.
Reed break. Ooh. That's like biblical, breaking the reed, right? All right. And we'll end off on you, our MC Master of Ceremonies. What do you think? Who you
Here's
got?
the thing, Ray. Like, I wanted to get into some Postonomics, but this ain't even a match worthy of Postonomics. Not this one. Because, to Chris's point about Bronson and Roman, Paul is like, nah, you can't beat that Samoan. But you can beat these Samoans.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, there's a second order. There's a ranking, a power ranking of Samoans in this company. And, the Bron's got to take this, man. They need something. It's very interesting because we've got the vision now that Becky Lynch is a part of it. Like, it feels like they're doing two things at the same time. And so it's interesting to see where both sides of the vision fall at this event. But yeah, like, they need something. And the Usos, they're great. They're one of the 5 greatest teams in this company's history, probably. But this is just set up. Like, but we already got the dissension between the brothers, the tension between the brothers. We got the LA Knight thing out there, and the Bron's got to get some kind of get back. So yeah, this is easy. Book it.
All right. So we got a clean sweep on that tag team match. Let's go ahead and move on next to. We're gonna go ahead. I think you mentioned this before, Nate. Somebody was showing their tail literally on Friday night. And now we see the returning Brock Lesnar going against John Cena. Again, 3 months away. 3 months away from the end of his retirement tour. We're going to see Cena versus Lesnar one more time. We'll do it reverse order this time. Brother Nate, who you got?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to get into a full Postonomics breakdown. Again, this match does not warrant the full Postonomics breakdown, but I just want to take note of Cena's expression on this poster. He got that Rockwell face. And for those that don't know what the Rockwell face is, it's like, I always feel like somebody watching me, and I got no privacy. That song, like, you talk about somebody getting an assist without MJ, like, and I love that song, but without Michael Jackson on the hook, it's just a random brother speaking in a weird voice. When I go home at night, I shut the doors real tight. Like, brother, if you don't get your Vincent Price, Shakespeare in the Park ass off the mic, I don't care if you're Barry Gordy's son. Trivia note, if y'all didn't know, Rockwell is Barry Gordy's son. I think Jermaine was on that one too, like doing background vocals. You got two Jacksons.
8 years old hearing about him being Barry Gordy's son.
Yeah, Rockwell is Barry Gordy's son. And Jermaine Jackson, I don't know if he still is, but at one time he was married to Barry Gordy's daughter. That has been your Motown Minute on the NWA Podcast. Look, y'all think it's a joke. We gonna start doing this once every month. I'm gonna find some random Motown trivia and a piece of Motown trivia and throw it on here.
Jermaine and Randy have sons that are cousin brothers because they were both married to the same woman.
Oh wow!
Yeah, kids by the same woman. That's a fact. Look it up.
But why isn't that a podcast? Cousin brothers. We're cousins and we're brothers.
Yeah,
cousin brothers.
Yeah. So that's a true story, man. And I don't know if that was Barry Gordy's
cousin brothers
or not.
That sounds like the rejected theme song for the Wayans brothers. We're cousins and we're brothers.
We're cousins and we're brothers and we're cousins. Give me a high five. Yeah. Like, does that technically make like their mom, their aunt as well, or am I just reaching now?
It's a weird dynamic because I've been thinking about every angle of that.
That is
because they're definitely cousins and brothers. So.
They're cousin brothers.
Yeah.
Like a bad sitcom on UPN.
Right. that certainly sounds like a UPN sitcom from the 90s.
Kadeem Hardison and Morris Chestnut are cousin brothers.
Yeah, or a dub. I could see it being WB to a lesser extent.
Tyler Perry making a movie adaptation.
Tyler Perry making a movie adaptation. Yes.
Cousin brothers.
Come on, man. You know we're more than just cousins, man. We brothers.
Say hello to my Uncle Daddy.
Uncle Daddy is the spinoff of Cousin Brothers. You loved him on Cousin Brothers. Well, John Witherspoon is Uncle Daddy.
like Biggie on Up Down Down, he would be Big Wool, and he was like, "I'm your uncle and your daddy." I was like,
yeah, I think that's always been about why my Tito's been my favorite Jackson, man. The rest of them are just, I don't know.
Yeah, that whole family is wild.
Yeah.
And this has been your Motown Minute, presented by Post Wrestling. The Wai Ting is like, we didn't sign off on any of that. Flip it away. But yeah, getting back to this match, man. Wrestling logic would tell you that this has to be a Brock dub because he literally just returned. And you don't want to beat somebody of that stature, regardless of how you feel about that person as a human being. You don't want to be the star of that stature in their first match back. But we're also dealing with the element of Cena's time is running out, like sands through the hourglass, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
So do we want to put an L on this man at this point? And if we do, are we going to run this back? And does anybody want to see this get run back? My answer is no. I don't even want to see it get run the first time.
Right.
But given that, I'm going to say Brock wins because I think that's what Triple H wants, and we'll enjoy the show, kids.
All right. We'll go on down the line. Brother Chris, who you got?
Yeah, if Cena's got one more show after this, right?
Oh, I think I don't know about. He might have like 2 pay-per-views. I know for a fact that his last show is going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a Raw or a SmackDown, but it's supposed to be scheduled in Washington D.C.
Okay.
So it might be like whatever's in October and then Survivor Series.
I think it's a Raw because they said that SmackDown, like he has no more SmackDowns.
Yeah, he's done with SmackDowns. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So
he's got 8 appearances left though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if Cena's one of those guys that I think when it's done, he's gonna want to go out on his back. So if Brock is his penultimate match, I think Cena wins. But if Brock is like the last match, I think Brock wins. So it really.
So it's saying online it's going to be December 13th, Saturday night's main event.
Saturday
for his final match.
Okay.
Run it back one last time with R-Truth.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I really don't care about this match at all. But I guess it's a catch grab for them. I don't know or care. So
who'd you pick?
Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm picking.
He doesn't know or care.
Yeah.
That's fair, Chris. That's fair.
We'll run this like it's Brock's, like it's Cena's last match. So I'll go. My official answer will be Brock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of go off the beaten path a little bit because we've seen lately within like the last 5-10 years these guys going against one another, and usually Brock has been getting the better of Cena.
Yeah.
So I think, especially with Lesnar, we don't know if he's going to be around for a while after his program with Cena, despite the differing responses you're getting from either Cena or Triple H. Triple H saying Cena wanted him for his last match. Cena's I'm just doing what I'm told.
I believe Cena in this scenario.
Yes.
I'm just go out on a limb and say that.
Yes. I do as well. But I think I think that Cena can go ahead and get the W on this one.
Mhm.
And I think you can always, it's not like as though Brock Lesnar can't be used in other ways if he loses. Like he ended up losing to Cody a couple times within their series of matches. So I don't think a loss really hurts Brock Lesnar. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead with Cena getting the dub on this one. What say
And real
you,
quick,
Jay?
real quick before
Oh.
we go to upper mid
Go ahead,
card,
man.
Jay Lacey, for those that want to see Ray's unfiltered reaction when Brock returned to SummerSlam, which is hilarious because Ray Williams never curses. Ray Williams is a straight arrow, and his immediate reaction when Brock Lesnar came back was like, "Oh man, what the fuck?" and just broke me and Gerard. And so, yes, I think there was a little bit of bias in this pick, Ray. But if anybody that wants to catch that clip, head over to the Nefarious Media YouTube channel after you finish watching this and relive the glory of Ray Williams' confusion and disgust.
Yes, you can see all three of our reactions as we received it on our various platforms. And as Jay has dubbed me, which I really dig this name, tape delay Ray. I was trying to figure it out.
Yes, sir.
And with that name being bestowed upon me, go ahead, Jay. Who you got?
Man, the first match that Lesnar should have is with those Ross jeans that he purchased and got on SmackDown.
Yeah.
John dressed for less ass.
Crazy.
Not this first name of Ross dressed for less. Let's stop the madness, folks. You know you got a good deal there the last time you was there. Stop.
Yeah, them Wranglers on.
Those were some knockoffs or something, man. Because I mean, they were not tough at all. I see Cena winning, and it's the stupidest thing, and the stupidest reason why is because I think that he's going to avenge his brother Ron Cena, his brother cousin. So that's why I see Cena's winning.
Yeah, because Ron Cena needs the white saviourdom. So you got me looking at this. You got me rethinking my pick.
Cena's gonna avenge all of the black losses that Brock has put on this company. He's gonna do it for Ron Cena. He's gonna do it for Kofi. He's gonna do it for Bobby Lashley. He's gonna do it for all of them.
Yes. Look at Cena being an ally, even when we didn't expect it. He's not the hero we wanted, but he's the hero we deserve.
He's the peacemaker, Ray. He's the peacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, we will be having an all-new episode of Super Salad, our newest show on Nefarious Media Network. Tomorrow evening, we'll be talking about the first two episodes of Peacemaker Season 2. And we will be talking about Justin Hartley, who played the Green Arrow on Smallville, and how that correlated to the CW's Arrowverse. So if y'all are interested in that kind of geek stuff, the comic stuff, tune in tomorrow. Kris, are you going to be available? Or you going to be at work, man?
I'll probably be at work tomorrow because it's the hybrid class, and I already did 2 weeks in a row online. So tomorrow I might have to do.
Like, bring your ass to. They looking at you like we looked at Darby Allin for so long. Bring your ass to work, brother. You don't get off this damn mountain, Kris.
Yeah.
How did you get a mobility scooter up in the Himalayas, brother?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will get to that. We will get to that on tomorrow, but let's go ahead and flash on over to Brother Gerard. Brother Gerard, so who you got?
See, you were so happy with your joke, you brought up the wrong person.
We don't all look the same, Ray.
Ray.
We don't all look the same, Ray. Oh, man. But no, I got John Cena. It's easy. It's simple. I do think Ron Cena will make an appearance during this match to support his fellow half brother,
his childhood hero.
His childhood hero. You know, but I just don't need to see Brock win, but I don't even think Brock needs to win. I think the story that's been being told about Brock for a long time, like think about the Bobby Lashley story. That was never really conclusive, but in the end, Brock ran for the hills. Brock couldn't beat him.
Yeah, he couldn't hang.
Brock couldn't beat Cody.
Mm-hmm.
If Brock
Seth
can't beat
Rollins.
Cena, okay, that's the story now. Brock is
Right.
just losing. He lost
Yep.
to a one-arm Roman at WrestleMania in the main event
Mm-hmm.
after talking big heat. He lost in the last man. Yeah, he got jumped in the last man standing match, but
He
either
lost
way.
to Seth Rollins too. Yeah.
So he's just been losing. That's his story. The beast is slowly coming to its end. It's time for him to be put out the pasture. And I think that's a good story to tell. He keeps wearing that cowboy hat out. It's like a Western. Hey, you want to go to your last gun draw. And so, like, that's what I think you keep telling. He's intimidating. Yeah, he can beat a lot of the mid-carders, but these main eventers just keep beating him no matter what. You put him out in a year or two. Like, I guess I don't know why I don't know how long he's back for. Like, I don't know if he's running off his old contract or whatever, but I think that's his story at this point in his career. Like, there's not much else for Brock Lesnar to be doing. I don't think he needs to be a world champion again. I don't think you need to have him main event anything like a WrestleMania again. I don't think there's a big match like that. There's not a big thing for him to do. Like, if he never came back from the Cody thing, I think that would have been just a fine send-off alone. You did something beyond uncharacteristic. You shook the hand of somebody and showed them some real respect and then left. When's the last time you can say you saw that out of Brock Lesnar?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm Cena.
Okay.
All right. So that will do it for the Cena versus Brock. So we will head on to the next match. And for this particular match, again, the order we do not know of just yet. I just have the matches set up in a certain order. So we'll see how it is as far as the card goes. But in the next match up, we have the vacant WWE World Women's Championship on the line. It was vacated by one Naomi. Shout out to you and Big Jim. Wish you all the best with your upcoming young one, Baby Uso, coming up. But in the meantime, while Naomi is taking care of more stressing matters, we have a women's world champion to crown as Stephanie Vacquay, aka Stephanie Velcro, aka Stephanie Vacor, takes on the crazy one, Io Sky. All right, I think I'll go ahead and start off this one, guys.
Okay.
So, I think Vacquay might take it, guys. I think we've been seeing the dissension between Io Sky and Asuka. I think Asuka is going to get involved. I think she's going to think that she's helping. And maybe, who knows, Rhea might also come out and get involved with Asuka as well. And they end up costing Sky an opportunity to win her world championship back. So I think Stephanie Vacquay is going to end up taking this one. So we'll go up. So we'll go up to you, brother Chris.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Vacquay also because it just seems like it might be. Well, the show's name is so stupid. But I think in this case, I'm still gonna go with Vacquay.
All right, brother Nate, who you got?
All right, Ray. First thing I need you to do is take a look at this poster, brother.
Oh, Posternomics now. Okay.
Now, this is a match worthy of some Posternomics, Ray. Because if you look at this picture, Stephanie Velveeta is looking straight ahead. Io Sky is looking to the right. But if you're looking at it from the viewer's perspective, she's looking to the left. Okay? to the left. Everything you own in a box to the left.
Yeah,
right?
I'm with you.
Don't ever think that you're irreplaceable. This match is all about replacing a champion, okay?
I'm with you.
Champion makes boxing gloves, Ray Williams, okay? Think about it.
Okay.
Okay. Terence Crawford won the fight last night, right? One of the greatest mathematicians alive today is Terence Howard, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he owns a patent on the color blue, right? Okay. Terence Howard owns a patent on the color blue. EO Sky, sometimes at night when the sun is going down, Gerard Brown, the sky turns red, okay? When you combine red and blue, you get purple. What is one of Stephanie Vacour's most prominent colors in her ring gear? Oh my goodness, Ray Williams, it is purple, brother.
Oh.
And for that reason alone, and also because EO's got other stuff she got to deal with, namely Asuka and Rhea Ripley. And I love how Asuka's being a bully to Kyrie. Just Kyrie! And Kyrie got the jump. Every time Asuka say Kyrie, I think it's time for some fresh blood, flesh and blood, okay? When you look at flesh and blood, that makes up the body, right, Ray Williams? That makes up the body, flesh and blood and bones, okay?
Gotcha.
Bones are part of a skeleton, okay? Right, okay? You follow me on this one, Ray. Skeletons come out at Halloween. Stephanie Vacour comes out to the ring with horns on like a devil or a demon, and so that is why Stephanie Vacour is going to win the title. I said it here first on Post Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, another rousing round of 6 degrees of separation with the Godfather. All right, let's head on down to the bottom and then work back up. So, Brother Gerard, who you got?
Wow, that was insane.
No, EO's insane, brother.
And that's exactly correct because I'm going with EO because to me, Stephanie, I wish she'd been around a lot more. We ain't seen Shawty in a hot minute. She ain't done a lot in a hot minute besides that Battle Royal Evolution. Like, it's EO, and to me, it's EO to go to Perth because Perth is coming. And do you just want? Do we think she's getting past Rhea, the care? Do we think? I don't. Not in Australia, but I do think maybe one of two things could happen. EO Sky versus Rhea happens there to main event that stadium, and now either you have an Asuka come and interfere and cost EO, or you have an Asuka get in the way, and then you now have EO turn heel. Maybe by the end of it, and then because you're trying to give Rhea something to chase towards WrestleMania.
That's true.
Because I think she's gonna have that belt. She's gonna be around that belt towards Mania, so that kicks off in Perth, and you need a champion that's gonna support her with that. I don't think Vaquer does that. So EO Sky.
Well, the thing is, by the way, that is Gerard's patented underdog pick. Go ahead, put that in the DraftKings, y'all. No, don't.
Hey.
That pick is within.
I remind you.
That's not an insane pick. It's not the Roman losing pick.
Because y'all have been dogging her for a while, especially Ray. I ain't gonna say everybody. Ray for sure. She ain't no star. She ain't no. You stand on your business, Ray. You said she ain't no star. She don't need to make it to Mania. She can have another program. She don't need to be in the world title. Well, she took it off of Rhea, and then she went to Mania. And even though against my own want, she beat Bianca. So she's just been going crazy and insane. And yes, the sister Naomi got it off of her with the briefcase. But then you know what? She just said, reset. I'm going to just take it back now since Naomi don't have it. And I think the story is Rhea beating her, but I kind of like the fact that Rhea just can't beat her. I don't know. I like that just kind of being a thing. I like there being things like that in wrestling and like in mixed martial arts. That one person you just can't get past.
Right.
Like I like the fact that there are just those things out there for people. So
They
that's
just
just
got
life.
your number.
But Jay, what you hollering at, man?
Well, I was just
Oh, my bad.
I don't know, man. I think that you could tell the story of Rhea losing at in Perth with Asuka getting involved there, because it's like she wanted her friend to win. She inadvertently cost Sky the title. So if Sky can't have it, then definitely Rhea can't have it. And so and plus we know eventually people in their hometown got to lose one time. We can't make you undefeated now.
True that.
We gotta have you lose one time. All right. All right, and we'll end off with you, Brother Jay. Who you got?
I see Vakur as the transitional champion because you're right. I don't think Rhea Ripley's going to lose in Australia. They don't go to Australia that often, and that's going to be a big crowd, right? And if you watched Unreal, the relationship that Rhea has with Paul Levesque is unreal, So I think that they're going to give Stephanie the title. Io's going to splinter off with the Kabuki Warriors, and I see Stephanie Vakur defending the title in Perth against Rhea Ripley, Rhea taking the title off her in her home country.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And before we move on to the next match, shout out to you. You mentioned the Kabuki Warriors. Shout out to Kairi Sane. He's just doing tremendous work. When people are talking about, oh well, these folks who are don't have English as their first language, and how are they gonna express themselves? Like, she has been doing phenomenal without saying a word. Like, she's just relaying like the stress that she's in being between these folks. And then this past week when she gets all hyped up when she hears that it's like ridiculous. It's like corny, but in a good way. It's like, I love you, Kairi Sane. I love you.
Like, that moment when Kairi finally stands up for herself is gonna be huge.
Oh yeah. She's got a baby face turn, just itching to break out in her. All right. So we move on. And this is kind of how I see the card playing out. Our co-main event, I believe, will be for the WWE Undisputed Championship. As somebody mentioned when I mentioned John Cena being an ally, this brother was the original ally who's always available to come to the cookout. and who I said in our last episode, I will protect you when the race wars break out, you and Liberty. and of course we already know Brandy, she gonna have somewhere to hide as well. But you and Liberty.
Didn't they have another daughter? I heard something like that.
On the way, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that it was announced that Brandy is pregnant once again. So congrats to them as well.
So another great promo about ending racism incoming in a year or so.
Is the name real, or did somebody just make up their name off the cuff?
Justice, I just made that up.
Okay, I was like,
Liberty and Justice for all. I just made that up.
I can totally see them naming that girl Justice.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, imagine the promo though, Chris. With everything that's going on in this country, when I look down at my two beautiful black baby girls, Liberty and Justice, and realize that there's no justice in this world, it makes me come out here every week and fight for you, the people. You're welcome, Devontae. I just gave you a year's worth of material, brother.
Yes, Devontae. So, with that, we're going to go ahead with the proud papa himself, the reigning and defending WWE Undisputed Champion, Cody Devontae Rhodes, defending against Drew, I'm finally out of Scotland, McIntyre. All right, so we'll do reverse order. We'll go with you, brother Jay.
Cody ain't dropping that title to Drew McIntyre. It's just not going to happen. I mean, I would like to see Drew McIntyre win. I mean, having him, he did good work last year, and this year has been, start stop for whatever reason. But he ain't losing that title to Drew. I just don't see it. So I got Cody winning this one.
All right. What say you, downtown?
I got this in a DQ.
Oh,
because I think it either ends in a brawl or Randy's lurking around, and Randy's pissed about Drew beating him up. I can see this. I think the women have had a lot of triple threats in recent time for their championships. I think we're going to try to move maybe to a triple threat for the WWE Championship, but I can't even remember the last time Cody had one of those type of matches, a triple threat. So with that said, I think that'd be nice to have him, Randy, and Drew for the title sometime down the line, whenever that may be. So yeah, I got DQ for this.
All right, DQ. Brother Nate, who you got?
The DQ's not a bad pick. But I think we all are going to acknowledge ain't no damn way Cody Rhodes losing. Not in Indianapolis. Sorry, Indianapolis. All love the nap town, but this ain't going to be the time nor the place for Cody to drop this belt, because it just feels like this is the true start of his second reign. And I don't feel like he has the momentum yet, nor the program is hot enough for a title switch. So Cody retains, whether it's outright or whether it's through a DQ. And then we do kind of work Randy back into this. And I like the idea of the three-way that Gerard threw out there. But yeah, Cody Rhodes ain't leaving no damn Indianapolis without the belt, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Well, don't plan on going to the Midwest anytime soon, Brother Nate. Brother Chris.
Hey, you know what the Midwest is? Young and restless, Ray Williams. That's why I'm going to stay out here. I'm going to be a coastal elite and stay out here in Virginia, brother.
Ain't nothing wrong with the Midwest. Come on now.
I never thought I'd agree with Sophie Cunningham, but nah, Gerard, I'm good. I'm not coming to Detroit.
No, Detroit.
To visit, brother. Unless RoboCop's still out on them streets. Is Officer Murphy still around?
Hey, to protect and to serve. He is out here rolling. You are good. Don't worry.
I love Detroit, though. I ain't been back to Detroit in a minute.
But, we supposed to keep peace.
The last time I was in Detroit was probably like 2000, 2001. And I enjoyed it while I was out there.
That's before the blackout. That's nutty.
Oh yeah,
that North American blackout. Yeah, that's how I quantify things. I'm like, that's before the blackout.
Wow. All right, and lastly, we'll end off with the good professor. Who you got, Chris?
Cody, Roman, and CM Punk are above the fray. I put them on the same level. He's not losing to fucking Drew McIntyre.
Damn.
Yeah. And well, I was going to end off. I agree. I think I do like Gerard's idea, because you do want to see what you can do for next month as far as having that triple threat. So, but if I have to pick, then I'll pick Cody. So.
Okay.
I will say, I do think Drew gets the belt in the end. I just don't know when. I can easily see him on the last show beating the brakes. Nah, never mind.
WrestleMania 2027.
I saw maybe before the last show. I can see him beating the brakes off of Cena. Not maybe in a match. Maybe he gets a match. I can see him beating the brakes off of Cena, and that upsetting Cody, because him and Cody kind of rectified and kind of closed up their situation. And so now Cody want to come back and defend him again, but he's more emotional about it. I can see that down, because I think Drew is beyond ready for a title reign, and an actual title reign, not a 5-minute at WrestleMania title reign, not I got the briefcase and I got a banana peel and I slipped on it. at Money in the Bank in Toronto. Like none of those. I'm talking about an actual big push because he's been doing great things on the mic and great work in the ring. He deserves an actual title reign. So I think it's coming for him. I think he's up next after Cody. I just don't know when it comes for him.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And like you said, he deserves it. But sometimes we know what WWE deserves ain't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it never has anything to do with it.
Oh, excuse me. He earned it at this point.
Exactly.
Like the crowd is chanting, "You deserve it," and Triple H is in the back. No, you don't.
All right. And with that, we have made our way to the final match again, announced for WrestlePalooza. And we talked about this young lady returning after almost 10 years of being out of the game. Ain't a ham thing change, as Brother Nate would say, as AJ Lee will be teaming up with her real-life husband, CM Punk, to take on the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, Seth Rollins, and his real-life wife, WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion, Becky Lynch, in a tag team match. All right, we'll go ahead. We'll start at the top and work our way down. Brother Nate, who you got?
Yeah, if I were booking a show, this would be my main event because I feel like normally you want your championship to close out the show, but for a show like WrestlePalooza, like this new concept that we're launching on ESPN, Seth Rollins has been a part of the promotion of the new ESPN app. Like I would end with this one, especially with AJ Lee making her first return to in-ring action. But now, Ray, now bring it back, because there's some things that I see.
Poster
when I look at this poster, okay? If you notice, both big time Bex and her husband Seth freaking Rollins got their sunglasses on, okay? I wear my sunglasses at night was a song by Corey Hart, okay? The heart is a muscle that pumps blood through your body, ladies and gentlemen. That's a scientific fact, okay? Blood is thicker than water, okay? That's what they say, Ray. When you look at the water, Ray, it can become many things. It can take many forms, right?
Oh, yeah.
Almost like a transformer because there's more than meets the eye.
Indeed.
The eye is a part of your body, Ray, that allows you to see things clearer, allows you to see things with more depth, okay?
Indeed.
When you look at the depth of this match, though, Ray Williams, we talking about the Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man, Ray Williams?
The Muffin Man?
Yes, the Muffin Man.
Oh.
This man, company man Punk, chomping on Mindy's Punk. That didn't sound right without context, but if you know the context of Mindy's Bakery, then just go along with my prognostication. So CM Punk loves all kinds of muffins, except, fun fact, for English muffins.
Oh.
The English have a long simmering rivalry with the Irish, okay? I think things are coming into focus, Gerard Brown, because Becky Lynch is the Irish last kicker, but wait a minute, Uno reverse in this match, she will get her Irish last kicked. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Lee, ain't no way she losing first time out the gate in a decade. AJ and company man for the win here, ladies and gentlemen.
No. The 6 degrees coming back together again. All right. Professor Kris, is this a match? First off, is this a match you care about? And second off, who you got?
No, and Punk and Lee.
Damn, you don't care about this, Kris?
Yes.
I mean,
hilarious.
You guys can have my talk time.
He sees the time.
I yield my time. All right. All right. I'll be equally as quick. I think Punk and Lee take it as well. I'm going along with the train.
Okay.
Brother Jay.
I agree. I don't think AJ's losing on her first match back. Yeah, I got Punk and Lee winning this one as well.
Okay.
And brother Gerard, you gonna throw a twist in here? You gonna throw another underdog pick?
No, I think AJ Lee picks up the win in this match specifically because of the fact that us seeing her have that IC title around her waist, I think that's an inkling to her future. And when she's done with this program, I think she does break off fully one-on-one with Lynch for that belt. And they actually have a full-on good program with each other, which I think is needed away from just Rollins and Punk. So that way they can just have their own funk and flair to it outside of just, hey, my husband this, hey, my husband that too. So I'd love to see that.
And there are rumblings that they want to, now that AJ Lee and she has signed a contract, they want to push her to the moon. So I can see.
What's her contract looking like? 3 years or?
Don't know for sure. We just saw, the photos with her signing, and of course the obligatory finger pick with Triple H. So, and please don't take that out of context, Sean.
So when AJ Lee finally wins this Intercontinental Championship, Chris, will she be allowed to skip and frolic?
Yeah, I mean, that's her thing. So,
but at least there'll be a reason behind the skipping and frolicking this time.
Right. I hope they don't have her doing it the way she did it in the last run. I just, update the character, and she should be okay.
Oh, this damn frolicking.
and not all and no more of that arbitrary making out with every goddamn body either.
I don't think Punk is gonna go for that.
That
don't work for me, brother.
if you ask Matt Riddle, from what he heard, she used to get around, but we ain't talking about that brother Matt Riddle right now.
I'll say how much stock you putting into what Matt Riddle says.
Yeah, I ain't putting much faith into that brother right now.
Evil Evan has a question in the chat that I think is actually kind of a fun little debate of the over-under of ESPN celebrities.
That's a good question. I could see a Stephen A. Smith.
He gonna be there.
They did a good. I don't know if you guys saw this, but on the YouTube channel, they did a good retrospective of John Cena versus Lesnar. And they talked back to the basic thugonomic days where Cena had the first title match. I mean, I still don't care about this new match, but the fact that they tried to get you to care about it is cool. And they did it in the 30 for 30 style. So I can definitely see some celebrities there. Michelle Beadle, my old homegirl, she's not going to be. She doesn't work for ESPN anymore.
She ain't with the company no more.
Yeah, so I don't know who. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith would be the guy.
Stephen A. is the perfect fit because Stephen A. has pretty much been doing pro wrestling the last 5 to 10 years of his career on First Take, and so I could easily see him as a talking head. Even if he's not like at the desk proper, I could see them going to Stephen A. at some point during the show. Like, what'd you think about that match, Stephen A. Smith? I gotta tell you, this Brock Lesnar, what he just did to John Cena, is atrocious. It's arbitrary, Chris. It's alopecia, which is what you see when you look at my hairline. It's egregious. It's magnanimous.
Right.
Those two words don't go together, but it's both of those things at the same time, Chris.
Right. And if Shannon Sharp was still with the company, he'd be
he ain't gonna be there.
No.
Stephen A. Smith is a good bet to be there. Obviously, McAfee.
Of course. He's the perfect pick in my eyes.
But then I think the other pick that may be a little bit more outside the box, but he is like certainly somebody ESPN has put a lot of their power behind, despite my feelings about not how he got that power, but how he went about dissolving the relationship with Mike Golick, because I still think that was a little sus. But Mike Greenberg will probably be in attendance.
Yeah. You got this has me thinking that the ESPN personalities are just not what they used to be, man.
Is Big Perk gonna be in the building? Is Kendrick Perkins gonna be there, Chris?
He could be. I don't know. Where does he? Is he home based in New York, or where does he live?
Oh, that's a good question. I know he's from Texas. I don't know if he stays in Texas right now,
he's not. He don't
or if
stay.
he's on one of the coasts. Because I know he does the like the NBA shows.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he does them like in studio. I think he does.
The NBA shows that they sometimes they do them in New York. The countdown shows or whatever they're called. Sometimes they do them in LA and sometimes they do them in New York. So
okay. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we're gonna at least get one Tyrese Halliburton sighting. We got to get one. Especially with it being in Indianapolis, and then it should be good enough for him to walk around with crutches.
He ain't gonna be frolicking, though. He ain't gonna be frolicking.
He ain't frolicking. Yeah, he ain't skipping. Not yet, anyway. But
he's not cleared to frolic yet.
But yeah, over under. I'll say, like you said, with McAfee.
But McAfee works for WWE already, though. So does that even count?
He collected sort of. Yeah.
It's sort of because it's been a while since
double dipping.
Like he was supposed to have been like on Raw. Yeah, he was supposed to have been on Raw regularly, but then all of a sudden, like he just didn't show up, and he was saying like he was getting burnt out and stuff. So, and I think he's mainly known for ESPN stuff. So I think you could kind of.
If we do a prediction show at the end of the year, my prediction is the ESPN WWE relationship isn't long for this world.
Oh, damn, already, Chris?
My mind could change by the end of the year.
Grand opening, grand closing type situation.
Right. I think they'll get 2 years. I'll give them 2 years.
It's longer than some marriages.
Yeah, I think we could set the over under
Not
at
Punks
3.
and AJs though. That's forever. That's forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
But yeah, Evil Evan, I think we're gonna set the over under at 3, and then we'll see what happens.
Greeny,
I'm
Stephen
going
A,
22.
and McAfee. 22?
Is there 22 famous ESPN? Because
Scott Van Pelt gonna be in the building.
Are you saying like just strictly ESPN celebrities, like
ESPN
like personalities?
That's what he said.
Okay, well I'll go like 7.
Yeah. Because there used to be way more ESPN personalities that were WWE fans that aren't there anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't see a lot of them even wanting to do this. I actually see a lot of them feeling insulted if you tell them, "Hey, you want to do this WWE shit?" And I think some of them will be like, "Kick rocks."
Well, some of them did worse. I mean, they just came off with, or I think they're still doing the 50 states and 50 for 50, 50 states or whatever.
Yeah.
So they've done worse events.
Yeah.
They can do a whole lot worse than pro wrestling, right?
Hey,
Right, yeah, it's good, but I mean, I just know. I know a lot of these sports journalist types, and I know a lot of them, and they just they think the shit we like.
Hold on. Wait a minute, Chris. Because this is our fault, ladies and gentlemen. Because sometimes when you in the forest, you can't see the trees. Because we're missing maybe the most prominent, the most important, the most significant culturally and otherwise ESPN employee that may be in the building in Indianapolis. One beige forefather, one original king of sport, one brother light skin. Marcus Vanderberg might be in the building, Chris.
Oh yeah. So maybe.
Well, I think. Well, it'd be great to see him on TV.
Making his WWE debut.
But think about how Netflix happened.
Him and Andreas.
Rock shouted out a bunch of people for Netflix. We got a quick
know who
camera
they
shot of
was.
them in the front row, and we moved on. Who's to say in this little businessy WWE product that we do get that they don't do some type of our partners at ESPN? Think about it, we got a shout out for somebody at Peacock. I don't know. At the end of it, like, thanks for the brother man. And so, like, who's to say that we don't get shout out and camera shots and front row tickets?
This is my problem with WWE, and this has always been my problem with WWE. is, and this is even in the Vince McMahon era, they're so clout chasing with these celebrities that they get some of these celebrities that just do not look excited to be there during the guest hosted era. There were so many guest hosts that just were like, okay, this is a gig. Now I want to fucking leave. Every once in a while you get like a Bob Barker who, you know, took it seriously, and you know, you get a Jeremy Piven who would say Summerfest, and you know, and just being goofy, him and Kim Jong. So I don't know.
Shout out to Will Sasso.
He did okay, but you know,
he's like a C-lister, but we still love him. Will.
Yeah, I think calling it a C-lister is friendly. Also, he is on that. He is on that Big Bang Theory spinoff, the Sheldon spinoff, with the older brother,
Young Sheldon.
It's not Young Sheldon. It's something else about
like Mark and Mandy or whatever the hell they names are.
Yeah, like their first marriage or something. And like how he built his tire empire or whatever.
Here's a celebrity that may or may not be in the building. Like she's not necessarily an ESPN employee, but she is a prominent sports figure in Indianapolis, and she's got some free time because she out for the rest of the season. Caitlin Clark in the building.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd do a Goodwill appearance. You know, the bag has got to be good, but I'm sure she'd do it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, they'll have her next to Tyrese. Tyrese gonna be excited. Caitlin gonna be looking like
just gonna be like, and then they'll pan like Tyrese is so happy. And then it'll be like that reaction of you, me, and Gerard when Brock Lesnar came back at SummerSlam. Tyrese excited, confused, and Jake from State Farm.
Yeah, I do think they would benefit from showing the synergy between ESPN. They love that word. I'm not talking about Jim and the hologram synergy. Y'all
pull.
But yeah, they I do think it benefit both size of this if they do have some ESPN's personality.
Not only are they going to do it, Chris, they're going to overdo it because that's how
And that's another thing I'm afraid of as well. Just like with the Fox deal, they overdid the hell out of that. So we'll see. Like I said, I'm giving that ESPN partnership 2 years.
I tell you, if Caitlin Clark shows up on this show, this woman's going to be excited. She's going to be happy.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't care injury or not. That crowd is going to hype her up to the point where she goes. Yeah, that's just it to me. That's the difference between every celebrity appearance. When you got somebody on the camera, I go, who? Who are you? And you got to put the Netflix, and I got to stare at you at what you did on Netflix or whatever, and I still then that's why you get no reactions out there, and then you're just a company person. But when you put a Macaulay Culkin out there, he's doing hat things, and he's when you put a Topanga out there, celebrities, people have seen for years and years and years. Yeah, you don't have to be doing something now, but if it's somebody knows, you're gonna get a reaction. So your local hometown team, one of your local stars is putting folks on the map for the state. Yeah,
Anthony Richardson, he ain't doing nothing right now.
Yeah,
right.
And they disrespected Will Friedle.
Shout out to that. But here's the thing. Programming note. I'm putting it out there right now to the fellas. Would this be something y'all be interested in doing a live watch of on the 20th?
I might.
I'm in a wedding.
You say you in a wedding?
I'm in a wedding the whole day.
Damn.
I'll be going to a wedding, so.
Okay. Look at all this love in the air.
I get no choice in the matter. I'll be watching everything.
I'm going to the wedding that Gerard's going to.
Come on. I'll be standing in it. So you're going to
fly out.
You're going to fly to Detroit to avoid watching WrestlePalooza.
Yes,
hey. I'm to the Midwest, y'all.
Check it out. I am curious to see what the aesthetics is going to look like on ESPN.
Yeah, at least me and Ray will be there. Ray,
Oh,
you've
I thought
already
you
been
meant for Letton.
drafted.
I was about to say, okay,
Yeah,
damn, you really announced.
Well, yeah, look forward to that on the Nefarious Media Network, a live watch of WrestlePalooza featuring me, Ray, and whoever else decides to show up. Maybe Shawn Michaels.
I do have a question though. So how does this? Because I am a subscriber to ESPN Plus. So how do they? And they said you have, if you already have ESPN on your cable system, if you got like DirecTV and some other ones, that you'll get this shit for free or not for anything extra. Is that how it goes?
Yes. So if selected cable providers, that it's already included in your subscription. So
Okay.
is going to be the ESPN all-in-one. So I don't know what they're doing with the plus, but it's going to be ESPN all-in-one. So if it's included in your subscription package with your cable provider, then yes, you'll get it with no additional cost.
DirecTV stream. And so I'll be good.
Yeah, they have made it like it's not complicated, but they've made it way too complicated in terms of like, do I get this? How do I get this? Am I paying anything extra?
Right.
Yeah. Because the thing is I care about NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and I don't care about and the WNBA.
Good save.
But I don't. Good save. Well, I don't care about sports that much, you know.
Right.
So,
right.
Like all the the shit like the cricket and rugby and all that fuckery.
Show. You got ping pong and cornhole.
Yeah. And I did have the Canadians want to they wanted to bum rush me for talking about how much I thought the CFL sucks. And I'll tell you this, and I'll give them credit. There's some, especially guys I'm actually friends with, they defend the fuck out of the CFL. Like, they would put Doug Flutie in their top 10. I just can't do that.
Who are your friend? Are you friends with Rocket Ismail?
Like,
you don't know how good that football was, Chris. I was there, brother.
You will not besmirch my Argonauts.
or my Hamilton
Tiger Cats. And they'll be like the CFL game is better. Stop. Don't do that. Like, and I'm not always a fan of the NFL, but come the fuck on.
You don't understand the intricacies of the game, Chris.
Yeah.
Our 55-yard line, 55 yards.
Exactly. Our field is larger, 10 yards larger, Chris. You don't the geometry that goes with that.
And I say all that to say I was surprised. I thought that the CFL people knew how much the CFL wasn't great, you know, kind of like like people in Los Angeles, like people in Los Angeles aren't over here trying to say, you know what, sneaker, you should get LA Gears, you know. We kind of know it sucks, you know.
Are they still out?
Yeah, still sell them.
LA Gear is still around. Why doesn't LA Knight have a sponsorship deal?
I don't know, man.
That's what I was thinking when they had either the LA Gears or what was it? The beat, was it the
British
LA
Knights?
Lights?
British
the one
Knights.
that lit up?
Oh yeah, the LA Lights lit up. Yeah.
BK, LA Lights.
With LA Lights, it sells itself.
And then hold on. Let's not to give the WWE more ideas of how they can make money. But if you got the LA Lights right, LA Knight is like is the spokesperson for LA Gear, and he's like, oh man, it's so dark. I wish I had some shoes that lit up in the dark. And then all of a sudden, here comes frolicking ass AJ Lee. Light them up, light them, light them, light them, light them. LA Lights by AJ Lee and LA Knight. Yeah.
Okay, so the part of South Central that I'm from is is Crip territory.
Mm.
So my relatives and my uncles and all those motherfuckers that used to be in the Crips, they used to wear British Knights and they'd say BK on them.
Yep.
And it'd be like BK stands for blood killer and like that. So
that's why I was not allowed to have a pair of British Knights when we used to live in San Diego.
Right. Yeah.
Like, nah, son. You don't want that smoke, son.
Yeah.
You don't want that smoke, Crody.
Yeah. Back in the day, if you wore those on the wrong side of town, it could be a staticky situation.
They just might take your shoes.
Your shoe will fall hanging from an electric line.
The original shoe will follow.
I know, right?
You might be walking home barefoot.
I don't know. See, did y'all catch the sneaks that CM Punk was wearing on SmackDown when AJ Lee showed up? I think he was wearing some Air Maxes or something. They look good.
Okay.
I mean, his shoe game ain't gonna ever be like any of us, like mine's back there, but
or Shane McMahon's,
or Shane
right.
But he's
Shane
trying.
Get the drop as soon as it happens.
He tried. But yeah, that is our thoughts on WrestlePalooza, another successful prediction segment. But fellas, you know what's even better than one prediction segment?
What's that?
2 prediction segments. Let's run it back because we got another show to talk about. We're going back to back on prediction segments, y'all. Ray Williams, let's talk some AEW.
Well, as I mentioned before, we know that this show is counter programming against WrestlePalooza because there was nothing else happening. No. Yes.
Hey, pause, because it's crazy. Y'all gonna do a watch along for the counter program and not for the original program. That's nutty as all get out. And it's in the afternoon. Tony said it's earlier in the day for you. You said, nah, fam.
People do say we're WWE shills online. I'm just buying into the narrative, Gerard.
You said, I want WrestlePalooza.
I'm living the gimmick. That's what I'm doing.
And Gerard, we just mentioned WrestlePalooza 5 matches. We know doggone AEW All Out is gonna be like 27 matches. So
in transparency, if I wasn't in the wedding, I would literally be at All Out. I'd be going to All Out. I would have already gotten my tickets well before WrestlePalooza or anything even came out, and that's only 2.5 hours away from me. WrestlePalooza. All Out's 4 hours the opposite way. But no, I would have already had my tickets for All Out, and I would have stuck to that.
And you got to cross the border, and you got to take your passport. Still,
no, my driver's license. I don't need a passport. My driver's license is all I need. Yes, they scan my driver's license. They're like, "Oh, where you going? Toronto. Oh. How long? Until this day. You got a place to stay? Yep. All right, cool. Hey, have a great day. Thanks." I usually have a belt with me, and it's in the back seat, laid out flat, and I have my windows down. They're like, "Oh yeah, you a fan."
They're like, what mid-card champion is this?
Go ahead, drive through, sir.
They think you're an indie worker just coming.
trying to get a payday, making towns, brother.
We all look alike.
I'm like, no, please.
Because we all look alike.
Like, was that Leo Rush?
I think he Leo Rush or something.
All right, real quick before we go into our second prediction segment.
Oh.
All right. Frequent contributor once again. T. Anthony All says, and thank you. $5 Canadian, brother. I was today years old when I learned that LA Gear is still around.
Yeah.
I thought they'd been
gone.
Up
on the website, it says celebrating 42 years. Dang.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like they still around.
Older than me.
I guess aerobic instructors like that shit. Yeah, like you ain't gonna catch me wearing a pair of LA.
What were them shoes back in the day? They were women's shoes, but the whole commercial, the ad campaign was looks like a pump, feels like a sneaker.
Oh yeah. The I do remember that commercial, and they were playing basketball and
playing basketball in these formal
Yeah.
shoes, but they like, was it like it's not sheer elegance, that's pantyhose.
Yeah.
It was something breeze, something comfort.
Yeah.
It was like looks like
I think that's
feels
before
like a sneaker.
Yeah, I think that's before the Gerard's and even Ray's time.
Oh yeah, it definitely is, because that was like when we was like kids.
Yeah.
When that damn shoe was out, looks like a pump, feels like a sneaker.
Yeah, but I'll never forget that commercial.
Go out there and drop 30 on your homegirl in some damn pumps.
Easy Spirit.
Easy Spirit, yes. Looks like a pump, feels like a sneaker.
I promise you, I'll never have no LA gears wrapped around my neck. Promise.
Neither will I.
Keep those.
now, one week for Halloween, the October show next month, you should just have a whole Shula Fala of just the LA lights and like have the lights off.
I have some sketches around my neck before I put those on, bro. I promise you.
I was big on Skechers in the 90s, and then the 2000s happened.
When Kris used to be a skateboarder.
Right.
He was the original Darby Allin.
I used to try.
He's a skater boy. He says, "See you later, boy."
Kris was the Tony Hawk of his day.
Tony Hawk.
Oh, but speaking of Tony Hawk, let's skate on over to these predictions, Ray Williams.
Indeed. Let's come on down the mountain when we come on down to Toronto for AEW All Out. So there are 10 announced matches, and of course, in true AEW fashion, one of them has still not announced all of the participants, because we still got to wait through another tournament to get all of the participants. But we will still have we will still go through all of the matches announced. So let me go ahead and get the bar up. So I just had AEW talk because I didn't know if we were gonna delve.
Very generic.
Yeah, I didn't know if we were gonna delve into the full All Out preview, but I'll go ahead. Once I get some time to change it, I'll go ahead. And of course, my boy Cope is headlining, or not necessarily headlining, but he is the cover boy on this poster. So we're going to start out. I believe they're having what they've deemed the tailgate brawl. So I believe this is going to be on the pre-show, but the pre-show isn't going to just be thrown on YouTube like it usually is. I believe this is going to be airing on TNT. So we're going to have an 8-woman brawl.
That's what they used to do at WCW back in the day. Remember, Nate, when they would do the Saturday pay-per-views? The first couple hours will be on WCW Saturday night, and then the pay-per-view. Okay, cool stuff.
So these 8 women for the past few weeks have been brawling inside and outside the arena, have been attacking one another. So it's finally going to come to a head this coming Saturday. So we have the team of Willow Nightingale, Mina Shirakawa, the returning Holly Cameron, and Queen Amanada taking on 2 of the 3. I'm about to call them Death Triangle, but is the Triangle of Madness with Sky Blue, Julia Hart, Megan Bain, and Penelope Ford. So who you guys got? We'll start from the bottom and go on up. So brother Gerard, who you got?
I can never vote against my girl Willow, so it's Willow.
All right, you got.
I have no other logic. It's just Willow and her team.
All right, Willow squad. Brother Jay,
same. Same.
Same.
Yeah. And shout out to Sky Blue. If you guys saw that match with her and Tony Storm the other night, that was pretty entertaining.
Yes.
So shout out to her. I don't think she's taking the pin on for her team, but I think Willow and other ladies are gonna become victorious. So
yeah. Hey, that's what Penelope is there for, dog. So
yeah, you're right. You're not wrong.
We know Megan Bain ain't gonna take it.
Nope.
We know maybe Julia, maybe not, maybe Sky Blue, but definitely could see Penelope eating the pin on that one. So yeah, I got Team Willow as well. And by the way, shout out to Queen Aminata as well, who's just been stepping up when she's been needed. So shout out to her as well. But yeah, Team Willow for the dub. Chris, another match you don't care about. Who you got?
I'll give it to Team Willow, and I yield my time.
Indeed. Brother Nate.
Yeah, this one don't get no postonomics, dog. I will say tornado tailgate brawl is a little cluttered because basically the tornado and the brawl signify the same things, and I don't know what the tailgate portion of it is. We shall see. Maybe it's going to be like a Argos tailgate. Rocket Ismail's going to show up at some point during the brawl. But yeah, this is going to be the Penelope takes the pin match of the evening because not only do you have Willow, who everybody loves, but you've got Mina, who everybody loves. You got Harley Cameron, who is still pretty over. And as you said, Ray Aminata has been stepping up lately. So neither one of the Triangle of Madness girls are going to lose because I don't think they want to put any impediments to that stable. And ain't no damn way Megan Bain is losing. So Penelope, know your role. You know what you were here for. And Team Willow gets the dub.
Yeah. That poster is busy as hell, though.
Yeah,
it is.
Also, Willow just deserves better. I'm sorry. I wish Willow was in a more highlighted spot. To see her fall to this compared to where she was last year in that street fight against Chris Statlander, I was there for that live, and that was, to me, one of definitely the top two matches of the night.
Yeah.
And for that to this,
that poster did look like a video game loading screen.
Right.
like SmackDown, here comes the pain.
Yes.
We got to look real hard to see where your controller's under. Who am I under right now?
Like, now, Chris, I'm playing Willow this game, man. You got to be status. You got to be Penelope or something, dog.
Yeah. I remember that SmackDown versus Raw commercial with Cena on there. Brock Lesnar's walking backstage, and he's talking about all the people that want to beat his ass, and then he walks past Cena, and Cena's like, "I run this terrain. Here comes the pain." And then Benoit's like, "You're nothing, Lesnar." And then at the end, it was Tori, I want to say. And he's like, "You and me, bra panties match to Lesnar."
Oh yeah.
And it shows Lesnar with the bra, and he's like, "I win."
So that commercial didn't age well.
Yeah, especially the bra. Yeah. Like, I stole this bra, woman.
We should have known.
Technically, he wanted it in a sanctioned match.
Right.
Technically, not to defend Brock Lesnar, but technically, it was in a sanctioned match. Apparently.
Apparently.
No.
Like, did Brock have to put on a bra and panties too? There's so many things wrong with that match.
Why are we going this far down the rabbit hole? Eject. Control Alt Delete.
Ejectocito, cousin.
Escape.
You need to leave.
That'll be the clip, Ray. You like for next time. Whenever we get into these kind of conversations, hit the Tyrese Ejectocito cuz button, and we can get out of this conversation.
All right. So let's go ahead and move into the show proper. Again, don't know if this is going to be the actual match order. I'm just putting it out as I believe it's going to go. So we're going to go ahead and start with, again, we're going to kick off with
another busy poster.
Yes, very busy. So it will be a ladder war for the AEW Tag Team Championships. It'll be a four-way between Bandito and 3 other teams that will qualify. I believe Young Bucks will be in a qualifying match, along with, I don't think Hurt Business. I think Hurt Business are going to be involved with something else later on in the evening. I think they're going to be in a trios match later on in the evening, but it's going to be some other teams vying. Pretty sure Speedball and Kenny or Speedball and Kevin Knight are going to be involved, but we do not know right now who their opponents are going to be. But Brodito will be involved in defending their championships in this match. So we'll start from the top once again. Brother Nate, who you got?
Well, if you look at this poster, Ray,
I'll post a number.
Ain't nobody else there but Brodito.
Ain't nothing there. Nothing to analyze.
Nothing to analyze here, folks. Just some ladders and a tag team. But I think, like, it's way too early to take the belts off of Brodito. But then B, it's almost like if you're waiting this late, and not to fault, Tony on the booking, but it's like if we don't know the full lineup this close to the show, then you haven't had time to properly build up a contender that people are going to get behind. So it's going to be a fun match. I think it's going to be crazy, as most of these AEW multi-team matches are. But Brodito's going to win regardless of who they're in there against.
All right, brother Chris.
Brodito healed my time.
Okay. All right.
Chris don't give a damn about your booking, TK.
Nope.
I don't know. We'll get to the good matches. All
right. I got Brodito as well. I think the intrigue is going to be on who's going to be in these matches. I think, of course, you got to have the Young Bucks, especially when it involves like ladders. Like, these guys are like, I think you have the Hardy Boys up there as number one in terms of what they do in ladder matches, and then a close second will be like the Young Bucks with just the things
Authors
that
of
they
Pain
do.
erasure is egregious.
The who? The Authors of Pain. Oh, stop. Can they even climb ladders? They're gonna be like,
I'm sure they can climb ladders, right? I'm sure they have the ability, I'm sure they do housework, like they clean the gutters and stuff off the roof.
I don't know. They need like the extra strength, like what do they call it?
You go see them and they doing housework and they got the big show ladder.
Oh yeah. But it'll be interesting to see who else qualifies for this match. Like I said, Young Bucks, I think, are going to be in it. Jet Speed are going to be in it. I'm pretty sure. But it's going to be a lot of intrigue on who that last team is going to be. But I still got Brodito coming out with the belts. Brother Jay.
I'm picking the Outrunners.
Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm going with Brodito.
Ray was intrigued.
Who are they supposed to give us? I mean, the Outrunners or the Trust Buster?
The Trust.
They got nobody to show us here, right? So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just go with Brodito. I mean, they're a good team, but okay, that's all I got.
But if you look at the silhouettes, brother, I can see the shoulders are. I'm not going to get in no poster number.
I'm going Brodito. They don't seem to care, so why should I?
Yeah.
True. And this was a similar thing that we went through when we were talking about the triple threat match going into, I believe, was that All In or was no? It was one of their, like, the past month's show where we were talking about a triple threat match between Brodito. Well, we didn't realize it was supposed to have been Brodito and like another team or FTR. They were supposed to be fighting for a shot at the tag team championships, but then they ended up being in a draw, and we all thought it was a triple threat anyway. but it ended up being a triple threat, but it still had like silhouettes on who was going to be in it. So it was just some weird stuff going on. But yeah, similar. I think similar booking. I don't know why they treat the tag division like that, where you don't find out all the participants until like maybe Collision. So it's weird. But Brother Gerard, who you got?
So I'm looking at this September to Remember card, and I'm going. I agree with you. Young Bucks in the match for sure over the Bang Bang Gang. I definitely see Jet Speed over Killswitch and Kip Sabian. Though I would love to say Top Flight should be in this match for their ability to be on those ladders and whatnot. Josh Alexander being a part of the Don Callis family and this being in Ontario, I think they're going to show the man some love and put him in Toronto on a pay-per-view card in front of his people. So him and Hechicero, I definitely see qualifying for that last spot. But nonetheless, I do agree. I see this ending up being Brodito, but I think they set up Brodito's next tag like feud out of this match, and it could either be Jet Speed or Josh and Hechicero, but I see them going in that direction.
That's hilarious. You're doing counter programming against Brodito with the Don Callis family.
What can I say?
That's hilarious, bro. That's some storytelling right there, brother.
All right. And before we move on, T. Anthony, he responds, LMAO dang Ray. Shots fired at WES. WES? Anybody got any idea? Maybe he's talking about a tag team in ladder matches. WES.
I love how we just let Ray dangle on this branch by himself.
I'm trying to actually come up with
like no support from the team, Ray. We sorry, dog.
Help me out. Nothing. Okay.
I got nothing.
Moving
Ray
on.
was getting jumped in the ring, and we was all at the ramp doing the Jeff Hardy dance.
You joking? I'm running to the side like Edge.
They about to kill me.
I'm doing the Travis Scott walk. Just slowly walking down.
Like, why is Chris walking to the ring like Pinto? Like, what? Sir, hurry up, brother.
All right.
If you could send another message in the chat to clarify that for us, T. Anthony, we'd appreciate it, brother.
Let us know, brother. All right, so moving on.
Oh, the company that ALP started.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then.
But they started a company?
Tried.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They were going to have this whole big card with Nia Jax and them and a few other folks that
I
they
would have been in the front row.
And Braun Strowman. Yeah.
To control your narrative, folks were trying to tag team up with them.
Control your narrative.
Right. And I think it
They
was
would have been in the front row. Control your emotions, brother.
like there's only one person of color at this whole show in attendance. And he left right after the Nia Jax match.
All right. So let's go ahead and move on. Hard for me to see that. Oh, there we go. So this has been alluded to for the last week. And again, you guys talk about the build. Is pretty. It's like stunt casting when you just say somebody's name, but you don't even see them show up yet. But Big Bill has been calling out Eddie Kingston for the past week on Collision. We don't know if Eddie's going to show up, but Big Bill is going to arrive in All Out, ready to fight him. So Eddie Kingston returning, maybe, supposedly, after almost or more than a year being out in the sidelines. Who do you guys got? First off, is Eddie going to show up? And then second of all, when he does, who you got? Start with you, Gerard.
It's Eddie Kingston. I know we doing the whole Bray Wyatt Undertaker build, like, oh, come on, Eddie, come on out. I'm the new face of fear. I'm Big Bill. Come on, man. Like, I get that's what he's doing, and he's trying to call the man out, but why isn't Eddie coming out after Gabe Kidd? Which may be like logistically, maybe contractually with New Japan, that just is not possible. I don't know. I ain't in the weeds, but that just made more sense to me. Coming back either after that or like your boy John has been wilding. Like
Right.
something around not Big Bill. And that's me more from a writing perspective and a why is this how we're bringing him back? But maybe if we want to bring him back on a big win and a strong note, okay, him toppling a big man like Big Bill is cool, but also like, where Big Bill been at? Like,
Right.
I feel like he ain't been around for a hot
Like you just got back, brother.
He's black was on TV, right?
Exactly.
Like,
When he
I've been
came
back
back-
for 3 whole weeks, and I want to know where you been at, Eddie. You hiding? You ducking? Bill, you
He was
literally
doing
just
the
got back,
learning tree
though.
stuff, and then he disappeared after the learning tree stuff, and then
Yep.
now he hasn't, like, him and Brian Keith haven't really been seen around ever since. So I think they
Right.
might have had like a tag match.
Yeah, where's that
once,
brother
but,
been?
like, that's it. So
Yeah,
like,
they-
yeah, he's just coming back to the scene too.
That's true. They did have like a feud. I think they had a blow off with Gates of Agony in like a street fight. But yeah, that was like the last time I saw.
I have no
pretty much.
recollection of that match.
Yeah, neither do I, man. But I believe you if you said it happened.
All right.
Chris really ain't here for these little mid-card matches. No offense, Jay Lacy.
Really?
I'll have an opinion on this one, though.
Oh, all right, brother Jay, who you got?
I want to hear Chris speak, so I'm going Eddie Kingston.
Uh-oh.
Full stop.
Uh-oh. Yield
Right.
this time.
Well, yeah, it's no controversy or whatever, but I do think it's going to be Eddie Kingston because he hasn't been around in a while, and it seems like there's these holding patterns that happens a lot with AEW guys because I don't think we really know for a fact what Jericho's going to do within the next few months, and I think
He's gonna be a Saudi Mania in a year and a half.
Big Bill, yeah, it might be because I know a lot of people are like bullish on him joining WWE. I'm not because I don't think Jericho would do okay there. It's just I think WWE would eventually he'd be like the Dudleys when they went back to WWE. You know, like you're here, but you're a utility guy, and he'll get his Hall of Fame run, and that's it. So, with Big Bill, I do think TK sees the value in him. And Eddie Kingston's been gone for so long, so I think it's a better feel-good story for Kingston to win, unless he's trying to do like some long-term angle with the two of these.
Gotcha. All right. I agree with pretty much everybody. I got Eddie Kingston. Brother Nate?
Yeah, Eddie Kingston, even though it feels like a bit of a waste, to Gerard's point, it's like, why even do this? Like, hey, I'm back, and I'm calling out Eddie. Like, brother, you just got back, man. You ain't even unpacked your bags yet, homie.
Hey, I have to answer the door real quick. I'll be right back.
Maybe it's Big Bill. He's like, I heard y'all talking shit about Big Bill. I don't know why he decided to go to Chris, but
it's the commissioner of the CFL. He about to take him out.
Oh, yeah. Who is the commissioner of the CFL?
I have no idea.
Jacques Goodell, Roger's cousin brother. I am Jacques Goodell, commissioner of the CFL.
I thought you were going to say Jacques Rougeau.
Jacques Rougeau may as well be the commissioner of the CFL. Yeah, like it would make more sense if Eddie was coming back to target some of those Death Rider folks. But yeah, as it is sad because I think Big Bill, when utilized well, can be an effective member of the roster. And it's like, yeah, you just here to get your ass whipped, dog. You just here to get beat down, so that we can move Eddie on to bigger and better. The only thing I could see maybe different than that, Gerard, is if it's just this, because this isn't an officially sanctioned match. Maybe it's just this wild brawl, and that leads to like an actual program with these two that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then we move Eddie on to something else. But if it's not that, then it's an easy dub for Eddie.
Is Eddie Stone Cold Steve Austin now? Is that what we doing? Is this WrestleMania 38? Are we
right?
It's the talk segment, and we might just transition to a brawl.
Right. It's a talk. It's a face-to-face. It's going to be a face-to-face, Gerard.
I hear you.
Face to
Meeting of the mind.
Meeting of the minds. An exchange of ideas.
and it's
What do you think
crazy.
about Terence, Big Bill?
It's funny how Big Bill was calling him out. He was like, I'm a New Yorker, and I'm looking and I'm calling out another New Yorker, and we're going to meet and settle this in All Out in Canada. I'm like, okay, because that
you couldn't wait until Grand Slam, brother?
right. Like Arthur Ashe is right around the corner, brother.
Like, did you not know where this pay-per-view was taking place from?
All right, but yeah,
we're gonna be at the Barclays, y'all.
We're all in agreement on that one. Let's see if we're all in agreement on this next one. As I mentioned before, the Hurt Business will be involved in a trios match. So we're gonna see MVP back in the wrestling ring along with Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin to take on the aforementioned Gates of Agony and Ricochet. I did it wrong.
Yeah, yours was like the introduction to the Reba McEntire theme song. My roots are planted in the ground.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Who
God.
I am is changing fast.
For the sitcom?
I'm a survivor. Like that was a Reba laugh, right? Reba.
That used to be my sitcom too.
Reba. That was a good sitcom. I can't even front, man.
Yeah, I used to watch it from time to time.
Right.
With her son, that was like her son-in-law that was like a failed football player, and then I forget like what his actual job was after he flamed out of that random football league. The daughter that kept getting pregnant. Her best friend that was the woman her husband cheated on her with. Reba was something. Reba was going through some hard times.
Well, I mean, that's how it is, though. You know, with some of these like dynamics and shit in the hood and the country.
They were just missing a cousin brother. That was going to be on season 7 of Reba.
That's all they were missing.
That's an idea just waiting to happen
Like,
right there.
Garth Brooks shows up and like Reba's like, "Who are you? I'm your cousin, brother, Reba."
Right. In the first episode, I remember they were going to family therapy. And they just found out her daughter was pregnant.
Yeah.
The guy was a star football player, and her husband was the coach of the football team. That was the coach of that kid.
That's right. He was the coach of the football team at first.
Right. Yeah.
But he was also like a dentist. Like how you a dentist and a high school football coach at the same time, brother?
Right. Yeah. And then when they were trying to work their marriage out, but then it was found out that he had gotten that other lady pregnant.
Barbara Jean.
Yeah, Barbara. Yeah.
Yeah, just happened to have an affair with a woman named BJ. Go figure.
I see what you did there.
Wow, for that one,
Reba said it. I got it from Reba.
That Reba show wasn't bad, man. It wasn't bad.
Right, and then she's on another one now. I don't know if it's still
with the same lady that like the lady that played Barbara Jean's on the show with her too.
Right, and then she's her younger sister is like a Mexican girl or something like that.
I think she owns a bar in that show.
Yeah. I've only seen it a couple times. I don't really watch TV.
I'm like, if I want to watch Reba and Barbara Jean, I'll just go back and watch old episodes of Reba. I ain't got time for the new shit, Reba. I'm sorry.
You ain't for these reboots like that.
I ain't for this reboot.
Oh,
I tried to make it work. Jay. The effort was there. But anyway, let's get back to I think that's what you was going for, Ray Williams.
Indeed, yes. So we'll go ahead. We'll actually start with you, Brother Jay. We'll go down and then go to the top on back to me. So, Brother Jay.
I really would like to say that the Syndicate wins this one, but I don't see it. I think they're putting the machine behind Ricochet and Gates of Agony. So I think they're building something with those brothers over there. Not to take anything away from the Syndicate, but we haven't seen and I love MVP. I love MVP, but I think that he may be taking the fall in this one because we haven't seen him in action too often, even though we know we can still go. But I think that they're going to take advantage of that. And I think Ricochet and the Gates of Agony go over on this one.
All right, Brother Gerard.
So I did a little homework. Not on purpose for this, but I've done some homework for this match. And one thing MVP said a lot, and he wished that he did and had the chance to do during that WWE run of the Hurt Business was protect Bobby and protect Shelton a lot more.
Right, yeah, I saw that.
Being said, I think MVP is going to take the pin via Ricochet. I think if it's the demand or whatever they want to be called, I think they about to get that. So because also all the talks of and all the reports online of we want to put over a team like this or a team like the Gates of Agony. Well, here's the moment on pay-per-view. If they wanted to put over a big man team to be able to set up some giants for the future, here's your moment. And to me, that brawl they were having, they were putting them over in that brawl. Bobby was putting over Toa. Was it Toa Leoa?
Yeah.
He was fighting with. To me, letting him get as many big shots in and stand toe to toe with him as an MMA fighter, think about how many people Brock lets stand toe to toe with him.
Right.
Not too many people get to stand toe to toe with that man. So for Bobby to let him do that and for them to have that brawl and almost look like equals in that, they're trying to make these people. So I'd like to see them go all the way with it. I don't truly care about the Gates of Agony, but maybe by the end of this, you will make me. I care about Ricochet. So let's where we go with this. Let's make some new brothers.
Gotcha. All right, Brother Nate, who you got?
Tony Khan, Tony Kentavious Caldwell Khan. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for booking this match, brother. To elevate one brother, we got to stop the momentum of three brothers. Come on, TK. We're doing this in 2025. Crabs in a barrel. Thank you, Gerard Brown. This is that crabs in a barrel booking. And the audacity that you're doing this in a world where Liberty Rhodes lives and where Justice Rhodes is on the way. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, TK. Because it's a bad position. It's one of those matches where I think from an in-ring standpoint, I think it's going to be a fun match, but it's a match that from a story perspective, I don't like it. I don't like it at all because the Hurt Syndicate should lose this match, and MVP should be the one to take the pinfall because in storyline, he's probably got some ring rust. But I don't like it because of the ramifications of what this may mean for the Hurt Syndicate. I don't like it from that standpoint because this group is still hot. There's a lot more mileage. To quote Mark Henry, they got a lot left in the tank with the Hurt Syndicate, and I don't want this loss to either A, slow that momentum, or B, start sowing the seeds for, now they beefing, because nobody wants to see that, man.
Right.
So yeah, it's gonna be a good match, but I'm not even gonna dignify this booking TK with the proper Ricochet. I'm gonna give you that Ray Williams, Reba McEntire, because Ricochet and them boys gonna take the win.
That was a Krusty the Clown laugh.
That was hey kids. Crusty ass booking. Hey.
Crusty booking. Oh,
I'm sorry, Tony. That was a little low. But it's not. I just don't approve of this booking, TK.
Oh my gosh. All right, Professor. Well, we've been hyping you up to see if your enthusiasm would change.
This is now getting into stuff I care about.
Okay, Chris is like Mikey with Life Cereal. Does he like it?
I see this going in a lot of ways. I don't think if the Hurt Syndicate loses, it messes with their momentum. But I see Lashley in the title picture sooner rather than later. I'm gonna pick the Syndicate. Not because there's any overwhelming evidence that they will win, but because I do think they're still kind of a hot act, and the Gates, Ricochet and his boys, they could. Ricochet is kind of like the Joker, like almost reminds me of, so I think they can afford to take the hit. But regardless of what happens, whether the Hurt Syndicate wins or loses, I do see Lashley in the title picture before the year is up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. I see it in a similar vein. I think you can, but I have Gates of Agony and Ricochet.
Love that laugh.
I have them winning, but I think you can still tell a story with the Hurt Business without necessarily breaking them up.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could tell the story of, hey, MVP's been out for a while. He's just getting his legs underneath him. Slipped on a banana peel. Ended up getting pinned. But I think you could tell a story that, all right, it might be a little bit of dissension, but now it's like, you know what? I think we've done all we can as far as teaming up in matches together. We could still be this entity, but I think we can all go after singles goal now. We've already had tag goal. Doesn't look like we're going to be doing trios goal, but hey, maybe if Shelton, if you want to start working towards the international or the unified title or the TNT belt, then we're behind you 100%, and we got your back. And hey, Bobby, if you want to start working your way back up to the world title scene, we got your back. So I think you could still you could tell the story there without necessarily breaking them up. But I'm on the same page with you, Gerard. I think you really want to give some momentum to Gates of Agony and to Ricochet and make them feel like you already had the built-in story with Ricochet, with him possibly being the member and then him getting the card ripped up. And so now him getting sweet revenge against them in a match would be just perfect for them to boost them up and make them feel dangerous. And by the way, shout out to Bishop Khan, who recently became the Pan-African Diaspora Champion for Ashe and was reunited with his ROH tag team partner Moses not too long ago. So shout out to that brother. He's doing some good work.
Thought you was gonna say shout out to them Atlanta Falcons for spanking them Minnesota Vikings. Take that, Minnesota. You lose again.
Oh my goodness.
He ain't had a win since Prince was here. God rest his soul.
But Nate, like I want to push back on some of your concern because I think they need to lose. I think them losing allows us to close the tag team chapter properly while making somebody. And one loss, because like, can we count? Yes, it's a loss on the record, but they weren't even involved in the tag team title loss. So now to have an actual formal loss and it not just be, oh, we took you out of the match and so we basically cost you those tag team titles, and now we actually beat you to show that we were the better men by the end of the night. Cool. Y'all might have got us in the trios, and like I'm telling you, if it's MVP is 51.
Right.
Shelton is 50. Bobby is 49. You beat the oldest of us. Ooh, you beat the oldest. We don't even need to use the knees or the legs. Cool. You beat the oldest one of us that wrestles the least of us all.
Right.
Great. What did you do? Like, they could kind of save face with that. And what is MVP really losing by that? He can still hustle for it. But I think Shelton, they keep talking about Shelton being a world champion.
Right.
I think Shelton versus Bandito could be on the horizon
Oh,
down that line for him to take the ROH world title, and Bobby can have the AEW world title, so they can then be world champions together.
Yeah, I could totally see that too.
Yeah, I can see that
because they without the three main guys or the two other main guys, they definitely need Lashley, and Sheldon would help him out in that position also.
I fully agree.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on to a match which is another victim to the crusty booking of one Anthony Khan. We got the Unified Championship being on the line as Kazuchika Okada will be defending it in a three-way against the Ace, Takeshita, and an opponent, a third opponent to be decided later on. Who knows? In Dynamite, Collision, whenever. So
September to remember. It's all at the show in London, Ontario prior to where the this is the main event.
It's gonna be the
Mascara Dorada versus the Beast Mortos.
Oh,
this match.
See, the more you know. See, we got a guy with the boots on the ground. Well, he would have been there if not for a wedding. It ain't your wedding, brother. Just go to the show.
That's my best friend since like 2003, since like 6th grade. I ain't about to dog my man out like that after 20-some years of friendship.
No, what you do?
I'm like, nah, I got this pro wrestling, bro. I gotta get my priorities checked.
You get him a nice gift, Gerard. You go up to the wedding, you give him a hug, and then you whisper in his ear, "Go F yourself," and then you hop in that car and head to Toronto.
How apropos.
20 years of friendship, this is how you do me.
And by the way, you can call me Uptown Brown now.
Right.
I'm gonna take my uppity ass on.
Right. Go F yourself while I find myself in Toronto.
Gets detained at the border.
All right. So, all right. How we gonna do this? I think we're gonna work our way back up. All right. So I think I'll go ahead and start. Okada. That's it. That's it. I love Takeshita. And I think like you really have something with him. And by the way, he won the G1, right? So like you do kind of have him. I don't know, man, because it's like you want to do. It's going to be interesting what New Japan does with him within the coming months leading up to Wrestle Kingdom, and with him being a full-time AEW guy too. Like, is that going to impede with what Tony wants to do with him? But right now, I just don't see him winning that championship, especially with Okada. We mentioned it before, and I don't think we went over our review of the last show, but we mentioned it with Swerve. We thought Swerve was going to be the one that came out with the United title, but that was not to be. Right. So we end up now having Okada, who's continuing to defend it. So I think I just don't think it's the time for Konosuke Takeshita just yet to win it. So I think whoever that third person is going to be the one on the back, taking the fall, getting that Rainmaker hit on them and taking the fall. So, brother Chris.
Yeah, I'd say Okada as well. This is I don't know, that silhouette guy is kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
I got Okada. I think if I had known that Swerve was going to be taking time off, of course I would have picked Okada, but we did. That's hindsight vision, you know. But Okada is the hot hand right now, and I don't think he's going to lose the belt in a three-way. I think he's going to lose the belt to someone that he could build up in a one-on-one match. It could be Takeshita, but I don't know.
Gotcha. All right, and Before we move on to you, brother Nate, thank you for the corrections, T. Anthony. All right, so it's the alpha, not the ace. It starts with A, brother. So I just went with it. You don't want Don Callis to start tweeting you in all caps. And then another correction. He said Takeshita is going to be challenging not in Wrestle Kingdom, but in the next pay-per-view. So it makes it even more interesting.
He's doing what Zack Sabre Jr. did last year. He challenged, used his G1 opportunity to challenge prior to. So I can't remember the name of the show, but it's just a repeat of last year, basically. So,
gotcha. All right. With that, brother Nate, who you got?
So, Ray Williams, we just talked about Reba, one of the greatest television shows in American history. Another great television show in American history was an animated show called Samurai Jack. Got to get back to the past, Samurai Jack. So for those that don't remember Samurai Jack, man, it was a show on the Cartoon Network. Produced by Gennady Tartakovsky, the man that brought you such classics as Dexter's Laboratory. And I think he may even worked on the Powerpuff Girls and whatnot. And one of my favorite Samurai Jack episodes is when Samurai Jack has to face the Guardian of the Gate. And it's the only way Samurai Jack can get home. And so this whole episode, Samurai Jack, who we know to be a formidable fighter, Jay, keeps going up against the Guardian of the Gate and keeps getting the brakes beat up off him. But he don't give up. He keep fighting. And then finally he gets knocked out by the Guardian of the Gate. And as the Guardian of the Gate puts Samurai Jack on a Pegasus, I don't know why Pegasus are a thing, but it's the Guardian of the Gate. So it's like, you just kind of got to go with the scenario. He puts Samurai Jack on the Pegasus and sends the Pegasus off. And he's like, your time is not now, Samurai Jack, but it's coming. And then you cut to a vision of an old grizzled Samurai Jack that has finally defeated the Guardian of the Gate, and he can finally go home. What? That was a Samurai Jack song theme, like sound effect for those that may not know what I just did there. They're like, is he doing a George Lopez thing? Like, what's going on there? But that just to say, Takeshita his time is coming.
Right.
Like his time is coming. Like I've talked on this program extensively about how big a fan I am of this dude, and he's still relatively young. I think he's only like 30. So he got a lot left in the tank, but it's not the time right now, particularly with what's going on with New Japan. I think Okada retains, and Mr. Silhouette is the one that takes the pin, whoever Mr. Silhouette may be.
Yeah.
I agree. Brother Gerard, what say you?
So I'm gonna take you on a quick story because Mr. Shadow Man is gonna be the Beast Mortos for sure.
Okay.
He'll be getting that win over Dorada. I do believe in this match it's gonna be Konosuke and Okada trying to work together for a moment, but them instantly bumping heads to then lead to that final sequence being Takeshita having the match won, about to get that pin on Mortos, Okada sliding behind, getting him out of there. Because what we're building is the babyface split of him away from the Don Callis family. Because it's going to happen because now you've had me, you've been building me. Why do you need Okada? I just went and won the G1, but yet you're still highlighting Okada and pushing Okada. And I'm always the last one invited out to all these like Don Callis family meetups. So I think his split is coming. I think he gets the IWGP championship. I also think he then goes to Wrestle Kingdom to face Tanahashi. I'm just gonna shoot Tanahashi out there because of the fact that, and then, I don't know, I don't watch New Japan. So if it's already been announced, I'm cooked. I'm sorry, but I think it's Tanahashi because of his last American date in Chicago being against Takeshita. I think he wants to run it back one more time at his last Wrestle Kingdom against the man holding that championship and who he wants to get a win back over against. That's where I see it going. So I think he loses at Wrestle Kingdom, but it's to build the babyface inside of Takeshita on both markets, not only the Japanese market, but the American market too. Because then I think he will eventually get that unified championship off of Okada, and that's his big babyface AEW win.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And also, we didn't talk much about it, but the return of Wardlow, who was supposed to have been in the Don Callis family as well, and how Takeshita was kind of eyeballing Wardlow, but again, grand opening, grand closing, because Wardlow is once again out due to injury. So hopefully the brother gets better soon. But yeah, just strange way that brother's career has been affected by injuries and different things. I think one time his car got broken into, and when he was a TNT champ, and his belt got taken from the car. So yeah, just the Charlie Brown thundercloud just been raining all over Wardlow. So wish you the best, Wardlow. All right, Brother Jay, who you got?
So the way I see it, you're gonna have three members of the Don Callis family up against each other. The way Don Callis moves, he likes to interfere in matches and basically be the invisible hand, like he calls himself, right?
Right.
I see this being Takeshita's breakout moment where Don Callis aligns with him and moves on from Okada, moves on from Beast Mordos as well too. So, and I think that does set up the whole New Japan run and everything like that. But with Takeshita being the alpha, I think Don Callis is going to latch on to him because he's a younger version of Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega had a career feud with Okada. He's not going to mess around with Okada. Okada he sees as yesterday's news. So why link up with someone who's already established when you can mold this wrestler in your own image, and Takeshita fits that bill. So I see it as Takeshita winning this three-way here.
Okay,
I'll be happy if I see that.
Yeah. We've seen that model before with Don Callis going with the young gun over the established star before, who he sees as like their light is dimming or burning out. So we've seen that before. It wouldn't be a shock to see that again. So all right. Now we're gonna be moving. I believe this is like the second half of the card. By this time, WrestlePalooza probably would have been off there by now. We're gonna move on to another multi-person match. This one with the AEW Women's World Championship on the line, and this kind of has me thinking because Brother Gerard, you mentioned Willow being in a bad spot and not seeing her in this particular spot before, but her sister from another mister might have been sneaking into her position as brother Muggin once said, quoting the OJs, they smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place. And I think that's what Kris Statlander may have done, as Kris Statlander, Tekla, the Toxic Spider, and the returning Jamie Hayter, hate, all challenge for the Women's World Championship against timeless Toni Storm. So we'll start with you, Gerard. I know you probably have some thoughts on this.
I mean, is this the time we beat Toni Storm finally? Because I don't have a lot of thoughts on this. I've been trying to rack my brain of like, how do we end this Toni Storm reign? Like, where does it conclude in a way where it's satisfying? And I don't think a 4-way is satisfying. So part of me says she just keeps it, but like, where do we end this at, and who are we gonna make with it? I could easily see Statlander being one of those people to do that. but with the help of the Death Riders because she joins them.
Ooh.
I don't think that's just been done for nothing. I don't think they just added Daniel Garcia for nothing. I think it's going to be Kris getting a nod from them, whether it's with a Marina Shafir supporting them or not. But I think she might get the. If we're gonna take it off of Tony, let it be now in a 4-way, and then it could still be Tekla and Jamie Hayter taking their own feud off on the side, and then Tony can chase Kris for the belt. That's me guessing right now. I don't really. Tony's been catching me off guard with her dubs, so like,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think a Mercedes rematch sounds good. I don't think a Athena rematch sounds good either.
Yeah, I for sure thought she was going to lose against Athena as well. So this is similar to what I was thinking about Kazuchika Okada. I didn't expect him to beat Swerve, and I didn't expect Tony to walk out with the belt against Athena. So similar thing. All right. We'll roll back up to the top, Brother Nate. Who you got?
Whew, this is gonna be a fun one, Ray. Because now bring me back out, Ray. Bring me back out, brother. Bring me back out, brother. Because if you look at this poster, Ray Williams, what we see here is a collection of some of the best women's wrestlers on the planet. Man, we got Spider Lady, we got Stat, we got Hater in the house. And we got Timeless, Tony Storm, Ray Williams.
Gotcha.
And when we look at each of these individuals, you can see certain similarities, but also lots of glaring differences. For instance, okay, Chris Statlander, right?
Right.
Stat is short for statistic. And statistically speaking, she has a 1 in 4 chance of winning this match, okay? But if you go by Scott Steiner math, okay. See, don't step on my jokes, Ray Williams.
My bad.
If you go by Steiner math, okay, she has a 33 1/3% chance of winning this match against these other women. All right. Now let's go to Tekla. Let's go to the Spider Lady, right? Spider Lady in the Miles Morales universe is Gwen Stacy, right? She's Spider Gwen, okay? Her father is a cop, okay? What do cops do, Ray? They arrest people, okay? They also do other things and
if you're lucky.
Power.
Yeah, right. If you're lucky.
We're not going to get into that part of the equation, but let's just say for now that they arrest the bad people, Ray. Right. Jamie Hayter, she real bad, man. She real bad. I'm so glad she's back. I think that Jamie Hayter brings a unique element and flavor into this matchup with not only her in-ring style, but also the colors that she presents on stage.
Indeed.
But I think it'd be a miracle. It'd be a miracle, quite frankly, Gerard, if Jamie Hayter was going to win this match. Now, I believe in miracles, Kris. And a miracle has happened tonight, okay, fellas? But if you're thinking about being my baby, it don't matter. Wait for it, Jay Lacey. It don't matter if you're black or white. Only one woman on this poster is shown in black and white, Gerard Brown, and that is Timeless Tony Storm, and that is why she is going to retain in Toronto, and I don't know who the hell she's going to be fighting next, but Tony Storm ain't losing no damn belt no time soon, brother.
And I love this bit where if any woman is directly associated with the animal, Brother Nate just called them the blank lady, the bird lady, the spider lady. Just that's all you know for.
We need more animal ladies in these sports.
All right, Brother Kris.
Snake lady, like there needs to be a snake lady. Somebody TNA, get on that.
That sounds like Selma Hayek from from dusk till dawn with the snake.
We had Lucha Underground.
Yes,
Neither
yes.
here nor there.
There's also, if you know, I went on the Samurai Jack tangent, but Ninja Scroll was one of my favorite animes growing up. There's a snake lady in Ninja Scroll, but it's a different kind of snake lady. Go watch the movie for yourself.
All right.
Get out of here.
Bro.
I know Gerard's seen Ninja Scroll.
Get out.
Gerard's like, you need to leave.
You need to leave.
I wish I had that
You ain't got that
sound bite. I
sound
put it
effect
on
in this room, Ray?
I have it in the Nefarious, but not here. I gotta put it in though. I'm gonna make sure. All right. All right, brother Kris, who you got?
Tony Storm. Yeah, Tony Storm.
Good time. All right.
I will say, to echo Jay's points from earlier, like that street fight in Philly, that was a great match between her and Sky.
Yeah, I thought so too. I'm gonna go out of left field. I think the Spider Lady got a rocket strapped to her back. I think, I think instead of spinning web, she gonna. I don't know what to turn that into.
So you got caught up in the
But
is this a Rumpelstiltskin situation, right?
Down came the rain and washed the spider out.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
But I think they're building. Yeah. You wanted me to keep going?
I thought you had somewhere else to go.
And, that dried up all the rain, and the itsy spider went up the spider gate.
Now that just gives me a flashback to Amazing Spider-Man 2 with Jamie Foxx.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I feel bad. I felt bad for that brother.
Yeah.
Dubstep, itsy bitsy spider.
Yeah, it's just like, damn. But you get Jamie Foxx, and this what you do with the brother.
They did.
They
did make him. They made up for it. They made up for it with him in No Way Home.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. He wasn't gonna do that haircut again.
No.
Like, let me be in this way, yo. Let me look my regular self.
Yes, you could say I got a glow up. I'm like, okay, Jamie, we get it.
Yeah, I think they've been building. I think they've been building to make Triangle of Madness like one of a stable within the women's division that is really like feared. So I think, and I'm sure they're going to come out, especially we all know with multi-woman matches with 4-ways or triple threats, there is no disqualification. So I think the rest of the Triangle of Madness, they will come out and they will assist. And I think Tekla has a good shot with winning the belt. And I think this is where we kind of will see what Tony can break out into, because again, she doesn't need to win again. She's already been a 4-time champ. So you can always push her in a different direction and then always bring her back. So and she doesn't even have to be involved with the pin. And you guys were talking about how you can involve Tekla and Jamie Hayter. Like you can have Jamie Hayter eat the pin through nefarious means, whether it be Sky Blue or Julia, like decking her, and then Tekla just ends up getting her into her submission or finishing her off and then getting the pin that way. So I could see Tekla winning this match.
Okay.
All right. And we'll end off on you, Brother Jay. Who you got?
I don't see that at all. I got Tony Storm winning, and to kind of echo what Gerard was saying, he thinks that the Death Riders could help out Statlander. I see actually the Death Riders preventing Statlander from winning.
Interesting.
So that's how I see that, and just Tony Storm just taking advantage and
Okay.
Getting the W that way and continuing her reign.
Weasley Yuta coming out there, thinking he's helping. I can see that. All right. Moving on. We're gonna go ahead. Oh, I keep doing that.
I don't know what Ray was doing on that one.
I keep doing it, and I don't know why I can't change who the single person is.
Players miss shots too, Ray. Players miss shots.
Oh man.
And the button is like they right next to each other too. So I keep getting
It's okay. It's not about always the shots you make.
We're almost 4 hours in, y'all. I need some stuff. All right. All right.
Only 3 hours to go.
Whoa.
Stop it.
Take a breath.
All right. So now we get the TBS championship on the line as Mercedes Moné, 8-belt Moné, defends her TBS championship against the returning first ever AEW World Women's Champion, Riho. So we'll start with you, Jay.
Eminem, Mercedes Moné wins, and it's not even a question.
Yeah.
I mean, Riho is, she cool, she entertaining, but Mercedes Moné is another beast, man. So yeah, I don't see her dropping that title to Riho.
Same. I got Mercedes taking it, but shout out to Riho. I just love every time she comes out with a weapon, and the weapon is like entirely too large for her. She's so adorable. You adorable, Riho. We love you. All right, brother Chris, who you got?
I have Mercedes. Riho, the last time I saw her, because I did see clips of her, she looked kind of rusty. I don't know if it was ring rust or what was going on, but she wasn't like the Riho I remember from back in the day. So hopefully it's just some ring rust or whatever. But yeah, I gotta go with Mercedes.
Gotcha. Brother Nate, who you got?
Her name is Rio, and she dances on the sand. Deep pull right there.
Lost me.
Yeah, a little Duran Duran, brother. I don't know if you was listening to Duran Duran back in the day.
I was.
Here and there.
Every now and then you get hungry, brother, like the wolf. It's only Duran Duran songs I can pick up off the top of my head right now. But I think with Rio, at least there's a suspension of belief or disbelief, where it's like theoretically this is a potent challenge for Mercedes. When you talk about a woman that has had the AEW Women's World Championship in Rio, but nah, it ain't gonna happen, son. Like to quote Jalen Rose, Ray, not gonna be able to do like this. This reign is not gonna end like this. And I think to Gerard's point from a few episodes ago, like we have to tell the story of Mercedes, and like the one belt that she wants is the one belt that she can't have.
Right.
She can get all these other belts. She gonna face Terence Crawford on her next pay-per-view in Riyadh, and take his 5 belts. Like, how is this even sanctioned? Y'all ain't even in the same weight class.
Right.
This that Here Comes the Pain, Tori Wilson type booking. Like, it don't make no sense. Ejectocito, cuz. But yeah, Mercedes takes it. Like, there's no need to pontificate any further on this. Sorry, Rio.
Right. I will say the ladies look good on this. This has been my favorite poster.
The best poster so far. Yeah, this is a good. It's a simple poster.
Yeah, it's simple. It's not a bunch of shit going on.
True. You don't have like
a bunch of silhouettes.
Exactly.
Well, enjoy the simplicity while it lasts, y'all. But Brother Gerard, go ahead. Tell us what your pick is.
Well, my pick is CEO and let's go. But I beg to differ on the poster. Why does Mercedes look a little sleepy over there? Like she's been talking with Mary Jane. She said, "Yeah, I'm here for it. Take it." I really hope she's like, "Let's go." I'm good. She looks like she's squinting at the camera, but I'm good.
It could be an AI image generator of a Jennifer.
Dang.
We can't start. Skynet got everything now. Can't let them win, man. Come on. Stop.
No, Chat GPT. I said a high resolution photo, not a photo where she looks high.
But no, I mean she does this thing. This is her thing. She faced Hikaru Shida last year at All Out. I'm sure we might even get a second match out of this. Who knows? But Mercedes wins. I hope that she drops it to Willow. That's my move.
Yeah, full circle. I can see that happening. All right. 4 more matches to go, yo.
We're on the home stretch, fellas.
All right. So the stipulation has been confirmed for this next match. It will be Mark Briscoe taking on MJF in a tables and thumbtacks match. So
I love that we had to explicitly state there will be thumbtacks in this match, y'all.
Yes. All right. And I don't know, like, if there's a tables match, like, does the match end if somebody goes through a table? Or are we just having tables and
you got to go through tables and thumbtacks?
So maybe have, like, Young Bucks have the tennis shoe with the thumbtack on the bottom. Maybe have a table covered in thumbtacks.
Or put up the table and then dump the bag of thumbtacks underneath the table. So that way when he goes through the table, he also hits the thumbtacks.
Oh.
It's a lot of ways to win. It's like Connect 4.
It's 4. All right. Well, be that as it may, how do you see, well, who do you see winning and how do you see they winning it, brother Nate?
I mean, I see MJF winning this, unfortunately. I say it, unfortunately. Because I want more. I want more for Briscoe, man. I just love Briscoe. But I understand, like, he's at a certain, like, he's at a point on the card where he's Teflon. Like, there's no loss, I think, that you could give to him that will make him any less over to the audience. And I think, like, obviously we're building something with MJF here, so MJF wins. Yay.
Brother Kris, who you got?
I'm going with Briscoe.
Okay, Kris.
I think there's a certain point with these kind of feuds where I think you kind of have to give it to the good guy at some point. Or else it just ends up being a bunch of obnoxious shit with just a horrible ending after horrible. It's something's got to give. So I'm gonna go ahead, and I'm probably wrong, but I'm gonna pick Briscoe.
I'm gonna piggyback off of you, Kris. I also think Mark Briscoe is gonna win. You already had MJF beat him in the one-on-one match through Nefarious means. You already had MJF beat him in the Casino Gauntlet Royale match through Nefarious means. So you don't want to continue to make him look stupid, especially with the habitual line stepper, Maxwell Jacob Friedman. I think you gotta give him a win. Like, you gotta give him a win eventually. And I think with him, he's really gonna look stupid if he calls the stipulation and still ends up losing the match. So I got Mark Briscoe winning. Jay.
I would agree with you guys, but if you look closely at the picture, he's holding the CMLL championship.
He's holding. What is he holding?
The CMLL championship.
But this
He's
ain't
our heavyweight
CMLL.
champion. Yeah, he's got that belt.
This ain't MMO.
I know it's not, but it's a partnership. And in order to be a good partner, you gotta do the job. So I mean, I think MJF wins. But I think Briscoe looks good. Of course, he's gonna look good in the match. It's what he does. This is it's Mark Briscoe. So I would go with you guys' logic and theory, but because MJF is their world heavyweight champion, I don't see him losing to Mark Briscoe.
All right.
You buying into the hype, homie. You buying into the hype, homie. I need you to know you are literally buying into the hype of the storyline. He is holding the light heavyweight championship. That is not their heavyweight championship. He keeps lying and changing the name. You are buying into the storyline.
It's the Gran Guerrero.
He's holding.
You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, Jay Lacey.
But you know what? I'm 10 toes down. I dug this. I'm standing right here.
All right. Hey.
And if I'm right,
makes you look even better.
To be fair, they measure weights differently in Mexico.
I'll come back and say, I was wrong. My bad. But if I'm right,
great. I will never tell somebody to not dare to be great.
Oh, I'm going to be great.
Briscoe has dared to be great.
Let's
go.
go.
Many times and has failed. Mark Briscoe has dared to be great against John Moxley. Got punked. Did it again because he said, "My son, that's not how I do things. I'm gonna stand on business." Lost again. Has lost again and again and again and again. This man has to get this dub.
Right.
For his son's sake. What lesson is he putting on for his 9 kids? What is he doing for the masses? And for the fact that MJF has talked about this man's brother and has used the J Driller on him multiple times. He gotta get back eventually. Why not have a J Driller through a table full of spikes off of the turnbuckle to send this man off into the pasture to do a filming or whatever he needs to do? Mark Briscoe for the win, folks.
Yeah, my whole thing with this match is how many times are you? Because when you have them lose this many fucking times, it starts turning into WWE booking, right? Where it's like, how many times is this guy gonna lose to this dickhead? You know,
right?
Just for storyline purposes. I mean, Briscoe's gotta win eventually, is all I'm saying.
I agree. He's got to win eventually, but I don't think it's going to be that night.
Well, when is it going to be?
I don't know. I just don't think it's going to win.
Dang, but like collision.
Shout out to Kate from Montreal.
If he doesn't win eventually, then it's like, okay, he's never beaten this guy, you know?
Right.
It's like that, and that's what they do in WWE is like, they define somebody down so much that when, you know, it's time for them to fight for the big one, it's like, oh, okay, what the hell are we doing again, you know? And I don't think that's the wise thing to do with someone like Briscoe, you know?
Right. That makes sense. Well, the tie has been broken. This is the first time we had a tie leading up to the final vote. But yes, 3-2, 3 people for Mark Briscoe, 2 people for MJF. So moving on to the featured bout. All right, again, you like the simplicity before, Brother Kris. I don't think we get much simplicity on this one. We got a coffin match between John Moxley, leader of the Death Riders, and Chloroform Darby Allin in a coffin match. And so he is undefeated, still undefeated in coffin matches, as far as I know. So no, he had a loss
to Jack Perry in a despicable match at All In last year. No.
Oh yeah,
TNT
that's right.
Championship, because that was just like, what? you got 2 title matches. You got the world title match and this match, and that's how the first one's gonna go. Wow, I hope you win that world championship later this year. Bum, bum, ba-dum,
Oh, shout out to the Price is Right. All right, well, we'll
For real.
start from the bottom. Start from the bottom, brother Gerard. What say you? Who you got?
I would love to tell you Darby, but we add new members.
True.
So like, and this is a no DQ match. So who's to say that DG don't come out and help him? Like, I don't know. It just if we didn't add new members, I would have easily walked up in here and told you Darby and been done. But now that it seems like the Death Riders is getting new life, I don't know if the man coming down from the mountain is just enough. I don't know if the higher elevation is giving his lungs enough to get past Jon Moxley in this match. But you know what? I'm a root for what I want to see. Darby, let's go.
Oh, all right. All right. Yeah, see the change, be the change you want to see, brother. All right. Brother Jay, who you got?
So we just gonna skip past the contour job that Jon Moxley got in this picture. We don't talk about Mercedes Moné, but we just gonna overlook Jon Moxley looking like he got embalmed already. That's crazy. That's wild. Okay. Being that it's a coffin match and we got the Death Riders in the name of Moxley's group, I gotta go with Jon Moxley because again, Daniel Garcia is one of those new bodies that I think that he's going to end up feuding with Darby Allin anyway, and I think this is just another vehicle for that to happen. So I see Moxley going over.
All right. One for Moxley, one for Darby. I'm about to call him Arby. Arby's. All right. So if you look at the photo, you see.
You notice how ain't nobody get hyped up for you, right?
I know, right? There ain't nobody hyped.
Too many
I
times.
can't do it like you do it. I can't do it.
I was waiting for you, Ray. You didn't say nothing. No.
You done cried wolf too many times, Ray. We don't believe you. You need more people.
You see Jon Moxley, he's just regular white t-shirt, face no face paint. But you see Darby Allin, half of his face is a skull, right?
Okay.
It's a skull. Usually skulls are hollow, they're empty, but then you got to ask yourself, where is my mind? That's what I'm thinking. You talking about Daniel Garcia, but when we have the sneak attack already with Orange Cassidy popping out and even in the score. And of course, you're gonna get the ops coming out when Claudio and Wheeler want to come out, and of course they're gonna bash heads too. But I think the sneak attack, the card in the back pocket of Darby Allin is going to be the return of one Orange Cassidy. He's going to even the odds, and they're going to get the jump on Jon Moxley, Darby Allin. Okay.
Not going to lie, Ray Williams, you had us in the first half.
Chris, who you got?
Oh, yeah, there is some intrigue to this one. That poster is absolute trash. But I'll give it to Darby just because he's been gone for so long. I mean, with Darby, it really doesn't matter. I'm gonna go with Darby. I do think Moxley is due for a vacation. At least I hope he's due for a vacation. I don't want Moxley to get released or anything. I just, less is more with him at this point.
Finally take that fishing trip he was supposed to take like 5 years ago.
Right, for real.
All right. So 3 for Darby, 1 for Mox. Who you got, Nate?
I'm glad you brought up that song for Orange Cassidy, Where's My Mind? Because that was one of the theme songs used in the promotion for one of the big movies this year. I don't know if you heard about it, Ray Williams, the Thunderbolts. Spoiler alert, Ray Williams. They the new Avengers, dog. They the new Avengers, man. And that's the vibes I'm getting from these damn Death Riders. Like, we just got through with y'all. Like, we just had Endgame. Like, we did the whole MCU wrestling thing. And now you got the nerve and the audacity to start adding new members left and right, all willy-nilly. Like, give us some time to miss you. We can't miss you unless you leave. You need to leave, John Moxley. You need to leave. But all that being said, man, and I hate to say it because this brother finally came back to work after we've been begging this man to show up and punch the time clock for the better part of a year. Darby is back, but he gonna lose this one. I think I'm in agreement with Gerard here. This is, we may get the Orange Cassidy shenanigans that you mentioned, Ray, but I think more likely we're going to get the Daniel Garcia shenanigans, and that just pivots from Moxley to Garcia, and we'll get back, in the words of Kendrick, Darby's looking at Moxley. I'll get back to that for the record, like eventually, when Mox is done fishing, so we can get these Thunderbolt-ass, New Avenger-ass Death Riders over.
But what if there's one other person that's going to come out to help? He even talked
somebody's
about
daddy
it in his promo. He said, "It's time for me to fight alone." Or is it? And it was Hook. That's how he literally ended his last promo. And he was a part of that 4-person scene at the end of, was it at World? Don't quote me. Full Gear, Wrestle Dream. When Brian was fully taken out, and it was like the youthful ones. It was Orange Cassidy. It was Darby. It was DG. And it was Hook. All 4 of them together. One has fallen. It's time for the 3 of us to come get my mans. And you done lost your way. We gonna protect Darby, and we trying to get you back too. You was beaten down, you was at your wits' end, and John broke you. We all know what it's like to be broken. OC know what it's like. He just came back from being broken. I got so broken, I had to climb a mountain and find myself and have a chat with Clark Kent's dad up there at the top of the mountain and come back down. If you see Man of Steel, bro, that's what I'm talking about. Had to go have a little dad chat at the top of the hill. Sting was up there. He chatted with Sting. He came back down to the whole summit. They did their thing. See what I did at the summit. But he came back down. Everybody didn't have their whole segment there. Hook had to go, I was throwing up in the ring. I didn't know what was wrong with me. And so everybody didn't have to rebuild themselves. Although 3, DG, you're not the only one. So we here to come get you back. Don't. We got your back like chiropractic. Come on back. Don't do that. So that's what I foresee coming out of this.
Gotcha.
So I think you could add, if you add there, I think that stacks the Darby alliance to support him.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're gonna go to what I believe will be the co-main event. This will be bringing in the Canadians, the Torontonians, or the Orange Villains, if you go specifically by where these brothers are from. But we got Cope and Christian Cage versus FTR. We'll start back at the top. Brother Nate.
Okay. All right. Ray Williams. Look at this poster, brother.
Yes, sir.
Look at this poster. What do you see? You see 4 individuals that are trained professional athletes.
Yes, sir.
They've been doing this for years. And then if you look to the right side of the poster, you see a brother that gets no hose, to use his own terminology.
Indeed, yes.
Santa Claus' most famous line is ho, 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 okay?
Okay.
Christmas is in December, right?
Gotcha.
December is the month after November, Ray Williams. Look at your calendar. Guns N' Roses once had a famous song called November Rain, right? When it's raining, you got to get an umbrella out to protect you from the precipitation. Protection is something that everybody could use from time to time. What is Copeland's name? Adam Copeland, right? Adam and Eve were at the Garden of Eden, right? They got kicked out of the Garden of Eden for eating an apple, okay? That's if you believe the Christian Bible, okay? Now putting your mind in a cage, brother. We here, Jay Lacey.
We in the cage. Okay.
We in the cage now because Adam Copeland's name that he's going by right now is COPE, C-O-P-E, Canada's own protective enforcer. Okay.
Oh, it's an acronym.
Yes, it's an acronym. You thought it was just like a shortened version of his name. It's actually an acronym, Ray Williams.
Oh,
hold on, flip it, put that thing down, flip it and reverse it. Spell it backwards.
EPOC?
EPOC. Even protectors, Christian, okay? Which brings us back to these brothers, Ray. These brother cousins from Canada. I know they're losing their hometown. This ain't no damn WWE booking. Edge and Christian. Yes, I said they slave names. Cope and Cage take this win, and that is how it goes down. And Stokely leaves Toronto without any hoes once again.
All right.
I yield the rest of my time.
After you took like 20.
Well, I reclaimed it, then I yielded it.
Brother Kris, what say you? You got the Canadians or you got the dirty Americans from down south?
I mean, I think it would be better if FTR won, because Edge and Christian are reuniting, and it really shouldn't be this easy for them to team up. Not because old friends don't pick up where they left off. It's just Christian's just done so much dickhead shit.
Yeah.
But I do think that they're gonna want to. They don't go to Toronto all the time, and they're gonna. TK isn't gonna fuck with those Toronto fans like that. He wants that market to love AEW, and they do love AEW, and having shit like Cope and Christian losing is not the way you maintain that love. So
true. I agree. The CNC Wrestle Factory will not be taking a loss today. Or will not be taking a loss next Saturday, I should say. So, I don't know why I said today, but yeah.
Again, you were so pleased with your CNC Wrestle Factory joke. Right? You ain't stick the landing. You ain't stick it like your favorite movie from the 90s.
Right. Go ahead, check out the parlay, y'all. most recent parlay, y'all. But yeah, I got Christian and Cope taking this one. I think you could still build the story. I know we talked about it before, where we thought FTR had a chance of winning the tag titles in that multi-team match that they had against Brodito and the Hurt Syndicate, and we thought that you could build up like a tag title rivalry with Cope and Cage. But I think you can still build something up, and you could still put the heat on FTR. You could have them after Cage and Cope win. They're celebrating, and then you can have FTR maybe attack them from behind, leave them land in front of their home crowd, and then like leading up to something huge. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not blood and guts, but something leading into possibly either Wrestle Dream or anything going into World's End. So I think you could continue the program. And but it was just kind of crazy how they just went over Kill Switch, like, and we were waiting for Kill Switch to kind of get his comeuppance too. And it's kind of interesting how they're keeping this character going with Christian, as far as him still being the douchebag patriarch guy, but now he's got now he's got Cope as an ally instead of an enemy, but he's still being the a-hole. So it's kind of interesting to see, is his character going to continue to change, or is he going to continue to remain this a-hole, but he's just going to be on Christian on Cope's good side for now. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Brother Jay.
Man, you took a lot of what I was thinking, and you were able to steal my thunder on that. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, we're thinking alike. So I do see Cope and Christian going over in their home country and getting laid out by FTR and some other people. Maybe what's his name? You just Kill Switch. Yeah. So him getting involved in somehow. So, yeah, I can see that as well, too. But overall, I think Cope and Cage take the W.
Yeah.
All right. And Gerard, we'll end off with you.
I was initially going to say FTR, but I know that Cope is winding his time down.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know when his next Toronto show would be. And I don't know. I just looked at the AEW schedule going all the way up until what they've at least got announced all the way up to All In next year. And I don't see them going back to Toronto. And so because of that, I'm going Cope and Christian. Just because this could be one of their last major times in that market.
Mm-hmm.
And for a match like this, though I could see a Cope and a Cope especially wanting to put over FTR, two men who have helped him rehab and get better and get into ring shape multiple times and prepare for things. And just their overall friendship. I could see him wanting to put them over, but I could also see Tony wanting that market. Like Chris has broke my brain ever since he said that earlier. That and everybody kind of doubling up on that point as well. Since that, I can see Cope and Christian winning this at this point. If there's gonna be a beatdown that comes after, I'm just gonna throw my big swing. We at the Scotiabank Arena. We'll be dipping into the Rogers Center real quick. I'm gonna say Keith Lee comes back to help join in the beatdown. You might say, huh? Why? Why Keith Lee? If you go back to when FTR and Stokely first teamed up together, there was this promo package where Stokely was like had a bunch of DVDs on a table, and I paused a bunch of those DVDs. One of them had Keith Lee on it, Keith Lee and Swerve. And it wasn't going to be Swerve joining, in my opinion, but like that was the first thing I'd ever seen on AEW television even mentioning Keith Lee's name.
Mm-hmm.
So like, Stokely somehow bringing Keith Lee in. I just want to see Keith Lee wrestle. I just want to see the brother be healthy. I want to see him have a career again post being healthy. So I'm gonna speak what I want into the air. I know that's random and not gonna happen, but Keith Lee for the win.
Hey, I'd love to see that as well. Like you said, brothers have been having health issues and injuries on and off as well. So I would love to see it for that brother too. That'd be an interesting pairing, especially after I don't know if Dax could get past the allegations. He keep calling out these brothers in the stands. I don't know, man. he better watch out. He might mess with the wrong one, but
yeah, the way they be getting close to people, I'm like, are these plants? Are these people from the community? Because these people from y'all need to stop trying these people with this. Because like some people don't care that they can't come back to the show. You gonna give me the one person facing this gonna open challenge night. I don't care if you got the security right there next to them looking. They gonna get a couple shots. What does that say? I'm leaving here with something.
Leaving with something.
I'm leaving here with something.
What did that fan say to you, Dax? He said, "Don't speak on the family, Crody, or somebody gonna bleed in your family, Crody." I'm like, oh.
You gonna end up you ain't even know Roger Jackson was in the stands. Then
Damn.
you out. Nigga.
Yikes.
Let me stop.
Damn. Ejectocito, cuz. We need that button for next month, Ray.
All right. And finally, getting to what I perceive is going to be the main event. We got the Hanger. Cowboy Bob Orton. Nah. Hangman Adam Page defending the AEW World Championship against the TNT champion, the Proto Star, Kyle Fletcher. We'll start with you, Gerard.
Hangman for the win, but it's going to be a great match.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm trying to think what was 2023 suspension. Did somebody who's the world champion match during All Out 2023? Because they're making a trend out of this with the TNT champion facing the world champion. Because this happened last year with Jack Perry and Bryan Danielson. And hey, as somebody who was there live, I wish it was Kyle Fletcher in that spot because I am a Jack Perry hater, and then that will always be me. Because I'm just like, what is a scapegoat, and why are you here, and why are you taking up one of this man's last world title matches and final? Get off of my! Why am I paying for this? You lucky you're not main event because that was for Hangman last year. But why am I paying for this? You have a belt to defend. You already charbroiled it. Go deal with that first before you get up here. Kyle Fletcher though, spread your wings, young man. Go ahead and fly. Put on a great performance. You're not gonna win. The Hanger gonna get you, but let's rock.
Gotcha. All right. Hanger for Gerard. What say you, Jay? You got the Proto Star or you got Cowboy-ish, bruv?
I got Bobby Duncan Jr. for the win.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a fire match. I mean, Kyle Fletcher has been doing his thing, man, but it's too early for Hangman to lose the belt on his second run. I think like I said, it's gonna be a banger. But yeah, Hangman for the win.
Same. I got Cowboy Stan Hansen picking up the victory. I think, and it sucks that, I mean, pretty much Hanger told Kyle to his face, he was like, "You're not ready." And I love Kyle's response. It's like, you don't get to tell me if I'm ready. Like, I'm the one who decides if I'm ready. But I don't think he's ready yet. I think he's on the brink. He's on the precipice, if you will. But I think Hanger has a long run ahead of him. So I got Adam Page for the victory. Chris?
Yeah, I have Adam Page too. I think Kyle Fletcher, they'll run this back eventually.
Oh yeah.
But he still has to get some hours under his belt before they can trust him to be world champion. And I don't mean trust him to be world champion in the bad way. I'm talking about moving the needle. And Hangman Page does that, so he's keeping the belt.
Indeed. And we'll end off on you, brother Nate.
I mean, what are we doing here, Ray? Like, I know it's a match on the show, but do we even need to debate who's going to win this one? Obviously, it's going to be Bart Gunn. This is just one of the random ass bits on this show that I love. Just call this man everything but his real name.
Right. this don't even deserve the posternomics, bro.
This one don't even deserve the posternomics, man. It's cowboy-ish, bro. Like, you already know what it is, Ray Williams. Yeah, like Jimmy Wayne, yeah. Maybe he shows up and makes it a three-way. It's like, damn, now we got two Cowboys in the same match.
Who is who?
Throw Bandito.
I know, I can't tell.
Is that the wild-eyed Southern boy Brad Armstrong up in there? What is going on? Tracy Smothers, is that you? Welcome back, OG.
Tracy Smothers.
Wildfire Tommy. Now I'm just naming old wrestlers. Wildfire
Like
Tommy
Jack
Rich, is
Mulligan
that
coming
you?
down our way.
Like Jack Mulligan.
Why is he fighting Outback Jack?
Doris Funk Jr., what is you doing, man? You back there?
Terry Gordon, what are you?
Terry Gordon. Jimmy Jam Funk. Jimmy Jam Garvin. Damn, I messed up the own bit. Yes. Yes, Rugged Ronnie Garvin is going to win this match, Ray Williams. He's not even a cowboy. But yeah, like it's way too early to pull the belt off a hanger. I think it's going to be a hell of a match, though. It's gonna be a cracking match, as Martin Bushby would say. But shout out to Martin, who's probably getting ready to go to work now. But yeah, like I think it's gonna be a hell of a match, but no way Hangman drops it this soon.
All right. And with that, we have reached the end of our predictions, our double header of predictions.
We went back to back, Crody.
Yes, yes.
All right, so
like the Bulls 96-97.
Okay. Ray Williams random NBA trivia fact of the night. That's not even like trivia. That's just like a fact. Like they won 2 championships. But let's go from the fun and crazy world of pro wrestling to the crazy and not fun at all world of real life. Because we'd be remiss if we didn't at least talk about this a little bit this week, because it does involve some folks in the wrestling business voicing their opinions on this, and that was the death of Charlie Kirk this past week, who was killed while at a speaking engagement at a college in Utah, and a very polarizing figure, a very controversial figure, and a lot of the discourse coming out after his death has been maybe even more troubling than some of the words that Charlie spoke while he was alive. So I think we all have thoughts on this, but we know where we got to go for this one. We got to go ISO. We got to go in the paint, get the ball to the big man, and let him rock for a little bit. Chris, what were your thoughts on this sad news from this past week, brother?
Yeah, I had a bunch of different thoughts on this. This story, I was probably watching Don Lemon's show when the story broke. And then one of my journalist people broke it to me, and then it was just a whole thing. And I had 2 articles scheduled to come out. But out of respect, and I don't even necessarily know how much respect is due to what's his name? I'm sorry.
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I don't know how much respect is due to him, but the thing with me that got to me really a lot with this is that he died over words he said. And that is not something I'm ever a fan of. I don't believe in violence over words. I do not believe in killing people over words, and the story broke in a bunch of different layers, of course, right after he died, the internet almost immediate, not the internet, but politicians, especially from the right, almost immediately started blaming Democrats, blaming the woke left and all of this. And it was real pathetic, but it was part of the course with MAGA. That's what they do when people die, one of their own dies, and they jump to these kind of crazy conclusions. And then as the stories start to unravel, you start hearing more things about him. And the guy's name was Tyler Robinson, who was the salient, the guy that killed Charlie Kirk. He was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but he had not been attending for a while. He was a part of, he subscribed to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is to the right of Charlie Kirk, if that's even a possible thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's to the right of Charlie Kirk, and he has this group called of men called the Groypers. I've been reading up on them. I'm still kind of, learning who they are. And for them, Charlie Kirk was like a sanitized version of MAGA. He wasn't extreme enough. And I wrote an article on this that I released yesterday. It took me hours to write this thing. I started writing it on Friday morning, didn't get done with it until Saturday night. And a lot of people had a lot of opinions on it. The one thing I was not going to do, because my article that I wrote on him was is titled "This Needs to Stop," and it's available on my Substack. And it was just, a retrospective of his life and the other but the other shooting that happened that day in Colorado, because there was another shooting that happened that day.
Yep.
But Charlie Kirk's death took center stage. And the problem with this moment that we're in, with all of these people on the right, they have been promoting political violence for a while, and even if they don't outright say we love political violence, when Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, got attacked at his home, they thought it was a hilarious joke, and then when the senator out of Minnesota, was it Minnesota? I believe it was Minnesota or Milwaukee, one of those states. Her name is Melissa Hortman. She died along with her husband. They were the victims of political violence as well.
Yeah, that was Minnesota.
Right. Yeah. Where was it at?
It was Minnesota.
Minnesota. That's what I said. Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah.
They were the victims of political violence as well. And the whole thing with this is like, the problem with people like Charlie Kirk, and again, I wish he didn't have to die, is when you are a purveyor of political violence, this is kind of the end result, because what's happened with MAGA, and I don't even think a lot of them realize how endangered not just people on the left, but that they themselves are. Because when a movement these movements of fealty and loyalty, and you have to agree with everything I say or you are the enemy, those movements outgrow their leaders. They don't just stop. It's like, because what's going to happen, and this is what happened with Donald Trump's shooter in 2024, he wasn't shot by some liberal leftist that hated Donald Trump. He was shot by a guy that thought Trump had gone soft, that he wasn't MAGA enough. That's the guy that shot at him, right? The same with this guy. It's like he wasn't shot by some leftist. He was shot by a guy, a part of the movement, that thought that Charlie Kirk wasn't really representing the movement well. This is just, and it's, you could go back to the French Revolution and look at people whose movements that have outgrown them. You go and watch the movie Fight Club. I always point to that when I talk to my students. It's with Tyler Durden, the narrator. He did not know he was doing all this shit on the side. They were split personalities. And Tyler Durden, before the narrator had a chance to even like think ahead of anything. Tyler Durden had already told, his minions to cut his balls off if he did anything, right? Because that's what happens to these movements is the people that believe in this stuff that you say, and they start questioning the fealty of the leader, right? The leader is never going to be, there's always going to be someone in the movement that thinks they could do the job better than the other person. That's how it is in general life, but the difference is in these political movements, it's the consequences for this oftentimes are death or getting shot at. And a lot of wrestling people had opinions on this. I wanted to point to Ava Rain, the Rockette, if you will, because she said online that if you want people to say, this was in an Instagram story, if you want people to say nice things about you in death, don't say bad things in life. And she got a little bit of kickback, but she was like, "Nuck if you buck." She doubled down. And she didn't care about causing division on these streets, and that was kind of like one of the things. And my whole thing with this this whole thing with this political violence is it should never end in violence. I always like Charlie Kirk was a guy I'd see often because we kind of frequented the same political events. I met him at Politicon. I want to say it was 2017, 18, something like that. The guy made me cringe, to be honest with you. Like I've heard him say in person things like, and this is in the early days of MAGA too, so keep that in mind, that human life would be worth it if it meant Americans could keep our guns. Like he said that kind of shit. He was in the hot take culture. That's what he was. And I always tell people this about hot take culture is if you're giving your honest opinion, if you're giving a story, you're looking at facts and dissecting them from every which way, and your conclusion is an opinion that's controversial, that's perfectly fine. What's not fine is being like, "Hey, Nate, what's the next hot culture thing we can say? What can we say to just shock people and get people pissed off at us for the sake of getting them pissed off at us?" The problem with Charlie Kirk's death right now is he believed in a lot of very illegitimate things that are not even verifiably true. And his brand of anti-intellectualism put the firefighter on the same level as the arsonist, That's been my problem with these discussions. Is like I'm supposed to have a debate with you. People want me to go on their show and debate on a person that doesn't believe in facts. And that's not a debate I'm willing to entertain. Right. And what Charlie Kirk did, and people were, I saw all kinds of bullshit. You could probably go to my Facebook page and see these fucking idiots just saying, "Oh, Charlie Kirk liked to debate people and he was listening." And that's not what he did. Sure. Charlie Kirk liked debating people, and I use that term very, very loosely, in controlled environments. So if he was having one of his turning point rallies, for example, there would always be college students show up to these events that had opposition against them, right? So they would be like wanting to yell at him and talk to him, but they don't have media training, right? So they're young and they go up to him and you get nervous, and then you start yelling a bunch of shit. And Charlie Kirk was able to look like the adult in the room by talking in a coherent voice, using big words, and calling that like reasonable debate. I've been a part of Black, and it was very known in Black media circles too, and you can read this in my article, that Charlie Kirk was selective of the media that he would let go to his turning point events. You know, there was an event we were trying to go to where he was with a Black conservative panel, and Roland Martin even said this on his show, and we tried to get credential, and Roland Martin's story is they approved his credentials, and then they took them away when they realized it was Roland Martin. With our outfit, it was they took a few days to get back to us, and then said, "Oh, you can't come." You know, so we mourn his death if you want to. I'm not here to tell you not to do that. It's the same with Hulk Hogan. I wasn't here to tell people not to mourn his death. I mean, if he meant something to you in your life, that's fine. If Charlie Kirk meant something to you in your life, I do question your ethics, but you know, that's another conversation for another day. But what the media's done with his death is they whitewashed him. They acted like he was this kind of granted him sainthood that he didn't deserve, right? Like, you know, he was a guy that loved debates and believed in God and all that stuff. And the believed in God part irks me the most, because I mean, Hitler believed in God, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, what does that even mean in the grand scheme of things? But Charlie Kirk was not a good man. He was a hot take person. I didn't want him to die. I was one of the people, like, anytime, because we ran into this problem with Ben Shapiro at one of the schools I worked at where he came to speak. I wasn't a fan of him coming to the school to speak, but again, I thought that my students, they protested it, and my attitude was like, if you don't like what Ben Shapiro has to say, go to the event and challenge it. And know what you're gonna say. Don't give this guy the ammo that he needs of protesting and coming off looking like the crazy leftist liberals that don't want to listen to these people. The best way you could counter this kind of stuff is debunking it, right? And you know, and MAGA still, like, to this day, there's the stuff that's been confirmed on the news was this guy was into the Groypers movement. He did not think Charlie Kirk was MAGA enough. He did not like Charlie Kirk, kind of, even, I think even the fact that he appeared on Gavin Newsom's show and things of that nature, this kid was bothered by. This stuff is fact. And then people come up on my page talking about, well, he had a trans roommate, which doesn't mean anything. And nothing, and even that relationship hasn't been confirmed. And the roommate was a trans man. So it was a trans woman transitioning to a trans man is what I heard. You can fact check me on that if you want to, Ray. But yeah, that's just the whole thing with that. And, you know, no one should ever die for words. Matthew Dowd at MSNBC got fired for this, for saying, you know, violence. And here's how I'll defend MSNBC. When somebody dies, just in journalism and in media, you do want to let the story breathe before you start jumping to any kind of conclusions. And that's what I did with this story too. I wasn't going to sit there and say, try to put anybody or even sound like I'm putting anybody in the position of this is why this happened. Even Kirk himself, I wasn't going to do that. But what Matthew Dowd said wasn't false. It was just the timing of it was false. He shouldn't have gotten fired for it. That's for sure. Maybe at most suspend him for a day or two, fire him. Not firing him is extreme, because what it does is it gives credence to these MAGAs who want to put and this is the biggest issue, and I'll close on this, is these MAGAs want to put their illegitimate arguments on the same stage as legitimate arguments. And that's the biggest problem with all this stuff. Like the Charlie Kirk thing, Charlie Kirk believed in a lot of racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic, xenophobic rhetoric. And it was put on the same level as scholastic arguments. I don't like these people coming to universities and schools debating. I don't want Kirk Cameron having a debate on creationism with Neil deGrasse Tyson at the school. Not because Kirk Cameron's religious beliefs are not valid. It's not science. It's faith. And that's not the same thing. And you don't have those debates at universities or any kind of higher learning institute. And so, Charlie Kirk, I did feel a way about it. I'm not even gonna lie. I saw the death. It wasn't an easy thing for me to watch. It's one of those things you can't unsee. Definitely not like the movies. And it does get you kind of thinking about the gun culture in this country as to like, if this is a grown ass man that reacted like that to that kind of shot, imagine what these little kids' bodies went through, when they've gone through that stuff, man. It's a very scary thing to think about. And then just imagine us. I don't want to attract any kind of hate towards me or anybody else. So I'm never gonna speak up for political violence. I think it should always be admonished. The guy that shot Charlie Kirk, he needs to spend the rest of his life in jail or whatever punishment is appropriate. And hopefully, and MAGA needs to be careful about this, because and I think that's one of the things Nick Fuentes was doing when he was walking back, that really a part of his movement. I think part of it is he realized he could be next, Everybody in this speaking space has to understand that. That's why you don't promote violence. You just shut it down immediately. You don't laugh at Paul Pelosi getting beat up. You don't laugh at, you don't release the January 6th rioters because they agreed with you. You don't take away Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail because they disagree with you, because the end result could be something like this. And it's a very scary time in America. And unfortunately, I don't think any lessons are going to get learned. I think they're just going to grow. And, they're already trying to justify this bullshit. Just go to my timeline. I'm leaving this stuff up for now because I think people need to see me take these idiots apart. But it's very, very pathetic. It's very, very sad. And, Charlie Kirk, he was a husband. And he had kids. And that, to me, that doesn't make it sadder. It just makes it sad. It's still sad. It's just, if he didn't have kids or a wife, it'd still be sad,
Right.
When he was doing the hot take culture, he was not thinking about this as an end result. I promise. He was when he gave his final speech, he was in a white state, at a white college, in a white neighborhood, on a sunny, beautiful day. It was a very disarming day. He was around his people, and one of his own shot him, whether you want to believe it or not. And that should make all of these fools that are in this MAGA fealty spiral. You got to think about the shit you say. You got to think about, like, you got to quell this stuff, because you never know when you're going to be a target. And Nancy Mace talking about she's carrying a pistol with her everywhere she goes. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. That's, like, that doesn't mean anything to these people. Your pistol isn't going to stop somebody with a shotgun and a scope on it,
Right.
So that's the gist of what I gotta say. And and RIP to Charlie Kirk. I wish he was around longer so people could debate him more and make him look like the charlatan that he was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a reason why I started this month's show the way that I did. Speaking about the power that words have, that words are more than just empty rhetoric, Chris. Like, words have consequences. And so when you look at the comments that Ava Rain made, where she was like, if you want people to say kind things about you when you leave us, then you probably should say kind things while you're here. And that brings us to Charlie Kirk, man. And Ray, put that lower third back up on the screen, man.
Oh.
Because one of the things we talked about after Terry Bollea passed was the idea of what did you do with your dash? And as you can see, there's a birth date, a death date, and then that line in between signifies a life lived. And this is just such a waste. Such a waste. Where, like, how young this dude was, man. 93.
Right.
Like, me and Chris was still in middle school in 93. And his brother was just being born. And so to see somebody cut down this early in their life, as Chris said, got a wife, got kids, man. It's a waste. Was it all worth it, Charlie? Is the question I would ask him if he was here today. Because, as you said, Chris, he said on multiple occasions, if we got to live with some deaths in this country to preserve the Second Amendment, then I'm all for that. But I don't think, even with him saying that, Chris, that's what he wanted to happen that day in Utah. That's what he wanted the end point of his life to be. And so when you see the way that people have taken him in his death, particularly folks on the right, and we have at once turned him into a martyr, but also used his death not as a chance to kind of pump the brakes, Ray, and say, well, maybe we fanning the flames a little too high right now.
Right.
Maybe we all need to just kind of take a chill pill, as Samuel L. Jackson said, and do the right thing. No, like, they're like, hey, this, what this means? This means war.
Yes.
We're going to keep the fire going. We're going to let it burn hotter. And as Chris said, one of the issues right now within MAGA is, hey, you ain't MAGA enough for me, dog. It's like, one of my favorite children's books, man. And I've talked about it on this program before, Ray, Dr. Seuss and the story of the Sneetches. Starbelly Sneetches that live on the beaches. And it's like, y'all all the same. But because of one thing or another, that just is a slight variation, a slight difference. Oh, you ain't real. You ain't about this life. And when you have people like Fuentes, when you have people like Laura Loomer, who are like, yo, this dude, who I think all of us could reasonably say from an objective standpoint is pretty damn conservative. When you like that dude, he's a conservative in name only. He ain't real MAGA. He MAGA light. He's soft. He ain't true to this. When you have sentiments like that, you end up with outcomes like this, where because somebody has been revved up to us to this point, Chris, where they're like, I'm gonna take a gun. My discomfort, my disappointment, my disillusionment with Charlie Kirk being part of the movement means that he gotta go. I gotta get him up out of here. And goes to a public place, putting other people, not just Charlie Kirk, but other people in danger.
Right.
Because he does not believe in the movement as fervently as you do.
Right.
That is the end result of all of this. It's as Malcolm X said back in the day, Jay, as Malcolm X said back in the day, Gerard, it is chickens coming home to roost. If you start a movement based out of this violent rhetoric and this violent language and these words that actually do have meaning and consequences, and they're real, and you have ripples, and eventually it's going to become reciprocal. That energy you put out into the universe is going to come back to you. And like Chris said, man, ain't nobody here happy that this dude, Charlie Kirk, is no longer with us. That is not what any of us want. Like, did we have an issue with the words that he was saying? Did we have an issue with the quite frankly, the lies that he was out here saying to the people? Yes, of course. But that didn't mean that the brother should not be here. Should not be here to not only be a husband and a father, Chris, but he should be here, as you said, to be able to be debated with and to be able to see that his arguments are built upon a foundation of sand. But also, he should be here to have the opportunity to maybe eventually one day become a better person, to become a good person, to become a nice person, to become a kind person, to become a thoughtful person. And he doesn't have that opportunity because this person took his life in their hands because they disagreed with him. And so, yeah, like this whole situation is bad. It makes me not fearful, Ray. It doesn't make me fearful, but it makes me sad and angry for this country, man. Like, this is where we at right now.
Yeah.
This is where we're at right now. And it is not a, both sides thing, Gerard. It's not a both sides things, Jay. Like, we know where it's coming from, man. We know where it's coming from. And the scary thing is they know where it's coming from too, but don't want to do nothing about it, man. And so this will not be the last time something like this occurs if people don't start pumping the brakes, start doing the right thing. Like, hey, maybe we turn the heat up a little too hot. Let's simmer it down a little bit, because again, as you said, Chris, there's a lot mixed in with this. You got the MAGA infighting, you got the power of words, and you've also got gun culture in America, which is something that America has never really quite been able to figure out. As yes, you said, yet another school shooting this past week, man.
Yep.
Yet another school shooting this past week with kids that are cut down in the prime of their lives, man. And it's just like we have to do better. Like, we have to do better. And I say we because it's a collective thing, but also like you folks. You folks who are down for this, y'all got to do better, man. Y'all got to do better. Like, America is never going to be a perfect union, Chris. But we can try to be a more perfect union. And right now, we ain't even close to being a perfect union. So,
yeah. The thing is like, this started when they let those J6 rioters yell, "Hang Mike Pence," got them out of jail. That was the first sign of them turning on the movement and thinking the guy that was second in command of the movement, and some people might even argue first in command of the movement, they're telling him, you got to go, and being encouraged by Donald Trump. And then when Donald Trump was touring in 2024, the natural sequel to that was someone trying to assassinate Donald Trump. Because now you are the person that's not good enough, and the fealty is never going to be enough for these people. It just never will. They're always going to be looking at something that you did wrong and looking for other leaders or thinking they could be the leader and will do it better than you.
Yeah.
Ray?
Yeah, I think you guys pretty much hit on all the key points. Nate, you mentioned a life being wasted. When you look at the age of the shooter, 22, 2 lives have been wasted. And now it's like the shooter is kind of like you got to think about, all right, how could I have changed and been better, and can I get myself together after this? And maybe the shooter doesn't see that right now because, again, they're still pretty young and they're just thinking that this will blow over, but they don't realize the permanence of their actions. Like, they took a life that will not be able to return to their family. And then their punishment is most likely going to be them not being able to see their family ever again. So I think, and when we look at kind of these actions of these mass shooters, like, they're getting younger by the minute. It is like you see like 21-year-olds, 22 years olds engaging in this. Like, just a few weeks ago with the shooter in Minnesota, the shooter in the Minnesota church/Catholic school, like a 21-year-old, 22-year-old. When it's just crazy. Even if you go all the way back, like in South Carolina, the church in South Carolina, Dylan Ruth was like 18, 19 years old. So it's like these guys are getting indoctrinated in this white supremacy, like, very young. And it's just like when you look at the shooter in Buffalo. And so it's like you got to find a way to, and it's just, I know we'll say it ad nauseum. We are not condoning violence. We are not condoning, like, taking up arms against anybody. It's just that it's crazy with Charlie Kirk, how people who are advocates of him are coming out and saying he's a Christian. And shout out to the Faith Hashira on Instagram. He made this observation. He said, I didn't even know he was a Christian because, and I'm gonna go to church real quick. I know you mentioned Proverbs at the top of the show, Nate. I'm gonna go into Matthew 7, verses 15 through 20, and just paraphrasing. But a tree is judged by its fruit. A good tree bears good fruit. A bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and neither can a bad tree bear good fruit. That's how you can tell between someone who's a true believer and someone who's a false prophet, by the fruit that they bear. And when you look at, like you mentioned, Nate, when you look at people on Fox News talking about, oh, well, we're at war right now. We're at war. Look at the fruit. Is that good fruit that Charlie Kirk is bearing? When you look at people who are at quote unquote vigils talking about white men fight back, is that good fruit?
Yeah.
So again, I feel all the same emotions that you guys are feeling. He didn't deserve to die over things that he said. But you got to look at the consequences and what could have been a consequence. Like you mentioned, Nate, he didn't realize what his words could have meant and how it could have pushed somebody over the edge. And now, like you mentioned, Kris, Nick Fuentes, now he's feeling like I could get touched too. And so now he's trying to go back, especially with all the nonsense that Nick Fuentes has been spouting out, talking about sub-Saharan Africans and how they're not smart enough to do this and that, all the racist stuff that he's been going after. It's like now these people feel as though, oh, now I can get touched too. And it's a shame because people who are on the other side who aren't radical, who are just speaking truth to power, now they have to have the same fear as well. And
Right.
so,
And I can totally see there's a guy somewhere in his basement in this country right now that's looking at Nick Fuentes, talking to Kanye West, and being like, why are you talking to that N-word? You know? And it's never gonna be enough for some people is the point. It's just this hate if you're Fox News, Newsmax, or whatever, and you're encouraging it, you are inviting this into your purview, you know?
Yeah.
Someone could look at Jesse Waters and be like, Jesse Waters, you're not, you know, MAGA enough, you know, but you know, they'll point out some little flaw in you. And say you're not enough. And that's what the MAGA fealty spiral is all about. I wrote a whole thing on the MAGA fealty spiral. Is the minute you start thinking for yourself and thinking outside of whatever they think is the prevailing thought, it's never going to be good enough for these people, these sycophants.
Yeah, and not only Chris is like the Fox News stuff or some of these like people like Fuentes or Laura Loomer, not only is it like just kind of reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but even if I'm just thinking in the cold, cynical political calculus, right? Like, so Charlie Kirk ain't MAGA enough for you. He certainly was popular amongst that crowd. And like, this is somebody in 4 years, 8 years, because Trump ain't gonna be around forever. This could be your dude. That could have been your next one. And he's got this built-in following that he has built up. But because he's not good enough for you, you're like, yeah, we got to get him up out the paint, man. And you want to use that type of language. And so it's all disgusting, man. It's all just like sad. Downtown, any thoughts on this, brother?
I'm echoing a lot of the things you all have already stated. Just watching the impact of somebody who I had heard nothing of a week ago, and now is a household name, and watching the impact that video has had on students, about some students just seeing that randomly on their timeline on the way to class. Now they're trying to go to class and they can't focus because they're seeing that shooting. They're hearing the impact of the shooting on all sides. And whether it's people celebrating a man's death or people mourning a man's death in a very extreme fashion, there are people in the middle who are just sad that somebody died and a family is now left alone without a father. And at the end of the day, why is this our country? Like, why are we moving in this direction? Why does it feel like we are getting more violent by the second, and students are just feeling fear from that? And having to try to navigate that with folks has been such an interesting time this week. And the fight back, white man, fight back, that's probably been the most disgusting thing of the week I've ever seen. Because just what do you like one of the comedians, I think, I can't think of his name, but he covered it in a video that I saw. He was just like, what are you fighting back against? This was not an African American or anyone else of color or of any nationality that did this. This wasn't anybody of a opposite political affiliation. It was in-house. And I'm not trying to be funny about that, but it was somebody on that side of the aisle. That was somebody who all beliefs and lines, like we've been stating, were on that side. So what are you fighting back against? Like, what do you need to chant that back? So what do you feel is being taken from you in this? And why do you feel the need to point the finger at others so badly? And then it just makes it feel that we, and I'm not even gonna say we, I cannot as an individual exist in this country to just be myself. because somehow existing can be too much for someone else.
Hmm.
Period.
Right.
Mhm.
So, and now you add take me out of it. You add somebody who has even more minoritized identities, and now you're starting to stack on top of that more and more of, oh, we're not accepted. You don't belong in this country. We don't want to talk about your identities. We don't want to be more sensitive to other people and their struggles and anything. We just want what we want and how we want it. And the fact that, I don't know, we're going to drag in a death like this, instead of just mourning the death and focusing on the fact that, yes, gun violence is an actual issue in our country. We want to then just try to take this as an event to blame others and to cause it and bring up more hate that just, whether it's some of my favorite animes have talked about this, Attack on Titan, the cycle of hate, the cycle of then more violence taking on more violence and killing and killing. When do we stop that circle of violence? When do we decide that it's enough? We killed so many have died since the dawn of time over simple stuff. Why can we not just come together as a people? This is supposed to be the land of the free. It does not feel free. You cannot mentally even be free of this stuff. And it's not to say that we need to have discussions about this, but when the fact that people cannot be mentally free of the gun violence, of the claims, and of just this political culture that has grown to be what it has been, unaddressed harms, and just, we have not addressed the things of this country in the past the proper way that we should have, and we keep trying to sweep it under the rug, but it's popping out of the rug now, and that mess is showing, and the world is just looking at us like we are fools and idiots, and it's just sickening to be a part of.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think the comedian you were talking about, because it may have been the same video I watched, Gerard, was Reese Waters.
Yep.
Yeah, Reese Waters. If you haven't seen, he does some great work on his channel on YouTube, and it's funny, but it's also very, very poignant, especially in times like this. Jay Lacey, close us out, brother.
Let's keep it all on all of us. I don't even want to get like soloed or anything like that, but just to give you guys a glimpse, I also did not know that Charlie Kirk was a Christian. I had no idea. A week before his death, on September 2nd, he was in my town at a private event. I had no idea. The only clips I knew of him were of bigotry and spreading misinformation. And I wouldn't even say debate, because like Chris said, it was in a controlled environment. And if you yell louder than anyone, you got a louder microphone, that's your platform, and you got a following, that's what it is. So when I first heard about his murder, my son had called me and was like, "Hey, Dad, check this out. Charlie Kirk just got shot." And I was like, "Oh," and I'm thinking, okay, nothing fatal or anything like that. And that should have been a warning flag for me, because I'm desensitized for someone to get shot at. That shouldn't be normal. I saw the video. I was like, whoa, there's no way he's surviving that. That's crazy.
Same here.
So I got people, calling me up and like, we're having conversations about this. And my first thought was, number one, I didn't know he was a Christian. So, wow, that's something. Number two, I did not even realize he was married and had kids. And that right there, the humanity within me, regardless of what he thought his opinions were, I did not agree with 95% of what he spoke. The humanity of it was like, dang, his wife and kids were present, and just last week he was in my city, and he's no longer here to be with his family, be a husband, be a father. None of that. That's crazy. That's insane to me. And like Gerard was saying, we as Americans have not dealt with our past. There's no closure. The more we try to sweep it under the rug, the more we try to deal with the symptoms instead of treating the symptoms, the more you're going to feel a lot of this. And for me, I was conflicted. I mean, I'm a Christian. I'm not ashamed of that, you know. But I, again, had no idea. This guy was not even on my radar in terms of beliefs in God or anything like that. And was he just a Christian by conservative affiliation?
I think so, because when I saw him, I said something to him, and his response was, "I'd pray for you" and all this. And he was one of those kind of guys, where he would say like the most insincere crap on the planet. And when you challenge him, like he'd say something bigoted towards you. And then when you responded in kind, out of anger and rage, he'd be like trying to be the good guy and like, "Oh, I'll pray for you," right? Like you'll say something, you'll listen to him say something bad about Black women, for example. And as a Black man, you might get offended and start talking crap to him and call him outside of his name. And then you're the one that needs the prayer, you know?
Right.
And that was kind of the way he operated. I never yelled at that guy, you know. I never, like, anytime I'd see him or whatever, I disagree. But you know, I've been doing this for too long to be having yelling matches with racists, and racists don't offend me the same way they offend other people, because I know the best way to defeat that stuff is like with intellect, you know, not by getting mad, is to put them in logic holes that they can't put themselves out of. And also, before we completely close out, this guy made millions of dollars doing this crap, you know, just basically being a charlatan. And his millions came from not from like writing articles and thinking out what he was going to say. His millions came from, what is the next hot take I can make to get people mad and get my base to throw money at me, you know, which is the most shameful way a person can make money, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just crazy. The hot take culture of what you're saying is, you know, again, I'm not going to speak of him. I just feel, like I said, the humanity part of it. He lost his life, whether you agreed with him or not, on opinions. And that's tragic.
Yeah, and nobody should be celebrating that.
No,
either.
not at all. That's disgusting.
No.
There are people in my Facebook, and I don't go on Facebook for various reasons. There are people that are celebrating a death, and that's disgusting. And I don't condone that at all. You know,
Right.
Point blank. You know, you just can't celebrate, you know, someone losing their life in this manner in front of family, and that's just disgusting.
I asked one thing and one thing only, because we brought up one thing. Oh, I didn't know he was a Christian. Oh, I didn't know he was a family. For me, I didn't know this man at all. And I'm hearing all these positive things about him. Yes, I'm hearing some of that negative stuff because of some of the channels I listen to and the stuff I am hearing. But from the other media I'm hearing, it's all this positive stuff. Well, you know what I need? I need you to keep that energy. When it's a black male or somebody else, I don't want to hear you trying to dig up every other thing to throw them under the bus like you did Trayvon Martin. Oh, he had this on him. He had this on him. Oh, George Floyd, he had fake money on him. He was trying to. I don't want to hear none of that.
Yeah. Because
tell me about the positive stuff. Since a life was lost, tell me about the positive. Don't tell me all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Because like, if we're not gonna throw dirt on Charlie, don't throw dirt on all the other people. I hear about the young life that was lost. He's younger than me by 2 years. I hear and I see that. but also there was 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds,
Yep.
17, 16-year-olds, young African Americans, all she was 26, shot in her own home. What was her name? Can I think her name? A couple years ago. Yes.
Breonna Taylor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Younger than Charlie. And was thrown and dragged under the bus through media consistently. I don't want to hear it. If somebody's died, let's hear some positivity behind it then. Let's honor that life.
D.L. Hughley said when Black people get killed by, police officers and racists and stuff like that, we die two deaths. You get assassinated yourself, your life ends, and then they assassinate your character.
Yeah, and my last point to all of this, Chris, would be to because I did see what Ray and Gerard were talking about, at these vigils where you have these people chanting, "White men fight back." My thoughts on that would be like, what or who are you fighting back against? And then B, since we've kind of dipped our toe in a little bit of spirituality tonight, something that is a common refrain, Ray, in the Black church is, look to your left and say neighbor, look to your right and say neighbor. And for these white men who feel so put upon, who feel so oppressed, who feel like they have to fight back, look to your left and see that black person or that brown person, and see what they're going through. And look to your right and see that person that's a member of the LGBTQ community, or somebody who is living in fear of ICE, fairly or unfairly, justly or unjustly, taking them and their family members out of this country that they built a life in. Look to the people around you. Look to the folks that are struggling day to day, living paycheck to paycheck, because we're supposed to be in this together. We're supposed to all be Americans. And so, like this whole narrative, this whole false equivalency that's being pushed, man, it makes me sick as an American. And not to make this about us, but that's part of the reason why Nefarious exists. That's part of the reason why we do what we do. Yes, we want to have fun. Yes, we want to, talk about all these crazy things in the world of sports and politics and pop culture and movies and pro wrestling and have fun with the audience and all that good stuff. But it's also counter programming. That's the word of the night, right? It's also counter programming to some of these other podcasts out here that are catching the hearts and minds of, younger folks or even some older folks, and like leading them down a path that is false, Chris, leading them down a path that is laid with lies. And like I said, that's our tagline, man. We're gonna be truthful, we're gonna be thoughtful, and then we're gonna turn up, but that's part of the reason why we exist, is to give a different perspective, give a different point of view. Hopefully it's one that's well thought out and intentional in the words that we use, because words are powerful. But there's a lot of garbage that's being pumped into people's brains and pumped into people's hearts and minds right now. And somebody's got to say something, man. We ain't the biggest network out there, far from it. But we're gonna do our part. We're gonna do our part. And hopefully, if you're listening and you watching, you'll do your part too, because we can all work to make this thing better, even as glum as it looks right now.
Yeah.
And on that note, Ray Williams, ain't no transition from that. Like we just gotta hit the gas and go straight into the damn plugs, because we gotta get out of here. Eject those Cito, cuz. But we did feel remiss if we didn't touch on that, because people have been hitting us up this week and asking for our thoughts and opinions, and so we did want to spend some time at the end of the show for that. But we are going to get out of here on a happier note with some plugs, some plugs of positivity, if you will. POP, hold it down. Let's start off with Mr. Downtown himself, the man who will be having a much better heel turn than John Cena at his buddy's wedding coming up here pretty soon. Gerard, go find yourself, Brown. Anything you want to promote, shout out your socials, and let us know a little bit about what you and Jay got cooking in the lab for this next episode of Ring Theory?
So we are going to have Ring Theory not this Friday, but
Uh-oh.
on the 26th.
Okay.
Next Friday, because homie don't want to cut through rush hour traffic after the practice wedding to get back here. Because if I have to have a bad turn in traffic, it just ain't gonna be no show and no wedding period.
Practice.
So. Oh yeah, I can't AI this wedding either.
Not the wedding that I'm coming down
On
here
time.
for. We're talking about practice, man.
But on the 26th, it allows us now to then not on. We just got done previewing right now.
Okay.
What's gonna happen on the 20th? Well, we gonna review what happens on the 20th, on the 26th, and so we'll talk about that. We also got a couple things we want to chat about when it comes to our uncrowned, or some uncrowned champions, or people who should have been champions.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about that and cover some other different, just questionable topics that we want to play around with some different ring theories. So bring your pen, bring your pad, and bring your ass to class. So come on.
Good stuff, brother. Good stuff.
Tag team partner. Well, anything you want to throw up on there?
Jay Lacey, holder of the Shula Follow. What you got, brother?
Oh, hold on. I gotta do it with the Shula Follow. Yeah, here we go.
We're gonna get some LA Gears for next month.
Yeah. Who knows? I might have some Anthony Edwards Adidas coming through, maybe some some other kicks or whatever. But Gerard pretty much covered it. You can check me out on Instagram at Jarek Wins, Jarek_wins. So again, real life preempted us, so we will be back for Ring Theory on Friday the 26th. It's going down, so we had this idea, like Drewski, just to keep it lighthearted. He has could have been records. We had who could have been a champion, who would have been a champion, who should have been a champion. So we're gonna test those theories out, and check us out at the Nefarious Network, and there's more to come with that. So in the words of Jerry Springer, take care of yourself and each other.
All right, good stuff, brother.
Ray. And it's 2 a.m. I'm sorry, it's 2 a.m. I remembered something that we doing. We going, if time permitting, we're gonna do a transition window. So we also want to look at 5 AEW wrestlers that we think might be better right now in WWE, and 5 WWE wrestlers that we think during AEW. So
we got that heat, y'all.
Yeah, it happened years ago with Demetrius Johnson, and he's recovering right now. I can't think of his name. Where that between one championship wrestling and UFC, we doing the same thing. But
So what I'm hearing, Askren, yep. But what I'm hearing is Tony Storm, count your days, because Nia Jax coming for that title, son.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Ray Williams, he of the Calcium Championship of the World, King of Calcium himself, the legend of lactose, Ray Williams. What you got to promote, brother? And where can people find you on socials, my man?
To be honest, I'm still sad, nigga, from that last time. I can't even laugh at the lactose, nigga. But I'm glad. Always good to have you guys here to cheer me up and here to get back and to turn back up, even after we had those thoughtful, those truthful conversations. So where you can find me, you can always find me here at the Nefarious Media Network. We have some things coming up. Of course, Brother Nate earlier mentioned, and I know he's going to mention it again, Super Solid coming up tomorrow.
We got a graphic for that, Ray, that we could throw up, or is it in this room?
Yeah, and put that up. So, did I put it in here? I thought I put it in the overlay. I think all I have is just the
logo. Okay, that's fine. Yes, do the rest of your plugs like this. A talking bowl of salad, brother.
Matter of fact, here we go. It's coming up. But yes, Super Salad is coming up tomorrow. It is.
Woo! What's so funny about love, peace, and understanding? Yes. Good job with the graphic, by the way, Ray.
Thank you. I was gonna have like the
It does
background.
feel a little awkward now after that last segment. So take it down, Ray. Ejectocito, cuz.
I know, no firearms.
no.
Yes. We do need.
In
gun
hindsight,
control.
that wasn't my best call as the team captain here.
We speak for gun control around these parts. Yes.
Sometimes you throw an interception every once in a while, but continue.
You know, hey.
Pick six.
But yeah, we do have we have Super Salad coming up. We also have SBF coming up in the following week. Myself and hopefully the returning Chichi Okafor, the maestro herself, will be coming back with an episode to review UFC 320, which happened, which saw the relinquishment and the no longer a South African champion. So to the chagrin of one Chichi Okafor, we're going to talk about that. We're also going to discuss the Terence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez fight in more detail. We were able to do a little bit of something here, but we were relating it more to the social, political, and landscape between Saudi and TKO. But we're going to go more into detail about the fight and more into detail about how this is very historic for one Terence Bud Crawford, with him being the first male to ever have 3 undisputed championships in 3 different weight classes. So we're going to get into more detail and talk about how the fight went, talk about how Canelo performed, and we're going to get more into that, as well as any upcoming UFC cards. Also, keep an eye out for our Nefarious Media Network social media platforms. I've been putting up some shorts here and there, and they might have to do with sports. They may have to do with movies, pop culture, video games, things like that. I've recently put one up with my most anticipated fights to close out the year, and 2 of those fights are going to be on UFC 322. So we're most likely going to be previewing that as well. So keep an eye out for that. If you want to follow me personally, I'm at Mondo Dondo 1 on Instagram. I'm also at Two-Way Ray on both Twitter and Blue Sky.
Okay, good stuff, Ray Williams. And as an executive producer, I will say, you don't have to take my note, but I would recommend it. I would strongly urge you to consider it, Ray. Not that your job is in jeopardy or anything, but things happen in this troubled corporate economy we in right now. But I would recommend that you and Chi-Chi entitle your next episode, because I'm looking forward to hearing y'all break down the fight from last night. I need y'all to call it "We Whooping Feet" or something to that effect. But speaking of somebody who always whoops feet from an intellectual standpoint, we gotta throw it to the professor, Chris from LA, who has had a busy week, and I'm sure this week is not gonna get any lighter for you. But anything you want to promote, any updates on the book, my man, let me know what's up, brother.
No real updates on the book. We're just in the place where we're looking for publishers. The Substack is at 956 right now, so we would have had 1,000 subscribers this week, but the stuff with Charlie Kirk kind of slowed it down. But just read me on Lincoln Square, read me at my Substack, just follow me on the Blue Sky and the other social medias. Twitter, I only use Twitter to post my my Substack articles to promote that. But and just be nice to each other. Try to recognize other people's humanity, even if you don't agree with their lifestyle. That's no excuse to not be nice. That's what I meant.
Yes, be excellent to each other, as they said in Demolition Man, right?
Yes, indeed. And real quick, brother Chris, I want to give you a shout out from my mother, brother, because I was letting her know. I was letting her know about the stuff you was writing about, and I read her one of your excerpts that you had on Facebook. And number one, she was glad to hear that you were black, brother. We got black intellectuals out here, and she was like, "Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, brother." So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And I will let you know, Kris, like whenever this book come out, I will, throw my services out there if you need somebody to read that audio book, cuz.
Yeah, definitely. Because I don't think
multiple voices too, brother. I can read it like Reba, like, hey.
Read the audio book either.
Man of 1,000 voices. It's all
they all one voice. As for me, you can find me on these social media streets and on Twitter. I'm still on Twitter, but much like Kris, it's really only used to promote the Nefarious shows. Like Twitter really is kind of it's like some weird dystopian ghost town. Where it's just like racist ghosts just walk around like boo, N-word, boo. These racist specters, these gaslighting ghouls. What are y'all doing out here? Boo, jigaboo. Like, no, you can't be a ghost and say jigaboo. You can't do that, ghost. But anyways, in the number 8 MOZAIK. At Nate Mosaic on Twitter. Even I thought that last one was ridiculous, folks. Black Nate 75, Nate Mosaic 757 on Blue Sky. I'm also Black Nate BLAQUE _ in the number 8 on IG and Threads. You can find me on Facebook, but I ain't gonna follow you back. I'm letting you know that right now. Also subscribe to the YouTube, subscribe to the Patreon, because we are still in the midst of the drive for 500 Patreon subscribers, which will allow us to do some more things here at the network, and 500 YouTube subscribers, which gets us halfway to monetization. And also, if we hit that plateau, y'all gonna get some ASMR up in your ears. But yeah, we got a busy week, busy couple of weeks here at the Nefarious Media Network. Obviously, as I said, tomorrow, check out Super Salad live with OG Rachel Ealy, and myself, and whoever our guests are. Brittany Monet may be rolling through to talk about the first 2 episodes. See, now you're gonna put the salad gimmick on my face, okay? how the turntables have turned, Ray Williams. It's like them old Daffy Duck cartoons with an animator would mess with Daffy Duck, and then it turns out it was Bugs Bunny the whole time. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
But yeah, tomorrow Rachel and I will be doing Super Salad, talking about the first 2 episodes of Peacemaker season 2 on HBO. I've seen the first 2 episodes. I'm trying to pace myself so that I no pun intended. Actually, there's no pun there at all. Peace and pace are 2 different words in the English language. Pacemaker. That's a dark show. That's a dark show, which is John Cena fighting crime. It's like, my ticker, y'all, my ticker. But we'll be talking about the first 2 episodes of season 2 of Peacemaker, and we'll be talking about, because Rachel really likes to kind of get granular on some of these topics, so she wants to do a deep dive on Justin Hartley, the Green Arrow from Smallville, and talk about how that portrayal connects to the CW, the Arrowverse that just ended a year or so ago, and that collection of shows. So that'll be a fascinating conversation with OG Rach and whoever shows up for that one. As Ray mentioned, we got a SBF coming up here in the near future, and we got that special edition on a special night, ladies and gentlemen. Ring Theory, September 26th. Be there or be triangular for all of the great topics, the reviews that Jay and Gerard are gonna give you, and that transfer window where Nia Jax makes her appearance in AEW, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all ain't ready for this. Oh, you know what else they ain't ready for, Ray? If they put the over-under at 6 hours for this edition of the NWA Podcast, y'all suckers lost. Because we are coming in at a slim, trim, spelt 5 hours and 49 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. I feel like, was it Jim Bannister, Kris, like that broke the mile?
Yeah.
Like Kris and I don't know that, man. Like even Kris and I aren't that old to know who broke the damn. All I know is Dick Fosbury was the inventor of the Fosbury flop in pole vaulting, and the only reason I know that, Ray, is because one of my favorite AJ Styles moves that he never does anymore because his back don't work like that is the Fosbury flop.
Yeah, Michael Oku did it on Okada recently, or I think on what was it on
Collision?
Oh, was it Collision? Oh yeah,
yeah. That's just a great move, the Fosbury flop. So yeah, follow me, follow the rest of the crew, but most importantly, follow Nefarious, man, because we are trying to change the game by any means necessary, even if those means may be nefarious. Bring me out, Ray Williams, so we can go home. So this has been a fun edition of the NWA Podcast on Post Wrestling. We want to give a big shout out to John Pollock and Wei Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, for offering up the platform each and every month. We really appreciate what those brothers have meant to this show. We want to give a shout out to Righteous Reg of Grapsity for providing us with one of the best theme songs in the podcast game right now. I want to thank my main man, Austin James, for the graphic for the NWA Podcast. And most importantly, I want to thank you, the listener, for joining us each and every month. Appreciate the super chats. We're going to be back to do it again next month in October. It's going to be spooky season, and ain't nothing going to be scarier than when you see this man with the LA Light Shula Fala. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you got Shula Fala, LA Lights money in the budget right now, Jay Lacey, but we're going to have to get it happening somehow. So, for Gerard Downtown Brown, for Upper Mid-Card Jay Lacey, for Two-Way Ray Williams, and for the Professor Chris from LA, I am the Godfather Nate Milton. As Chris said, man, just be kind. Just don't be an asshole. Like, that should be an easy rule just to live by. Like, hey, don't be an asshole to people, man, because words are powerful, and your words do matter in this world. But for the fellas here, I am the Godfather Nate Milton, and remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. See y'all in October. Ray, don't take 5 minutes to hit this damn button, brother.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the Professor, the Godfather, post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.